Chapter 783. Big Brother Marchiao. Zhu Cai ran in front of young Fan and happily held onto his arm. This kind of action, if done by a 7 or 8-year-old girl, would be perfect, but young Fan was already a grown man, while Zhu Cai was only a young girl, so this was a bit abrupt. However, Zhu Cai did these actions naturally, as if it was a matter of course. On the contrary, if one were to think about it, they would feel ashamed of themselves for having such dirty thoughts. Perhaps, to Zhu Cai, young Fan was her new hope, so when she saw him come, she couldn't help but be overjoyed and reveal her true feelings. But to young Fan, those two soft lumps of flesh that had not yet fully grown gently rubbed against his elbow, and a feeling that could only be felt but could not be avoided. This kind of feeling was indescribable. It was clearly just the touch of her body, but it made one's heart fill with a kind of sweetness. Young Fan was not a beginner who had just gotten close to a woman, so he should not have been unable to control himself. However, this girl's eyes were bright and her teeth were white, and her beauty was something that he had never seen before. Being touched by her like this, even young Fan couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Young Fan couldn't help but silently say, "Big Sister Pasta, I'm really sorry. I was just speaking carelessly yesterday, but your brother Chiao has violated the precept of lust." Zhu Cai followed beside young Fan, and seeing him looking around in the bamboo forest, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Big Brother Chiao, what are you looking for?" Unknowingly, the way she addressed young Fan had become a bit more intimate. Young Fan had already done some research beforehand, so he calmly replied, "I'm looking for a plant that lives next to a bamboo root. Its leaves are like cat ears, and it's about a foot tall. Its stem is yellow, and it's shaped like a worm. It's a necessary ingredient for refining the longevity pill." Zhu Cai was surprised. "What is that? I've never seen such a thing in the bamboo forest before. What use does it have?" "Of course," young Fan said, "bamboo leaf can treat mouth sores and eye pain, insomnia and stroke. Bamboo drip can treat chest heat, quenching vexation and relieving thirst. Bamboo fruit can communicate with the mind. It can lighten the body and nourish the qi. Bamboo ryu can treat warm qi, cold and heat, vomiting blood and collapse. Bamboo root has the effect of clearing heat and eliminating vexation. Bamboo is a treasure all over, and this bamboo treasure that grows from it is a treasure for refining longevity pills. It's just that this item is extremely difficult to find." Young Fan spoke as if he was telling the truth, and Zhu Cai couldn't help but sigh, becoming an immortal, achieving the Tao, and living forever. "I always felt that such things were a bit illusory. Big Brother Chiao is a talented man, and since you've learned the Tao from the skyboat immortal, your knowledge must be profound. Why not become an official and seek wealth and prosperity?" Young Fan smiled, "Even though I'm not a monk, I still like freedom. What's the point of becoming an official? Riches and glory? My master has countless followers and endless offerings. If I want riches and glory, I can spend a lifetime without end, so why would I need to bow down to the bureaucracy?" When Zhu Cai heard this, she was so happy that her heart was about to explode. She had picked up a treasure, she had really picked up a living treasure. This Lang Jun was young, rich, and handsome. If she could follow him, wouldn't she be able to live a good life? With this in mind, she made up her mind that no matter what she had to do, she would keep this man in front of her. As young Fan spoke, he very naturally turned to the Prince of Luling. "Let's talk about this Huang Zhuling. Why did they set up a strict order that no one is allowed to come up the mountain? Isn't it because the Prince of Luling is imprisoned there?" The Prince of Luling is a member of the imperial family and was once the emperor of the Tang dynasty. "What about now?" Zhu Cai's expression immediately turned gloomy, but young Fan was looking to the other side and didn't see her expression. Young Fan gestured toward the bamboo houses below and said, "Even a family with 100 mu of land in the countryside would have 3 courtyards and a tile-roofed house, right? Look at the former emperor of the Tang dynasty and the current Prince of Luling. Where do they live? They are all crude bamboo houses. Is there any difference between a prince's residence and someone else's?" Zhu Cai softly responded. Young Fan stopped and turned around. With a nonchalant expression, he said, "The Prince of Luling lives here, right?" At this time, they had already arrived at a high ground. From here, They could overlook the houses hidden in the bamboo forest below. There weren't many bamboos in the area, and the military only left a few clusters of bamboos in front and behind the houses to decorate the scenery. Thus, they could clearly see the situation in the area from above. Seeing that he was looking around with great interest, Ju Xiao'er stretched out a slender finger and pointed toward a house in the mountain. That's right. Look, that's the Prince of Luling's residence. Haha, is there any difference between it and someone else's residence? I've lived here since I was a child, and I've never felt that there's any difference between a prince's residence and someone else's. The houses are the same, and the people are also the same. Other people raise chickens, but if the Prince of Luling doesn't raise them, then the children of the prince's family can only watch as other people's children eat eggs while they themselves gulp down their saliva. Haha, a descendant of the Emperor of Heaven is nothing more than this. Following the direction of her finger, Yang Fan nervously memorized the surrounding scenery of the house. There wasn't much difference between the houses, and if he didn't memorize these minute differences, he wouldn't be able to tell which house it was later. Thus, Ju Xiao'er's slightly self-deprecating tone and gloomy expression were completely ignored by him. Yang Fan quickly memorized the characteristics of the surrounding scenery of the house. Pretending to be uninterested, he turned around and continued to look around for the so-called bamboo treasure while agreeing, "That's right, a prince of the imperial family can only end up like this. Why would I want to become an official? If I become an official, when I encounter a calamity, I won't even have the freedom of a commoner. Why bother?" Ju Xiao'er softly replied. Her voice wasn't loud, but her nod was unusually forceful. After figuring out where the Prince of Luling's residence was, Yang Fan was no longer in the mood to continue looking for the non-existent bamboo treasure. Just as he was about to descend the mountain, Ju Xiao'er finally couldn't help but ask, "Brother Qiao, when can you take me away?" "Uncle, he's forcing me again. This time, I almost couldn't escape." As she spoke, her eyes reddened and she couldn't help but lower her head. Gently rolling up the corner of her clothes, tears began to well up in her eyes. This appearance was truly pitiful, and Yang Fan couldn't help but advise, "Don't worry, tomorrow or the day after, if I still can't find the bamboo treasure, I'll go somewhere else to try my luck. At that time, I'll take you away." Ju Xiao'er was wild with joy. She suddenly opened her arms and threw herself into Yang Fan's embrace. She kissed him on the cheek with a purr sound. She kissed him hard. Such a passionate young girl was something Yang Fan had never seen before. He couldn't help but touch his cheek in a daze. Blushing, Ju Xiao'er shyly lowered her head and softly said, I really can't control myself. Brother Qiao, you don't know, but I've been living in fear here every day, as if I'm living in hell. I really can't stay here any longer, so. With a relieved smile, Yang Fan comforted her, I understand how you feel. Being trapped in a place that can drive a person crazy, once there's a chance to escape, you really can't wait. Alright, be careful. I promise you, in 2 days, I'll definitely take you away. Brother Qiao, you're a very good person. Ju Xiao'er reluctantly glanced at Yang Fan, then turned around, her red dress swaying in a dazzling circle. She then lifted the hem of her dress, and like a beautiful female deer, she ran into the tender yellow and emerald green bamboo forest. The bamboo poles were long and slender, leaving behind a beautiful shadow. The girl with a cute face and a miserable life gradually disappeared into the depths of the forest. Only then did Yang Fan quickly sweep down the mountain. Along the way, he avoided a few women who were digging bamboo shoots and collecting bamboo mushrooms. He snuck past the guard's surveillance tape and returned to the foot of the mountain. He briefly told Jiyu Zhuting, who was waiting there, the information he had inquired, and the two of them snuck up the mountain again. In order to ensure that he didn't make any mistakes, Yang Fan went all the way to the place that Ju Xiao'er had pointed out. From the same angle, he identified the house and pointed it out to Jiyu Zhuting. Jiyu Zhuting immediately began to observe the place from a high vantage point. This house was the same as many houses on this mountain with a larger population. They were all made of bamboo, with 2 rows in front and back, fenced together by a fence. The upper floors were bedrooms or storerooms, while the lower floors only had pillars and no walls. They were only used to tie up animals and store some heavy equipment. After observing the comings and goings of each house, the two gradually came to the conclusion that the people of this stronghold had a habit of letting their children and juniors live in the front while their elders lived in the back. The main room in the back was used as the master and mistress bedroom, while the rooms on either side were used to store food and other important supplies. Jiu Zhuting had observed very carefully. Other than the location of the house, the number of rooms, the orientation, and the layout of the house, she also took into account the situation of the surrounding households, and even who kept chickens and dogs. Finally, she came up with a plan of action to sneak in and out. Naturally, young Fan wouldn't pretend to be an expert in this kind of plan drawn up by a professional and give orders blindly. He only listened to Jiu Zhuting's simple explanation. She didn't mention too many details, but young Fan was already amazed by the plan she had drawn up. He nodded repeatedly and said, "It's done. Let's do it this way." There weren't many bamboos where the two of them were standing. In order to avoid being seen, after confirming the Prince of Luling's residence, the two of them snuck into the depths of the bamboo forest and waited for the sky to turn dark. Although they couldn't light a fire, the two of them had brought some dry rations with them. Gnawing on the rations and drinking spring water, they had a casual meal and then quietly waited for the sky to turn dark. At dusk, it suddenly began to rain on the mountain. Jiu Zhuting had prepared many strange things, and the moment it began to rain, she took out two extremely soft silks from her bag. Perhaps because of the texture of the silks or because she had applied a layer of something to them, the two of them were surprisingly able to protect themselves from the rain. Because of the rain, when the sky turned dark, no one moved about in the stronghold. Young Fan and Jiu Zhuting continued to wait patiently. Only when the dusk was enough to conceal their figures did the two of them emerge from their hiding place and quietly make their way toward the cluster of bamboo houses. Chapter 784. The spring rain fell on the soft, withered grass on the roof of the bamboo building and was absorbed by it without a sound. Only then did the rain seep into the eaves along the grass path, forming sparkling water droplets that fell to the ground. Every few steps on the bamboo building, there was a stone with a groove in the middle. A bamboo tube that was cut in half was placed in the groove, from top to bottom, forming a certain angle. The rainwater fell into the bamboo tube, forming a trickle that happily flowed to the end, turning into a waterfall that poured downstairs. The rainwater hit different parts of the bamboo tube, forming a song with different pitches and a unique charm. In the room, an old man with white sideburns, a clear face, and thick wrinkles sat next to the clay stove. He listened to the disturbing music irritatedly, stuffing firewood into the stove. The fire was burning fiercely. He closed his knees together, facing the spitting flames, letting the heat of the fire roast his knees. The back door of the front building opened, and an oil paper umbrella slowly came out. It floated down the stairs, across the courtyard, and slowly rose up to the back building. It walked along the bamboo corridor with the sound of running water to the door in the middle, and pushed the door open. The rainwater falling from the eaves hit the oil paper umbrella, making a pu-pu sound, like boiling water being poured on the ground. In just a moment, the umbrella was closed, and the person under the umbrella floated into the room, and the bamboo door was also closed with a creak. The dripping umbrella formed a bundle, and was placed by the door. The person holding the umbrella walked with light steps to the side of the old man who was lighting the fire. The old man who was sitting by the stove turned his head to look at the person, and muttered, "What an unlucky rain. My legs are so sore every time it rains. I want to chop them off to feel better. Is Lungjuan's old cold leg disease acting up again?" The person who came in asked softly, and faintly sighed. It was spring and summer, and it was the time when it rained a lot. Her husband would probably suffer again and again. Looking at the old man's age, his wife shouldn't be young either. However, the woman's voice was as soft and beautiful as a flute. It also had a hint of magnetism and was very pleasant to the ears. She shouldn't be too old. Sure enough, she pulled a stool over and sat down next to the old man who was warming himself by the fire. The red light of the fire illuminated her face. She was indeed not old. Maybe only 20, more or less. Her skin was fine and white, and the texture was as compact as exquisite porcelain. There was not a single wrinkle on it. Or 30. That pair of naturally born peach blossom eyes, when not smiling, were slightly squinting. From time to time, they would overflow with clear light. That kind of mature woman's charm was definitely not something that a woman who had just become a woman could nurture. Or perhaps, she should be 40 years old. Under her slightly raised neck, her pink and tender skin was slightly loose. The bright and dark flames reflected in her eyes, and there were slight wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, although it was not clear if one did not look closely. However, looking at her appearance, it was easy to overlook her age. No matter how old she was a charming woman. She was dressed in coarse clothes that were tailored to her body. Her black hair was combed neatly, and it was tied into a bun that made her long neck look as elegant as a swan's. Even though she was wearing a cotton dress, it was still difficult to conceal her alluring figure. She used her slender white hands to gather her hair. Her elegant demeanor formed a sharp contrast with the village woman's attire. Lang Jun, I heard that the Kitten people in the north rebelled against our Tang dynasty. Oh, the Kitten people are just a small tribe. Haven't they always been peaceful? How did they rebel? The old man with white temples was busy breaking the dry wood and stuffing it into the stove, not paying much attention to what the woman said. The beautiful woman continued, I heard that they even raised a banner, saying, "Return my Luling, Prince of Xiong." The old man was startled and let out a soft cry. He was momentarily absent-minded and let the fire burn his hand. He quickly retracted his hand and sucked it a few times. Shocked and angry, he said, "The Kitten people raised the banner Return my Luling, Prince of Xiong? I, Li Xian, have no grievances with the Kitten people. Why would they harm me like this?" Li Xian. He was the sage rising Emperor Li Xian, who had been demoted to the Prince of Luling and placed under house arrest in Fangzhou after 36 days on the throne. Li Xian was only 44 years old, but from his appearance, he was probably in his early 60s. These years of house arrest had truly taken a toll on his body and mind. But his empress, the current princess consort of Luling, Lady Wei, was still radiant and radiant. It was as if all these years of suffering had not affected her in the slightest. In contrast to Li Xian's fear, Lady Wei's eyes were shining and she seemed very excited. Also, that tiny kitten tribe actually managed to win a few major battles, causing the imperial court to be thrown into disarray. In the end, the Turks saw that our Tang dynasty was weak and easy to bully, so they also sent an army into Hebei, raising the banner replacing the Tang against the Zhou. Li Xian's face was ashen, his body trembling as if he had contracted an epidemic. His teeth chattered. How could this be? This is bad. Calamity. Calamity is coming. Lady Wei frowned and said unhappily, "Here you go again. Don't always be so paranoid, okay?" Li Xian stood up in a panic, and the folding stool he was sitting on fell to the ground. Seeing him stumbling away, Lady Wei couldn't help but chase after him, asking, "What are you doing?" Li Xian was terrified beyond words, and he seemed to have lost his mind. "Empress Mother is going to send someone to take my life soon. Maybe she will even bestow me a cup of tea and let me die a miserable death. No, I want to commit suicide. I don't want to suffer such a great pain." Back then, Li Xian had not feared his mother to such a serious degree. However, ever since his mother had kicked him off the throne and imprisoned him here, he had lived in constant fear of death. As time passed, the image of his mother in his heart grew more and more terrifying. Now, it had already formed a kind of morbid mentality. He feared his mother because of his fear of death, but now, his fear of his mother had surpassed that of death. Li Xian crouched down and searched for a rope in a corner. Madame Wei was furious. She pulled him back and said, "Fortune and misfortune are unpredictable. I don't think this is a great disaster. There is still no news from the capital. Why are you in such a hurry?" Before Madame Wei could finish, she was thrown aside by Li Xian. She staggered and steadied herself, then shouted angrily, "Li Xian." The shout was so loud and fierce that Li Xian raised his head in astonishment. In the next moment, a fierce slap landed on his face. The slap woke Li Xian up from his stupor. He stared blankly at Madame Wei. Madame Wei said word by word, "Do you think that if the Khitans and Turks used you as an excuse to invade the Tang dynasty, Empress Mother would view you as a thorn in her side and want to get rid of you as soon as possible. But in my opinion, this is a great benefit to us. Why don't you think about how old Empress Mother is now? Everyone in the world is still using your identity to make a fuss. What does this mean? This means that even though she has become the Empress, she has yet to win over the hearts of the people in the world. She has one foot in the grave. It is too late for her to win over the hearts of the people. She doesn't want the world to be in chaos after her death. She doesn't want the rebels and traitors to dig up her grave. She has to think carefully about who should the world be passed on to. Madame Wei walked step by step to the side of the despondent Li Xian. She grabbed his hand and said agitatedly, "Do you understand? Do you understand? Perhaps, this is the turning point for us." Li Xian said sluggishly, Is that so? Will Empress Mother really not vent her anger on me? Won't she send someone to execute me?" Madame Wei said, "Of course not. This news happened last winter. If Empress Mother wanted to kill you, would she have waited until now? It happened last winter." Li Xian was greatly relieved when he heard this. He mumbled to himself, "If that's the case, she probably won't vent her anger on me. Ah. Oh right, where did you get this news from? Is it reliable?" Madame Wei said, "Of course it's from Guo. We're trapped in this yellow bamboo ridge. We've become deaf and blind. We can forget about knowing what's going on outside. The children are also disappointing. Only Guo can walk around outside and gather information for us." Li Xian sighed, "That's right. Guo was born when you and I were escorted to Fangzhou. She's the princess of the Tang dynasty with golden branches and jade leaves. When she was born, she didn't even have a swaddling cloth. She could only be wrapped in your old clothes. Sigh. As her father, I've let her down. I didn't expect that you and I, husband and wife, would receive the most benefits from this daughter." While the husband and wife were reminiscing about the past, two shadows had already sneaked into Li Xian's residence. Yang Fan's prediction was not wrong. If one were to look closely at the residences around Li Xian's residence, they would notice that the layout of the residence was slightly different from other places. These residences surrounded Li Xian's family in the middle. This was the fourth line of defense. However, in any place, if the soldiers could not be rotated and only had a fixed number of people carrying out surveillance duties, it would be impossible for them to be as vigilant as they were in the beginning even after 15 to 16 years. Those young and strong soldiers of the past were now married and had children. Even their sons could roam the mountains and plains, set traps to catch roe deer, climb trees to catch bird eggs. However, these neighbors who were responsible for vigilance still brought a certain amount of trouble to Yang Fan and Madame Wei. This was because some of the families had dogs. Fortunately, Jiyu Zhuting was very experienced. The two of them carefully circled around for a while before they finally snuck into the Prince of Luling's mansion soundlessly and sneaked up to the bamboo building. There was light in the bamboo building. A sliver of light shone through the crack of the door. Jiyu Zhuting turned around and made a hand signal to Yang Fan. The two of them relaxed their footsteps and quietly walked over. The floor of the bamboo building was paved with bamboos. Even the slightest movement would produce a slight squeaking sound. Luckily, the rain had not stopped yet. The rainwater poured into the half-cut bamboo tube and made a tinkling sound, which perfectly covered the sound of their footsteps. When Yang Fan and Madame Wei arrived at the door, they halted their footsteps, turned around and made a hand signal to each other. Jiyu Zhuting suddenly pushed the bamboo door open, and Yang Fan dashed in like an arrow. The lingering fear in Li Xian's heart gradually disappeared. He was cuddling up with Madame Wei, reminiscing the past in a low voice. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed in like a whirlwind, startling the husband and wife. After all, Li Xian was a man, so he was relatively calm when facing such an unexpected event. However, Madame Wei was a woman. Encountering something like this, Madame Wei was even more afraid than Li Xian. She immediately let out a shrill scream and quickly hid behind Li Xian, clutching his clothes tightly. Before Li Xian could see Yang Fan's face clearly, he saw the blade on his waist. It was a strange blade that was long and narrow like a sword. Li Xian suddenly thought of a possibility, and his reflexive phobia of Wu Zetian broke out again. His legs trembled, and with a trembling voice, he asked, You, are you sent by Empress Mother to kill me? Chapter 785. Yang Fan had wanted to confirm this person's identity, but with Li Xian's question, Yang Fan immediately knew that this person was Li Xian. Yang Fan knew that his rash intrusion would frighten the owner of this room, but he didn't expect that it would frighten this former emperor to such an extent, as if he had seen a ghost. Yang Fan hurriedly bowed and said, This subject greets your highness by imperial edict. Here is a secret edict from His Majesty, asking Prince of Luling to. Yang Fan took out the neatly wrapped imperial edict from his bosom. Li Xian was like a rabbit that had been shot by an arrow, jumping up with a whoosh and hurriedly retreating 2 steps. Waving his hands, he said in a trembling voice, I won't look. I won't look. If you want to kill me, then kill me. This prince will not accept an imperial edict. Yang Fan laughed and cried as he stood there holding the imperial edict, not knowing how to explain for a moment. Jiyu Zhuting closed the door and flashed in. Seeing this scene, she hurriedly said, Your Highness, do not be alarmed. The imperial edict that we have come here on is definitely not to harm Your Highness. In this kind of situation, women had an advantage over men, especially beautiful women. Jiyu Zhuting was dressed in black with a sword at her waist, but the tight clothing accentuated her graceful curves, displaying the gentleness and beauty of a woman. Li Xian and his wife saw that it was a woman with a charming face and a graceful figure, and their fear was greatly reduced. Madame Wei forced herself to remain calm and stepped forward to ask, You have come on imperial edict, why are you like this? Yang Fan understood and said, This must be Princess Consort. Subject Yang Fan greets Your Highness. Subject has indeed come on imperial edict. As for why subject is stealthily trespassing, I ask Your Highness and Your Highness to look at the imperial edict first, then this subject will explain his difficulties. Madame Wei saw that he was respectful and courteous to her, and her timidity faded even further. She stretched out both hands and received the imperial edict. Only now did Yang Fan see Empress Wei's appearance clearly. He was both shocked by her youth and shocked by her beauty. He hadn't expected that this former holy empress would still be this beautiful. Under the light of the fire in the quiet room, her beauty was still faintly discernible, as if she was in her 20s. Madame Wei took over the secret edict, then slowly moved to one side. She untied the seal, took off the tube jacket, pulled down the lid, and slowly pulled out a yellow silk. Then, she unfolded it slowly under the light of the fireplace. Li Xian stood by her side, looking as if he wanted to look but didn't dare to. Madame Wei read through the secret edict carefully. Her eyebrows twitched at first, then her eyes narrowed. She read it again, word by word, as if she wanted to swallow them into her stomach and chew them over and over again. After a long while, she slowly raised her head, her serious and pretty face was reflected in the red firelight. She asked word by word, Mother wants you to escort Prince back to the capital city secretly. Yang Fan corrected her, It's the Emperor. Li Xian had been the Emperor for 36 days before he was kicked out by his mother and replaced by his younger brother, Li Dan, while he was kicked off to Fangzhou to be imprisoned. He couldn't make it in time for Wu Zetian's ascension to the throne. His family was trapped in this yellow bamboo ridge, living a secluded life. They were still used to calling Wu Zetian Mother Empress. With Yang Fan's reminder, Madame Wei reacted. She hurriedly said, Yes. It's the current Holy Lord. The Holy Lord wants you to escort Prince back to the capital secretly. Yang Fan said, Yes. This is the mission of this lowly subject. Li Xian said in panic, Mother Empress, why does Mother Empress want you to escort me back to the capital secretly? I won't go. Even if I die, I want to be with my family. I won't go with you. Yang Fan's brows furrowed. Why was this Prince of Luling so timid? Madame Wei turned her head and gave her husband a fierce glare. However, in front of Yang Fan and Jiyu Zhuting, she couldn't speak rudely to her husband. Nevertheless, her tone was filled with reproach as she said, Prince, don't always think about death. If Mother Empress wanted to kill you, these 2 guards would have already done it. Why would they still escort you back to the capital secretly? When she finished, Madame Wei turned to Yang Fan and said with an apologetic smile, Prince was not like this before. All these years, Prince has been living in seclusion in the mountains, and often heard some rumors that he shouldn't have heard. He has been paranoid, and as time goes by, he has become ill at ease. Young Fan bowed slightly but didn't answer. As if she suddenly thought of something, Madame Wei quickly walked to the corner of the room, picked up 2 stools, and brought them to the center of the room. She greeted Young Fan and Jiu Zhuting politely. Come, you must be tired from the long journey. Quickly sit down and talk. I am ashamed to say that this is a prince's mansion, but the shabbiness of this cold room is even worse than an ordinary village residence. I have neglected you. At first, Yang Fan and Jiu Zhuting did not know what she was going to do, but now they knew that she was going to bring them stools. No matter how down she was, after all, the empress of the Tang dynasty and now the princess consort. Yang Fan and Jiu Zhuting hurriedly took the stools, expressed their gratitude, and sat down. The bamboo room was empty and filled with miscellaneous things, so they couldn't tell who was sitting first. Therefore, they could only sit across from Prince of Luling and the princess consort. After they sat down, Madame Wei said politely, since Mother Empress has issued an imperial edict, Prince naturally has to follow it. It's just that Prince has been living on this yellow bamboo ridge for 15 years and is isolated from the outside world. You haven't seen Mother Empress for many years. I wonder what Mother Empress is planning by secretly summoning Prince back to the capital this time. Please explain it to the Celestial Ambassador so that Prince can be prepared, lest he acts abruptly and displeases Mother Empress. Wu Zetian only needed to issue an imperial edict to summon Prince of Luling back to the capital. That would be a true order to summon Prince of Luling back to the capital. It was impossible to write down the decision that had not been announced to the public yet. Even though Madame Wei had already guessed this, the more it was so, the more she didn't dare to believe it. Because she had been looking forward to it too many times and had been disappointed too many times. Yang Fan hesitated. Madame Wei hurriedly said, this imperial edict says that Prince is to go to the capital secretly, but Prince is not free in Yellow Bamboo Ridge. As for how to leave and how to keep it a secret, you still have to discuss with the 2 celestial ambassadors. We don't dare to make things difficult for the celestial ambassador. As long as you say something that we husband and wife can know, it will be fine. No matter what, we husband and wife will be eternally grateful. This matter required the cooperation of Li Xian and his wife. Of course, they had to be informed of the current situation. Yang Fan purposely acted like this because he didn't want to leave the impression that this legendary prince, who had changed from crown prince to emperor, from emperor to prince, from prince to crown prince, could not speak and act cautiously. When Madame Wei finished speaking, Yang Fan bowed and said, I don't dare. Princess consort is too polite. This subject was just about to tell Prince and Princess about His Majesty's instructions. Li Xian no longer cared about stuffing firewood into the stove. His old legs no longer seemed to be in so much pain. He impatiently stared at Yang Fan, like a primary school student who was all ears to listen. Yang Fan first briefly explained the chaos between the Khitans and the Turks. Then he mentioned that the Empress was getting old, missed her son, and hoped to bring the Prince of Luling back to the capital to reunite with him. He didn't clearly point out that the Empress intended to make the Prince of Luling the crown prince. After all, this was something that wasn't clearly stated in the imperial edict. But this way, the 2 matters became completely unrelated. When Yang Fan brought up the previous matter, it was very abrupt. When Li Xian and his wife heard this, they naturally understood the meaning behind it. For a moment, the husband and wife were pleasantly surprised. They sat there, not knowing what to do. Li Xian composed himself and his thoughts became clearer. Only then did he ask in confusion, if the Empress wants to see me, she can just send an edict to summon me back to the capital. Now, she has sent a secret edict and even asked for 2 angels to secretly receive me. Why is this? Yang Fan thought for a moment. There were some matters that even if everyone knew about, it was not good to say them out loud. He had to think carefully about how to phrase them. Yang Fan thought for a moment before slowly saying, there will always be some people in the court who do not wish to see Prince and His Majesty reunite, and these people just happen to hold many positions in the military. His Majesty is worried that once the news of Prince's return to the capital gets out, there will be people who will act against Prince. Once the news gets out, it will be impossible to guard against adverse actions against Prince. Does Prince and Princess understand what this subject is saying? Li Xian and his wife naturally understood. The so-called some people were naturally members of the Wu clan. The troops guarding them at Yellow Bamboo Ridge belonged to the Wu clan. Every year, the Wu clan would send people to inspect this place. During and after each inspection, the days of their family would be the most difficult. Their hatred and fear of the Wu clan had been engraved in their bones. Li Xian and his wife silently nodded. Yang Fan sighed and said, "Thus, this subject snuck in late at night to seek an audience with Prince. This subject wishes to have a good discussion with Prince on how to smoothly take Prince away without being discovered by the people guarding Prince. At the very least, we cannot let them discover us quickly. This way, Prince's trip will be safer." Li Xian was so excited that his lips trembled. "How many people did you bring?" Yang Fan said, "In order to keep it a secret, we did not bring too many people, but they are all elite soldiers. We took 20 people from the 100 cavalry and the inner guards. Including the two of us, we have 22 people in total." Li Xian frowned and said somewhat discontentedly, "Only 22 people? How is that enough?" Madame Wei sat at the side with her brows tightly knitted and did not speak. Li Xian was concerned about his safety, and Madame Wei had already started to think about how to sneak Li Xian out without being discovered. She looked down on this useless husband of hers, but she was also very clear that whether or not she could make a comeback completely depended on her husband, because he was a prince. If the current crown prince had already been abandoned by the empress, then her husband would be the first in line to inherit the throne of Li Tang's imperial clan. Madame Wei thought for a long time, then said slowly, "They often check on Prince's whereabouts. It is impossible to hide from them forever. But, if we can hide it for 5 to 6 days, I still have some confidence." "But, if it is 5 to 6 days, is it possible?" Yang Fan thought for a while and said, 5 to 6 days, we should be able to cover half of the distance. By that time, when they discover us, the time they can use to deal with us will be very short. If Princess can't buy more time, then, let's try our best to buy 5 to 6 days. Madame Wei raised her brows and said resolutely, "All right. Then let's do it. Tomorrow morning, I will ask Prince to pretend to be sick, pretending to be infected. This way, they will be too lazy to come and check on him. I estimate that it is possible to buy 5 to 6 days." Yang Fan asked worriedly, "Won't they find a doctor to treat Prince?" Madame Wei smiled and said, "They can't wait for Prince to die as soon as possible. Every time they send someone to patrol, they will try their best to threaten Prince, hoping that Prince will kill himself as soon as possible. Luckily, Prince has a strong and unwavering temperament. Otherwise, they would have fulfilled their wish long ago. Will they find a doctor to treat Prince? Absolutely not." Chapter 786. Yang Fan said, "If that's the case, this plan is very feasible. If Your Highness wants to pretend to be sick, we have to let them see that Your Highness is sick to dispel their suspicions. Then, at the earliest, we can only take action the day after tomorrow, right?" Madame Wei said, "Correct. If everything goes well, it will be the day after tomorrow. If things don't go well, it may have to be delayed. It is too dangerous for you to sneak in here. Once they find out, it will be hard to avoid falling short of success. Therefore, from now on, before we take His Highness away, don't take the risk to come here again. If everything goes well here, I will hang a red bedsheet in front of the building. You will be able to see it clearly from the bamboo forest in the distance. If you see this red bedsheet, you must make preparations to take His Highness away tonight." Hearing this, Yang Fan was filled with deep veneration. This Empress Wei, who had been trapped in Huangzhuling and lived the life of a village woman for more than 10 years, was still able to maintain such a mind and imposing manner. It was truly rare. Uneasily, Li Xian asked, "Wife, aren't you and the children coming with me?" Perhaps in front of the most powerful and callous mother in the world, this former member of the royal family had lost his pride, his courage, and his self-confidence. But because of this, he cherished his family even more. It was often said that there was no family love in the imperial family. However, this son of heaven, after losing everything, had only family love, the family love that came from his wife and children. How could he not cherish it? With a hint of joy in her eyes, Madame Wei held his hand tightly and said softly, "Lang Jun, follow the two angels back to the capital first. The most important thing is your safety. As long as you can safely reach the capital, we can leave easily. At that time, no one will make things difficult for us." Li Xian opened his mouth, speechless, and nodded. Seeing this, Yang Fan stood up and said, "In that case, this subject will take his leave. After returning, this subject still needs to make some careful arrangements so that we can immediately return to the capital after taking His Highness away." Hearing this, Madame Wei hurriedly stood up and bowed to him, saying, "Everything, I will leave it to the two angels." Li Xian and his wife escorted Yang Fan and his wife to the door. The rain was still falling, but the husband and wife didn't open an umbrella. They stood under the curtain of rain, foolishly watching the two's figures quietly disappear into the night, their eyes filled with hope. Li Xian and his wife only returned to their room when they could no longer be seen. As soon as he returned to his room, Li Xian excitedly hugged Madame Wei, crying in joy, "Imperial Mother has forgiven me. Imperial Mother has allowed me to return to the capital. My wife, the bitterness is over and the sweetness is here. We finally have a way to live." Madame Wei was also very excited. She hugged her husband tightly. Husband and wife hugged for a long time before Madame Wei calmed down. She pulled Li Xian to sit beside the stove. As she added firewood to the dying stove, she warned, "Lang Jun, when you return to the capital, you must be very careful. You must not show any sign of resentment. Whatever Imperial Mother asks, you must answer. You must not carelessly express your opinions. You must pay your respects to Imperial Mother every day. Your attitude must be respectful, and your words and actions must not show the slightest disrespect. You must not even slack off in your heart. Imperial Mother is not so easily deceived. No matter what you think in your heart, you must always remember to tell yourself that Imperial Mother is someone who can let you live and also let you die. In the future, whether you will ascend to the throne of supremacy and become an emperor or once more become a prisoner, it all depends on a single thought of Imperial Mother. Also, Lang Jun can only get close to the people of the Wu clan, not alienate them. Moreover, you must not show the slightest hatred or dissatisfaction. We have missed each other before, so we absolutely cannot make the same mistake again. Whether we are close to or distant from the Wu clan will determine whether our path is right or wrong. If I am not wrong, it is precisely because the Prince of Xiong and the Wu clan have reached an irreconcilable point that you have the opportunity to return to the capital. If this was not the case, Imperial Mother would not have gone to such great lengths to transfer you back. Because in Imperial Mother's heart, you are actually no different from the Prince of Xiong. You are not a son, nor are you a son who is closer to her. You are merely a necessary successor, so that she can live in the imperial court and die as a sacrifice in the imperial ancestral temple, so that she can continue to feed on blood and pass on her legacy. Li Xian nodded his head repeatedly, firmly engraving Madame Wei's words in his heart. Madame Wei glanced at him and couldn't help but feel a sense of disgust because of his incompetence. But in the next moment, this feeling was replaced by a helpless sadness. She lightly held Li Xian's hand and faintly said, "It is also my fault. I should not have forced you to appoint my father as Prime Minister, causing our family to fall into such a state." Li Xian held her hand and softly said, "This is not your fault. I was too impatient. Imperial Mother held great power, and even if I became emperor, I would only be a puppet. If I wanted to seize back the imperial power, I could only place father-in-law in important positions and use the power of the Wei clan to reorganize my faction. Alas, in the end, Imperial Mother was still a level more skilled." Madame Wei couldn't help but feel moved by these words. Li Xian was quiet for a few moments, then gave a self-deprecating laugh and comforted himself, "Let's not talk about this. Haha, even if I had been as careful as the Prince of Xiong and never made a mistake, so what? If that was the case, the one imprisoned in the Eastern Palace today would not be the Prince of Xiong, but me. What difference would there be between the two? Madame Wei's eyes became moist. She lightly hugged Li Xian and whispered, Let's not talk about this anymore. No matter what, our bitterness has finally come to an end. We should be happy, Li Xian cheerfully said. That's right. The bitter days have finally come to an end. He lightly caressed his wife's soft shoulder and emotionally said, Wife, it's all thanks to you these past few years. If not for you, I might have been unable to hold on and killed myself long ago. You are the daughter of a noble family. If you had not married me, you would have lived a carefree life of riches and honor. But because of me, you have suffered so much. Today, I, Li Xian, swear to the heavens and the gods that if there comes a day when I, Li Xian, ascend to the throne once more, there will be no restraints between me and my wife. Everything will be yours, husband. Although Madame Wei sometimes hated her husband for implicating her, sometimes loathed her husband's weakness and incompetence, they were still husband and wife who depended on each other for survival. When she heard Li Xian reveal his true feelings, Madame Wei couldn't help but feel agitated. She tightly hugged Li Xian and choked with sobs. The husband and wife embraced each other for a long time. Only then did Li Xian lightly pat her shoulder and warmly smile, saying, Go to sleep. Tomorrow morning, we still have to deal with the soldiers. Let's recover our energy first. Madame Wei lightly nodded and released his embrace. Wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes, she quietly walked to the bedroom on the other side. In these past few years, Li Xian had lived in fear, day and night, suffering from mental torment. He was both mentally and physically exhausted, and before he was even 50, he had become impotent. The two had been sleeping in separate rooms for 4 or 5 years now. Yang Fan and Jiyu Zhuting returned to Huangzhou town in the middle of the night. This time, he didn't wake up early in the morning before everyone else in town. Instead, he slept for a long time to replenish his energy. When the cavalrymen and internal guards, who would come to the town in batches every day, saw the irregular symbol he had drawn on the wall of the inn, they knew that the matter had taken shape. They immediately returned to inform their companions who hadn't come to town today and began to adapt. In advance, Yang Fan had devised a few plans, each one corresponding to a symbol. One plan was to follow the method he had used to leave Luoyang. After fetching the Queen of Luling, they would meet up with the circus in Fangling and use them as a cover to quietly return to the capital. However, this plan had already been abandoned because the garrison of Huangzhou Ling was too strict with the Prince of Luling. Consort Wei said that she could hide the news of the Prince of Luling's departure for 5 to 6 days at most. Considering that some unexpected events might shorten this time, it was impossible to secretly return to the capital in disguise. Of the remaining plans, Yang Fan chose the most direct one. Once he fetched the Prince of Luling, he would immediately escort him to Luoyang at full speed. In this way, they would travel day and night, and in 5 to 6 days, they would be able to cover at least half of the distance. Even if the garrison of Huangzhou Ling discovered that the Prince of Luling had disappeared and sent a messenger pigeon or some other means of communication to the capital to send people to intercept him, the other party wouldn't be able to make any more arrangements. If they were lucky, he might already appear in the palace with the Prince of Luling before the two sides even met. Only when it was close to noon did Yang Fan stealthily make his way to Huangzhou Ling. Today, he had only gone up the mountain to see if the Princess of Luling had sent a signal. He only needed one person to go. It would have been the same if he had sent Jiyu Zhuting, but Yang Fan used the important matter and had to see it with his own eyes as an excuse and snatched this task. There was still a young girl with a pitiful background waiting for him on the mountain. Yang Fan had already promised to take her out of the fiery pit, so he had to go see her today and make some arrangements for her. Yang Fan easily snuck into Huangzhou Ling and first circled around to a place where he could observe the residence of the Prince of Luling. At first glance, he saw a red bedsheet in the courtyard. Perhaps fearing that he wouldn't see it, Madame Wei had specially tied a rope between the two bamboo buildings. The red bedsheet was draped over the rope, making it look like a bright flag. It's done. Yang Fan clasped his fist and took another careful look. After confirming that there was no mistake, he excitedly rushed to the spring. That was the place he had agreed to meet Zhu Cai. Today, Zhu Cai was wearing a multicolored dress. The dress was as shabby as ever, and it even seemed a little loose. Perhaps it was someone else's dress, but from the quality, the embroidery, and the style, one could still see how expensive and gorgeous this dress had once been. Ju Cai walked back and forth by the spring, occasionally startling the fluttering butterflies in the grass and flowers. Why isn't he here yet? Ju Cai looked at the sky and vexedly threw a stone into the calm lake, stirring up ripples. It's already so late, and he still hasn't come. It looks like he won't come again. Ju Cai sat down dejectedly by the lake, regret and disappointment gnawing at her heart like a poisonous snake. I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. I've seen so many people on this mountain, and none of them would give you any benefits for no reason, not to mention that he's a cultivator who doesn't care about worldly affairs. I should have given up everything and firmly bound his heart so that he wouldn't abandon me. Ju Cai looked at the beautiful face in the lake, which didn't seem to belong to a mortal woman, and in her self-reproach, tears of pain unknowingly crept up her cheeks. They gently slid down her cheeks, down her sharp chin, and fell into the clear lake water. She had originally thought that her rough life was the greatest pain in the world, but now she realized that the greatest pain was when someone gave you hope, only to cruelly take it away. Ju Cai. In her daze, she seemed to hear young Fan's call again, and this call was like a needle stabbing into her heart. No. It seems to be real. Hearing the call getting clearer and clearer, Ju Cai suddenly quivered and turned around in surprise. Chapter 787. Brother Qiao. Ju Cai was like a happy little magpie as she dove into young Fan's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her smiling face was streaked with tears. A pair of soft little pigeons clung tightly to young Fan's chest, and the heart inside was beating rapidly. Young Fan saw the tears of joy in her eyes and didn't have time to react to her passionate embrace. What is it? I thought. Brother Qiao wouldn't come again. Ju Cai pursed her lips and spoke in a nasally, cute voice. Her eyes were still glistening with tears as she smiled. I was the one who scared myself. Brother Qiao didn't lie to me. Young Fan found it a bit funny as he helplessly shook his head. Without a trace, he untied the pair of soft jade-like arms around his neck and said, I was just delayed by some matters. How could I not come when I promised you? Ju Cai nodded happily like a chick pecking at rice. Brother Qiao, you said you could take me away in a day or two. It's already been a day. Can I leave with you today or tomorrow? Ju Cai was a little excited, but also a little worried and terrified. Her pair of enchanting eyes stared unblinkingly at young Fan, hoping to hear a satisfactory answer from his mouth. Young Fan's eyes flashed. Before he could speak, Ju Cai lowered her head again and said timidly, Uncle has failed time and time again and is getting angry from embarrassment. He said he wanted to betroth me to someone. That man is a cook in the village. He looks like a butcher. He's fat and fierce. He used to have a woman, but he beat her to death when he was drunk. I'm scared. I'm really scared. Ju Cai wrapped the belt around her slender fingers as she spoke timidly. She didn't notice that young Fan was already nodding. Young Fan said, I came here today to ask you if you can come out tonight. Ju Cai suddenly raised her head, her eyes widening nervously as she asked, Brother Qiao, you mean? Young Fan said, I want to bring you down the mountain tonight. Ju Cai's mouth was slightly open for a long time before she suddenly cried out happily, Yes, of course, I'll stay here tonight. I'll wait for Brother Qiao to take me away. Young Fan heaved a sigh of relief and smiled, It's good that you can come out. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to go out when the time comes. Ju Cai curled her lips and said, They don't care if I live or die, I can sneak out. She threw herself into young Fan's arms again. Brother Qiao, you're the best. You're my savior for life. Young Fan felt slightly uncomfortable. He wasn't used to such intimacy and was about to gently push her away when Ju Cai suddenly let go of him and said urgently, Brother Qiao, we're leaving tonight. Can you stop looking for the bamboo treasure for now? Young Fan thought to himself, I've already found the bamboo treasure I'm looking for. There's nothing else I want in this bamboo forest. Seeing him nod, Ju Cai was overjoyed. She grabbed his hand and said, "Brother Qiao, come with me." Zhu Xiaoya began to run through the bamboo forest, and Yang Fan, who was being pulled by her, involuntarily followed behind her. Not long after, they came to a place where there was a cliff that was half the height of a person. There were many vines hanging down from the cliff, intertwining into a green net that hung all the way to the ground. Zhu Xiaoya let go of Yang Fan's hand and spun around. As she spun, her large skirt opened up like 5 colored petals, revealing a pair of jade-like calves. Zhu Xiaoya panted and her eyes lit up. "Brother Qiao, come in and see. This is my little house." Zhu Xiaoya parted the vines and crawled in. Yang Fan curiously followed her in. The top of the rock was about the height of a person, so it was not difficult to stand on it. It was about 7 feet deep, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of bamboo branches and soft grass. It was like a big bed. Zhu Xiaoya's legs moved together and she jumped happily. Her skirt rose and fell again. When it fell, she was already happily sitting on the soft grass bed. The 7-colored skirt spread out around her. The grass was like lotus leaves and the skirt was like lotus flowers. She sat in the middle like the pistil of a flower. "Brother Qiao, come." Zhu Xiaoya smiled and patted the soft grass bed. Yang Fan sat down on the side of the bed and smelled the natural fragrance of the grass. He smiled and looked around. "Not bad, just like what we cultivators call a paradise. I didn't think that there would be such a place in Huangzhou Ling. Moreover, there is a beautiful fairy in this blessed enclave." Yang Fan turned around and smiled at Zhu Xiaoya touched her face and said happily, "Brother Qiao, am I really beautiful?" She knew that she was beautiful. She knew it since she was young, and as she grew into a young girl, she understood this even more. It wasn't like she didn't see the lustful gazes of the men in the village. But she didn't know just how beautiful she was. This was an isolated mountain village. How beautiful could a village girl be? It was said that there were many beauties in Chang'an and Luoyang. Beauties from all over the world would gather there, whether they were willing or not. Brother Marchiao was someone who had seen the world and was a cultivator with a strong will. Zhu Xiaoya didn't have the confidence that her beauty would be able to charm him. Hearing Yang Fan say this, Zhu Xiaoya was very happy and her confidence increased. But she still lowered her head shyly and rolled up her clothes. She pretended to be shy and said, "That's not it. Brother Qiao has seen many things and must have seen many beautiful women. How am I compared to them?" Yang Fan smiled. "Indeed, there are many beautiful women in the world. Especially in the big cities, there are many beauties and they know how to dress. Many times, a person who looks like a goddess will become a horrible sight once they take off their makeup. So to see if a woman is truly beautiful, you can only know after she takes off her makeup." Zhu Xiaoya bit her thin lips and thought for a moment. Then she suddenly crawled towards Yang Fan. An extremely beautiful girl was like a wild and untamed raccoon in a wild cave with hanging vines. She was like a wild and untamed raccoon, twisting her perky buttocks as she climbed toward a man with an enchanting elegance. What kind of feeling was that? Yang Fan's heart couldn't help but beat faster. He wasn't a saint. When a type of beauty reached its peak, his heart would also be moved. Then, "Brother Qiao, can you see if I have makeup on?" So close, her breath was like orchids and her nose was like goose fat. When she spoke, he could even see her sparrow-like red tongue. Yang Fan looked at her delicate skin, so smooth that it seemed to be able to reflect his own shadow. "No, of course not. I rarely praise a woman's beauty, but I have to admit that you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. How can a person be so beautiful?" A hint of pride flashed across Zhu Xiaoya's eyes. She covered her mouth with her hand and giggled. The ancients said that a woman's lack of talent is virtue. And the first virtue of a woman is her appearance. This little girl must be too lacking in virtue, that's why I was born. Zhu Xiaoya giggled and Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh as well. Zhu Xiaoya smiled. The smile on her face was like a ripple in the water, slowly fading away. Then, she slowly calmed down. Her black gem-like eyes became brighter and brighter. "Big Brother Qiao, Zhu Xiaoya, likes you. Yang Fan's eyebrows rose. What entered his eyes was a small pink mouth. A soft and light mouth gently kissed his. Yang Fan's body froze. "Ju Cai, we can't," Yang Fan refused, but his tone was not firm. This was a place that could easily bring out one's true nature. With such a beautiful person, it was hard for people to not have any desires. "Why not? I can see that Brother Qiao likes me, and I also like Brother Qiao." Liking doesn't mean you have to possess. Yang Fan did not finish his sentence. This time, Ju Cai was like a nimble kitten, pouncing on a skylark that was pecking at its feathers. Her body was very soft, but it was enough to push Yang Fan down, throwing him onto the soft and bouncy bed of grass. "Brother Qiao, take me," Ju Cai whispered in Yang Fan's ear, her trembling voice causing Yang Fan's blood to pump even faster. I am still a virgin, but if I stay on this mountain, I don't know how long I can stay. Brother Qiao, you are willing to take me away. You are not only saving this servant's body, but also this servant's heart. This servant is willing to serve brother for the rest of my life. I am willing to be a servant or a servant." Ju Cai hugged Yang Fan tightly, muttering intimately as she tore at his clothes. Yang Fan had always believed that men were the ones who took the initiative. He had never thought that he would encounter such a situation, where he would be in a situation where he was reluctant to give in, but, facing such a beautiful girl, he really couldn't hold on to his will. Ju Cai boldly took off his clothes as she shyly buried her jade-like face into his chest. Yang Fan did not notice that there was a seductive smile on Ju Cai's face. There was a trace of slyness hidden in her eyes, the slyness of a prey that had fallen into her trap. She was still worried, even though she could see that Yang Fan's promise was sincere. But it was said that women's hearts were fickle, and men were the same. One moment, they could sweat and bleed for you, the next moment, they could change their minds and heartlessly deny any promise they made to you. She had enough of this Huang Zhuling. She had enough of this life. She wanted to leave. She wanted to jump out of this little world and jump into a bigger, more exciting space. But what did she have? Born in a wealthy family, with the support of their fathers, they could live a carefree life. Courageous and strong, they could enlist in the army and use their military merits to earn a better life. Studying hard, even if they could not pass the imperial examinations, they could still become officials. All of this was the path of a man. She was a woman, so what did she have? The heavens had only bestowed upon her an incomparably beautiful appearance and a snow-white body. These were her only assets. She wanted to change her way of living, so she wanted to invest her only capital into the man who could change her life. A breeze blew, causing the vines to sway, like a green net. A naked white goat was like a fish in the net. The fish in the net wanted to use its carefully woven net to capture the man's heart. The wind blew, the net swayed, and the straw bed was like a boat. Chapter 788. Tonight, there were only stars but no moon. When one raised their head, they could see the dazzling stars in the sky, as if they could pluck one with just a stretch of their hand. At this moment, Yang Fan had plucked one. Tonight, he had plucked the brightest star in the yellow bamboo ridge. A cool breeze blew, cooling the bamboo mountain in the night. The bamboo forest in the distance formed a patch of sparse shadows under the starlight. It was like a landscape painting that was painted with ink. The only difference was that this painting could move. Every time the wind blew, it would sway in a style unique to midnight. Perhaps, if the moonlight was like a veil, this scene would be even more enchanting, but this kind of scenery wasn't bad either. For perceptive people, it had a tranquility that penetrated the heart. However, Yang Fan had no time to appreciate this scenery, let alone compare day and night, rain and snow, starlight and moonlight to see what kind of different style this yellow bamboo ridge would have. At this moment, he was supporting Prince of Luling, Li Xian, as they trudged along the rugged mountain path. Clap clap clap. Beside him, Jiyu Zhuting clapped her hands 3 times, and several figures immediately leaped out of the bamboo forest in front. Lieutenant Yang, Jiao Ying and Lan Yiqing, who were walking in front, hurried over. Yang Fan said, "This is Prince of Luling." The 2 women immediately stopped and saluted together with the cavalryman behind them. "This humble subject greets Prince of Luling." Prince of Luling's face was filled with excitement. He nervously nodded and wanted to say, "Dispense with the formalities," but his throat was a little choked and he couldn't say anything. Young Fan said, "Protect His Highness." Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing immediately stepped forward and took Prince of Luling from Young Fan's hands, one on the left and one on the right. Jiu Zhuting whispered into Young Fan's ear, "Ah Lang, can we start the fire now?" Young Fan said to her in a low voice, "Not now, I still have something to do. Take His Highness to hide under the walls of the stronghold. After I finish my business here, I will send out the signal to attack. When the stronghold is on fire, you will protect His Highness down the mountain. Everything will go according to plan, I will chase after you." Somewhat astonished, Jiu Zhuting wondered what else Young Fan had not done. However, under such circumstances, she was unable to ask any questions, so she could only nod and take the lead. Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing supported the Prince of Luling and followed closely behind her while the other 100 cavalrymen spread out to stand guard around them. With a series of rustling footsteps, the group disappeared into the bamboo forest up ahead. Seeing that they had already left, Young Fan immediately dashed into the bamboo thicket. He still had to bring Zhu Cai to the spring. Thinking of Zhu Cai, he recalled the passionate and charming scene in the wisteria cave. His mind suddenly felt like a bamboo forest shrouded in a thin layer of mist, faintly discernible. There were always some things that he wanted to capture that he could not. She easily got rid of the clothes that were one size larger than her. Then, like a snake that had shed its skin, she wriggled her fresh, tender, pink, beautiful, and flawless body in his arms. She was as gentle as a cat and as cute as a rabbit. Her small snow-white breasts were like jade bowls, perfectly inlaid on her youthful body that exuded boundless temptation. She was so passionate that there was even a hint of worship in her expression, like a little slave girl who had infinite admiration for her master. She was trying her best to please him and make him feel as if he was in the clouds. When his consciousness returned to his body, he saw a waterfall of black hair draped over his crotch, and a pretty face that was as pure as a flower's pistil was hidden in that waterfall of black hair. A warm and moist feeling continuously assaulted his heart, causing him to involuntarily tighten the muscles on his buttocks, which were as hard as iron. A tender and beautiful little face, a small tongue sucking, and a soft and beautiful line of lips conveyed a kind of yellow and tender spring feeling between the inhalation and exhalation. Pure and charming, tender and delicate, it formed the most impactful picture. Young Fan was a little confused by her technique. An inexperienced girl might understand these things, but he could only feel soft and beautiful lips, a nimble tongue, and a warm mouth. There was not the slightest sound of teeth chattering. Could this also be a kind of instinct? But he didn't have time to think too much about it. Bursts of pleasure disintegrated his mind, and the beautiful face and the incomparably seductive movements produced a strong impact, destroying his will until he couldn't bear it anymore. Other than releasing, he still wanted to release, so he turned the tables on her. Her petite and exquisite body was turned into a crescent moon by him. Her smooth, white, and tender buttocks glowed with a hazy, warm, and flirtatious light. Her astonishingly thin waist was like a small bridge on the flowing water. With a graceful and smooth curve, it led a man's desire to the other side of the heaven. Young Fan walked on the road to heaven without hesitation, and tried his best to send his body and even his soul into the world of bliss. Until he was in a state of contentment, he heavily pressed on that tender and beautiful body. That body looked so weak that it couldn't even stand a gust of wind, but it was like a tube of flexible bamboo. Even a slight breeze could make it sway, but no matter how strong the storm was, it could still silently endure it. When Young Fan released his impulse, he felt pity for the fairer sex. He felt some regret. Regret that he shouldn't have accepted her. What had happened already happened, and he had always disdained meaningless regrets. He only regretted that he shouldn't have been so reckless. After all, she was still a young girl who had just experienced the world, so how could she withstand his torrential assault? Fortunately, she gently lay on the extremely elastic grass bed, panting. Her red face and eyes were slightly narrowed, like a cat that had just eaten its fill. There was not a trace of pain on her face. Young Fan remembered that a man should take pity on a woman, so he wanted to do something gentle to remedy the situation. But he discovered that there was not a single trace of blood on the meadow. When he asked about it, Zhu Cai's face was blank. She covered her rosy body with her clothes and looked in confusion at the meadow. Then she looked at young Fan and muttered to herself, "Why isn't there any?" Tears flowed out like a spring. Ju Cai cried very sadly. She tightly gripped young Fan's hand and said in fear, "Brother Qiao, I don't know, I really don't know why. I only have you as a man, I didn't lie to you, I really didn't," she cried sorrowfully. Her thin lips were bleeding from her neat white teeth, but she didn't even notice. Young Fan's heart softened. He didn't want to pursue this matter anymore. When he was in Nanyang, he knew that there were some young girls who worked from a young age, climbing trees and picking coconuts. Indeed, even their first night would not necessarily be witnessed by blood. He didn't understand why, but he had heard the Nanyang girls talk about this before. Since Ju Cai lived on this mountain, she must have done a lot of climbing since she was young, so this did not prove anything. Furthermore, since he had taken her body, he naturally had to give her an explanation. He had already decided to bring this girl into the Yang family. Perhaps he was still infatuated with this girl's beauty and body, and had not developed any feelings of love. But since he had taken her body, he had to do his part as a man. When taking a concubine, no one cared about what a concubine had done in the past. There was no lack of nobles and celebrities in the capital who would take in a famous courtesan and make her their most beloved concubine. Young Fan would not care too much about a concubine's past. With her incomparable beauty, it was very easy for a man to become more tolerant and tolerant. Young Fan was just a little displeased. He was displeased by her deception. However, young Fan could not be sure that she was lying. Her tears, her sorrowful eyes, and the painful expression on her face when she bit her lips, all of these made young Fan's suspicions disappear. He could not believe that this expression was fake. She was only a 16-year-old girl, how could she have such exquisite acting skills? But once suspicions were born, it was not so easy to get rid of them. Ju Cai's sorrowful, and heartbroken tears had once washed away the suspicions in his heart, but now that they were heading towards the meeting place, the doubts that had dispersed quietly returned like dark clouds. Her previous initiative, her performance, and the fact that she did not bleed afterwards, all of these suspicious points made young Fan unable to get rid of them. However, this kind of experience could not be used as a basis to make a conclusive judgment. Young Fan had already thought of a possibility. If she was really hiding it, if she was lying, then thinking about the situation she had told him before, perhaps, she had lied before. With her peerless beauty and the fact that she had lost the protection of her parents, it would not be easy for her to protect herself. Perhaps she had been bullied before. If that was the case, she would have been so angry when she found out that he had taken advantage of her while she was unconscious. That was why she had wanted to smash him to death so decisively. This kind of extreme reaction seemed to make sense. Thinking of this, young Fan decided that even if his guess was true, he would not expose it. It was not her fault, but her misfortune. He had to forgive her and accept her. No matter how unbearable it was all in the past. In the future, with him, this misfortune would never happen again. Young Fan rushed to the mouth of the spring. After calling out softly, Ju Cai jumped out of the grass like a startled rabbit and threw herself into his arms. "Older brother Qiao, you're finally here. I was so scared, I've never been hiding here so late at night." Having put down the knot in his heart, young Fan smiled softly and stroked her hair. He said in a low voice, "Did your family notice?" Ju Cai replied in a cute nasal voice and nodded in his arms. "No, I snuck out while they were asleep." Young Fan said with relief, "That's good. This is not a place to stay for long. Let's go." "Okay." Ju Cai happily agreed before realizing something was wrong. "Older brother Qiao, this is not the direction to go down the mountain." Young Fan said, "I know, I still have something to do. Come with me." Young Fan pulled the confused Ju Cai to a protruding rock and said to her, "Wait for me here." After saying that, young Fan leaped onto the rock and took out a match from his bosom. He pulled out the stopper and blew it hard. The match emitted a flame. Young Fan immediately raised it and waved it in a big circle in the direction of the dark village. He waved it 3 times in a row. In a flash, a red circle also appeared in the village and waved 3 times in his direction. Young Fan put away the match and jumped down from the rock. Holding Ju Cai's soft hand, he said in a low voice, "Come, follow me down the mountain." When Young Fan was halfway down the mountain path, a house in the village suddenly burst into flames. The flames quickly lit up the sky. Ju Cia turned her head and realized, so he had helpers. Starting the fire was to attract the attention of the guards so they could escape the mountain. She was pulled by Young Fan as they ran. Her eyes flickered as she looked at the fire and the commotion in the village. She silently said goodbye in her heart. "I'm sorry. Father, Mother, I'm leaving. I don't want to live in a place like this. I want to change my way of living. I'm leaving, forever, forever." Chapter 789. There's a fire, there's a fire. A soldier standing on top of a bamboo building suddenly saw the fire in the village and hurriedly ran to the side of the bamboo building, tiptoeing to look into the distance. A soldier on another bamboo building 100 paces away had also lost his spear. Because he couldn't see clearly from the angle, he climbed up the fence of the bamboo building and hugged a pillar with one hand, peering into the village. After guarding the mountain for 16 years, no matter how disciplined or vigilant the soldiers were, they would slack off. Moreover, some of these soldiers were already the second generation and had grown up on this mountain. "Ha! Whose house is on fire? Ha! Look at the fire. It's over, it's over. It's definitely going to burn to the ground. If the building is gone, we can just chop some bamboo to rebuild it. The jars and jars at home have all been burned, so we'll have to buy new ones. How tragic." The soldier who had leaped onto the bamboo building said gloatingly, "Shong Xiaopeng, do you see clearly? Whose house is this?" In the distance, the soldier called Shong Xiaopeng replied loudly, "Who the hell knows? Heh, it must be some lazy wife who didn't extinguish the fire while she was sleeping." Sparks flew out from the stove. How unlucky. Just as the two of them were chatting and laughing, Jiyu Zhuting led the way while Jiao Ying and Lan Yiqing supported the Prince of Luling and quietly crossed the bamboo wall. Behind them, several hundred cavalrymen were on guard below the bamboo buildings on both sides. As long as the soldiers above noticed anything out of the ordinary, they would start a massacre at all costs. However, the two soldiers on top of the bamboo building were still laughing and looking at the fire in the village and didn't notice anything at all. Only then did Yu Ziqing and the other 100 cavalrymen quietly retreat to cover the Prince of Luling as he charged through the second checkpoint. "Hey! That house seems to be burning, seems to be." Shong Xiaopeng, who was watching the commotion, suddenly climbed up the fence and stretched his neck to look into the distance. F***CK. That's my house, that's my house. Plop. He lost his footing and fell from the top of the bamboo building. Luckily, the ground was soft and overgrown with weeds, so he wasn't injured. Shong Xiaopeng immediately got up and ran into the village. As he ran, he wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf, "Wife, Yaji, my newly married wife, you better not burn your face." Yang Fan pulled Ju Cia and hid in the bushes. He watched as Shong Xiaopeng ran past him like a bull. He held Ju Cia's hand and said, "Let's go." Outside the yellow bamboo ridge, there was a forest that extended out. This place was no longer just bamboo, but all kinds of plants. The further out one went, the more trees there were. It was a very good hiding place. The hundreds of cavalry and internal guards who were camping in the surrounding villages of Yellow Bamboo Town had already settled their tents and left their residences in the evening, gathering here. Each of them was equipped with a healthy horse, and they also prepared a long-distance carriage. This place was already 3 li away from the first line of defense on the Yellow Bamboo Ridge, so they did not have to worry that the horses' hooves would be heard. When they arrived, Huang Shuchang and Shu Liang went up to welcome them. When they saw Jiao Ying and Lan Yiqing supporting a person, they knew that this person was undoubtedly the Prince of Luling and immediately went forward to pay their respects. The Prince of Luling was in seclusion on the Yellow Bamboo Ridge. Although this place was picturesque, he had almost never left the courtyard. Moreover, he had been living in fear all day, his heart was failing, and his body was extremely weak. As a result, he did not feel anything amidst his nervousness as he walked from the top to the bottom of the mountain. For the next 3 li, although Jiao Ying and Lan Yiqing did their best to support him, he was still panting and sweating from exhaustion. However, he was still in a very good mood. After being able to escape from the yellow bamboo ridge and seeing everyone paying their respects to him, Li Xian gradually regained some of the feeling he had when he was a prince, crown prince, and emperor. He did his best to calm his breathing, wiped away the sweat on his forehead with a wave of his sleeve, and grunted in a low voice. After meeting the Prince of Luling, Huang Xuchang swept his eyes across the area and did not see any trace of Yang Fan. Alarmed, he hurriedly asked Jiao Ying, "Where's Yang Xiaowei? Did something happen to him?" Jiyu Zhuting answered, "Yang Xiaowei is in charge of bringing up the rear. He specifically told us to immediately take His Highness and set off. He will naturally catch up." Jiyu Zhuting paused, then said, "I'll stay behind to provide support." Huang Xuchang and Xu Liang did not have time to ask any more questions. Upon hearing Yang Fan's order, they immediately set off. Other than the 2 cavalrymen responsible for setting fire to the mountain, there were 18 people left. 17 of them mounted their horses, one of them helped the Prince of Luling onto the carriage, and then sat on the driver's seat. Reaching out to shake the reins, the light carriage galloped away. This place was still close to the yellow bamboo ridge. The hooves of the horses were all wrapped in soft cloth, and their mouths were reined in so that they could not neigh. Landing on the ground with a soft thud, they soon disappeared into the boundless night. When Shang Xiaopeng found his wife and found that the fire did not burn her face, he relaxed and began to scold his wife for not looking after the fire when she was sleepy at night. His parents, brothers, and neighbors who lived in the neighboring courtyard hurriedly came forward to mediate. While they were busy, Yang Fan had already left the yellow bamboo ridge and arrived at the dense forest 3 li down the mountain. "Ah Lang." Jiyu Zhuting quickly went forward to greet him. As she called out to Yang Fan, she glanced in astonishment at Zhu Xiaoye who was standing beside Yang Fan. Just now, when she saw the figure, Jiyu Zhuting knew that it was a woman and not one of the 100 cavalrymen left behind on the mountain. Now that she had come closer, although the sky was not very bright due to the starry sky, she could still vaguely make out the girl's appearance. She saw that her beautiful hair was draped over her shoulders, her eyebrows were picturesque, and her eyes were as beautiful as the stars in the night sky. She could not help but be slightly stunned. When Zhu Xiaoye saw that the person who came to greet Yang Fan was actually a beautiful woman with a short sword in her hand, she could not help but roll her eyes. Didn't Ma Qiao say that he is a Daoist cultivator of external alchemy? Why does he have such a beautiful woman as his maid? Don't tell me she is from the jewel cultivation sect. Her eyes were bright and intelligent. In the eyes of men, they might only feel that she was charming and cute, but in Jiyu Zhuting's eyes, it was a kind of cunning that did not belong to a girl of her age. No, it was cunning. Jiyu Zhuting felt a kind of disgust in her heart. Sometimes, a person's impression was only at the first glance. With just one glance, Jiyu Zhuting already disliked this girl. Already left? Yang Fan glanced at the forest and asked Jiyu Zhuting. Jiyu Zhuting looked at him curiously, but he did not explain Zhu Xiaoye's origin to Jiyu Zhuting. Other than his wife, the one who was in charge of this matter with him, Huang Xuchang, and Jiao Ying, he did not need to explain to anyone else. Seeing that Yang Fan had no intention of explaining, Jiyu Zhuting withdrew her inquisitive gaze and said, "Yes, according to our Lang's instructions, they have already left. They have been gone for about half an hour." Yang Fan breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Zhu Xiaoye. "Zhu Xiaoye, this is Sister Jiyu." Zhu Xiaoye was pondering what Yang Fan meant by already left. Listening to his conversation with this beautiful woman, it seemed that his identity was not as simple as a Daoist cultivator who came to the mountain to collect herbs. However, Zhu Xiaoye was not too worried. She could feel that Yang Fan did not have any malicious intentions towards her. Moreover, she was now much more confident in her own beauty and charm. Although she felt that Yang Fan was not as simple as a Daoist cultivator, she discovered that Yang Fan still had a considerable amount of strength. Perhaps he was even more impressive than a Daoist cultivator. This made her secretly happy. She did not choose the wrong person. With this man, she would definitely be able to live a different life. Hearing Yang Fan's words, Zhu Xiaoye immediately calmed herself down and bowed to Jiyu Zhuting, saying with an innocent expression, "Zhu Xiaoye greets Sister Jiyu." Jiyu Zhuting responded indifferently and didn't say anything else. Yang Fan then said to Jiyu Zhuting, "You guys stay here, I'll go back and pick up the brothers who stayed behind." Jiyu Zhuting nodded and watched as Yang Fan flew away. She turned to the side and stroked the horse's manner before leaning her back against the tree and closing her eyes to rest. Sensing Jiyu Zhuting's hostility, Zhu Cai could not help but frown. She could feel that Jiyu Zhuting's unfriendliness was mostly because of Yang Fan, so her lips curled up slightly and she turned her head away with a hint of disdain. Zhu Cai sneered disdainfully in her heart, but her eyes were greedily looking at everything around her. Ever since she could remember, she had never left the mountain, nor had she ever seen what it was like below the mountain. Every day, it was the same sky, the same bamboo forest, and she could only hear about the outside world through the mouths of others. Today, she finally saw the outside world with her own eyes. Even though all she could see was darkness, it was, after all, a completely different scenery from the grass and trees on the mountain that she had been familiar with for 16 years. Yang Fan had brought back 200 guards. The ones who were responsible for setting the fire were Zhongqi and Tian Yang. The two of them were not very skilled in martial arts, but their movement techniques were not bad. They were able to leap onto roofs and vault over walls as light as swallows. When the two of them saw Zhu Cai, their faces were filled with shock. Yang Fan did not say much and ordered, "Leave immediately." Zhongqi and Tian Yang hurriedly agreed and untied the reins of their horses. Jiyu Zhuting also mounted her horse. Looking at the tall horse, Zhu Cai timidly said to Yang Fan, "Brother Qiao, I don't know how to ride a horse." "Brother Qiao?" This little girl calls Commander Yang Fan Brother Qiao. There seems to be some unspeakable story here. Zhongqi and Tian Yang looked at the beautiful girl who could not hide her natural beauty in the darkness, and then looked at Yang Fan. Their curiosity was suddenly aroused. "I didn't prepare a horse for you in the first place. I'll carry you," Jiyu Zhuting said coldly. Her legs pressed against the horse's abdomen and she went to Zhu Cai's side. Bending down, she lifted her onto the horse's back. Zhu Cai really had never ridden a horse before. Being suddenly in such a high place, she could not sit steadily and her hands could not hold her body firmly. She could not help but feel a little afraid. Jiyu Zhuting calmly said, "Sit tight." Although he did not like her, he still stretched out a hand to hold her waist. His right hand whipped the horse and it immediately galloped away. Yang Fan said to Zhongqi and Tian Yang, "What are you waiting for? Why aren't you moving?" Yang Fan whipped his horse and chased after Jiyu Zhuting and Zhou, who were galloping away. Chapter 790. Leaving Zhushan district, they followed Zhushui all the way north, heading straight for Mount Yong near Jiyu City. By the time the sky brightened, Yang Fan's party was already 40 li away from Huangzhuling. They were exhausted and sweating profusely. The route Yang Fan had deliberately chosen did not have any villages or towns ahead. Once they were tired, they turned into a kernel. The carriage carrying the Prince of Luling still had several large bundles on it. At this time, they rested their horses, took out the bundles, changed their clothes, and had Jiyu Zhuting put on some makeup for them. The soft pads on the hooves of the war horses were removed, and their night clothes were changed into the casual clothes that they were used to wearing on long journeys. It was impossible for such a group of people to not attract attention, but if they disguised the female guards as men, they wouldn't attract too much attention. It was impossible for Jiyu Zhuting to disguise everyone in such a short amount of time. It should be known that it took her 4 hours to disguise Yang Fan for the first time. After that, it would take her at least half an hour to touch up her makeup. There were more than 20 people here, so how could she have the time to do it one by one? Riding a fine horse for the entire journey, Zhu was on tenterhooks at the beginning, her muscles tensed up. After a while, she realized that there was no danger and that the feeling of riding the wind was rather good. As a result, she relaxed her body and mind and began to enjoy this novel feeling that she had never experienced before. Along the way, the scenery that was completely different from the scenery on Yellow Bamboo Ridge entered her eyes one by one. Every one of them was a novelty. She even observed the carriage that had its curtains tightly drawn and did not know what important person or thing was hiding inside for a long time with great interest. She was very interested in the wheels that turned normally despite the bumpy road and did not fall apart as she had expected. Her special experiences gave her much more experience than other girls of her age. Perhaps it would take an ordinary person several decades to gain, but in other aspects, her knowledge was even inferior to that of a 3-year-old child. Ever since she was born, she had never seen those things. Jiu Zhuting was helping some of the female guards to make up their appearances. Yang Fan first rushed to the carriage and secretly discussed something with the people in the carriage. After that, he hid in the forest, changed out of his martial attire, and changed into a very ordinary set of clothes. At this time, it was not Zhu Xiao's turn to change her appearance. She was idly looking around on the hillside. The actions of Yang Fan and the others were extremely strange, causing Zhu Xiao to suspect that they were a group of bandits. But she was only curious, not afraid. The dangerous environment she had been in had given her the ability to sense whether others had good or bad intentions towards her. Perhaps she would be wrong about 1 or 2 people's attitudes, but with so many people, she could be sure that they didn't have any ill intentions towards her. Therefore, as long as the other party had no ill intentions towards her, then she would not care who the other party was. No matter who the other party was, no matter what the other party's identity was, no matter where the other party took her, was there a place more annoying to her than the Huangzhuling where she was trapped? Out. Zhu Xiaoya was so focused on looking around that she didn't pay attention to her feet. A shallow dent appeared on the ground, causing her to sprain her ankle. It didn't hurt her tendons, but it hurt a bit. Zhu Xiaoya hopped a few times with a pained expression on her face. "You're so careless," looking around while walking. Yang Fan walked over and asked her, "Is it serious?" Zhu Xiaoya stepped on the ground with the tip of her foot and smiled sweetly at him. "It's nothing, it doesn't hurt." Yang Fan said, "That's good. Let's go, I'll take you to change your clothes. You need to change your appearance as well." "Oh." Zhu Xiaoya hopped a few times on her tiptoes before changing to a normal pace. She followed obediently by Yang Fan's side and asked softly, "Brother Qiao, why do you have to be so secretive? Are they picking herbs with Brother Qiao?" Yang Fan's footsteps paused and he said hesitantly, The situation here is very complicated, I can't explain it to you in a short amount of time. Don't ask too much. Don't worry, you are my woman now, I won't harm you. I will explain this matter to you later. En. Zhu Xiaoya bit her lips and nodded obediently, saying in a soft voice, "I won't ask, I'll listen to Brother Qiao, but I only have one thing to ask of Brother Qiao." Yang Fan didn't think much of it at first, but now that the two of them had the most intimate relationship, it was a little awkward to hear her call him Brother Qiao again. But if he wanted to explain now, it would be a lot more long-winded. As long as he listened to her request, he asked, "What is it?" Zhu Xiaoya blushed a little and said in a small voice, "I want to ride with Brother Qiao when we travel, is that okay?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "Okay. What's wrong with that?" Yellow Bamboo Ridge, the Prince of Luling's home. Consort Wei looked at the children gathered in the hall with a gloomy expression. Even though Li Xian's health had been deteriorating in recent years and he was gradually losing the ability to have sex, he used to be very productive and had many children. He had 4 sons, Li Zhongruan, Li Zhongfu, Li Zhongjuan, and Li Zhongmao, and 7 daughters. Among them, only the eldest son, the 3rd daughter, the 4th daughter, and the youngest daughter, who was also the most doted upon by him and his wife, the 7th daughter, were Wei Yisha's biological children. At this moment, the family was so nervous because 7th Princess Li Guo'er had disappeared. When they woke up in the morning, the sisters didn't see Guo'er. At the time, they didn't think too much of it because among the Prince of Luling's family, only this Li Guo'er was blessed by heaven. She could roam around Yellow Bamboo Ridge without being criticized. Even the commander of the garrison, Jiaoxing, liked her. Guo'er was a princess, so Jiaoxing didn't dare to officially take her as his adopted daughter. But in the stronghold, Guo'er had always called him godfather, and Jiaoxing didn't deny this. Because of this, the Prince of Luling's family lived with their tails between their legs and didn't dare to leave the house unless necessary. Li Guo'er was the only exception. Last night, a house in the stronghold caught fire and Li Guo'er disappeared early in the morning. The sisters didn't think much of it, thinking that their little sister had gone to check on the fire. When she didn't come back during breakfast, the family didn't pay much attention to it. But when she still didn't show up in the afternoon, Madame Wei became a little anxious. Because the Prince of Luling was sick at home, Madame Wei didn't dare to be ostentatious, and she didn't dare to ask people carelessly. She only sent her eldest son out to look for her, but of course, there was no trace of her. It was then that the family discovered a row of small words carved on the wall next to Li Guo'er's bed. It said that she didn't want to spend the rest of her life on this yellow bamboo ridge. She met a cultivator and wanted to travel the world with him, cultivate immortality and learn the Tao. She wanted to bid farewell to her parents and her family. The handwriting was sloppy and there were only a few simple lines, but it was enough to explain her whereabouts. Madame Wei panicked. This little princess of the Prince of Luling's mansion would go out for a stroll almost every day. The commander of the brigade, Jiao Xing, doted on her very much and often called this daughter over to talk to him. Now that Guo'er had disappeared without a trace, she couldn't care less about her daughter anymore. She was only worried that if someone got suspicious and found out that the Prince of Luling had disappeared, what should she do then? The Prince of Luling was the hope of the entire family. Madame Wei was afraid that her children would lose their composure and outsiders would notice something from their expressions. That was why Madame Wei hid the news of someone coming from the capital city to fetch the Prince of Luling from her children. But now, she finally couldn't hide it any longer. Madame Wei's expression darkened. She pondered for a long while before she slowly said, "Do you know why I'm so worried about Guo'er's departure? It's true that I love Guo'er the most and I can't bear to let her go, but this isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is that your father has the hope of becoming the crown prince. The bitter days of our family are coming to an end." As soon as Madame Wei said this, her children were stunned. Madame Wei explained the entire sequence of events. The children in the hall were overjoyed when they heard this. The princesses even hugged each other and cried bitterly. Madame Wei's expression darkened as she shouted sternly, "Shut up. Don't cry. Someone is trying to harm your father. The imperial guards in the palace have already fetched your father and left. The later we find out about this, the safer your father will be. Now that Guo'er has left, once someone finds out about this, they will certainly not believe our words. They will only need to open the door and conduct a search. They will immediately discover that your father has also disappeared. When that time comes." When the princes and princesses heard this, they became very anxious. Each of them was at a loss of what to do. They were somewhat at a loss of what to do. Li Zhongruan asked impatiently, "Mother, what should we do now?" Madame Wei said in a low voice, "Remember, this matter concerns the fate of your entire life. You must be cautious. If there are outsiders who don't see Guo'er and become suspicious, when they ask about you, just say that your father is seriously ill and that Guo'er is attending to him at his bedside. We will keep this a secret for as long as we can." The group of children repeatedly agreed. Madame Wei gazed anxiously and worriedly towards the faraway mountains outside the window. She prayed silently in her heart, "May the heavens bless us and allow His Highness to arrive at the capital safely. Please don't be discovered by them. Please don't let any unforeseen events happen. I, Madame Wei, sincerely pray to the heavens and the gods." Yang Fan brought Zhu Xiao'er to Jiyu Zhuting's side. Jiyu Zhuting was applying some ointment on Lan Yiqing's face. It was impossible to turn a woman, especially a beautiful woman, into a man with a relatively simple method. Jiyu Zhuting only wanted to make their appearance a little more average and neutral. With so many knights escorting a horse carriage, even if they were all men, they would still leave a deep impression on others. If no one was looking for them, then they would only be curious if they were ostentatious and would not ask too many questions. If someone was already looking for them, then their target would be very obvious. Yang Fan asked, "Miss Jiyu, how many people are left?" Jiyu Zhuting was focused on busying herself. She did not turn around and only answered, "Soon, there's only one left. After that, I will change the appearance of Mr. Lu." Mr. Lu was the code name they used to address Prince of Luling. Yang Fan gladly said, "Good. In a while, change the appearance of Zhu Xiao'er as well. Make sure she doesn't stand out too much during the journey." While Yang Fan and Jiyu Zhuting were talking, Huang Xuchang, who was standing guard beside the carriage, heard a call from inside the carriage. He went over to ask. Prince of Luling, Li Xian, said from inside the carriage, I want to get off to relieve myself. Hearing this, Huang Shuchang hurriedly drew back the curtain and lowered the pedal. Li Xian bent over and walked out of the carriage. Huang Shuchang hurriedly reached out to help Prince of Luling down the carriage, wanting to take him to the forest to relieve himself. Li Xian got off the carriage. As soon as he stood still, he straightened his back and raised his head. His eyes met with Zhu Caier's. Zhu Caier had already seen him. She was tongue-tied and dumbfounded. When Li Xian saw Zhu Caier, he immediately cried out as if he had seen a ghost. Guo. Chapter 791. Li Xian rushed forward and grabbed Zhu Caier's shoulder, exclaiming in shock, It's really you. Guo, you, why are you here? Everyone looked at them in shock, and even Jiyu Zhuting temporarily stopped. However, no one was particularly surprised, including Yang Fan. Because Zhu Caier had been brought out of Huangzhuling, and the Prince of Luling had been imprisoned there all these years, wasn't it normal for him to know a girl who lived there? What puzzled Yang Fan was, Guo? Does Zhu Cai have another name? However, Zhu Caier's next words petrified everyone present. Zhu Caier's face was also filled with shock and confusion, crying out involuntarily, Father, why are you here? Father! When these words came out, everyone was tongue-tied, unable to speak. Yang Fan looked at Zhu Caier in shock, his pupils constricting into a line. She's the Prince of Luling's daughter? Is Li Guo her real name? How did she, just how many lies has she told? Yang Fan thought of everything that had happened since the two of them had gotten to know each other. He thought of the things she said about her deceased father and mother, uncle and aunt, and then looked at that flawless face that was as beautiful and pure as a fairy from the heavens. His mind was a mess. He couldn't believe it, but everything that was happening in front of him forced him to believe it. He didn't understand what this daughter of the Prince of Luling wanted to do. He had done the most intimate thing with her, so how would the two of them get along in the future? What intentions did she have for him? Of all the things she had said, which of them were true and which were false? Or perhaps, none of them were true at all? Father, why are you here? Li Guo didn't answer the Prince of Luling's question, but instead hurriedly asked in return. Her mind was currently in a mess. That day at Huangzhuling, she and Yang Fan were about the same. Yang Fan had deceived her, and she had also deceived Yang Fan. As a result, when she suddenly saw her father today, Li Guo was also filled with doubts. Li Xian hesitated for a moment. He wanted to tell his daughter the truth, but Yang Fan had repeatedly warned him that because of the importance of this matter, he had to be cautious. Wei clan had insisted that he should not tell his children about his departure from Huangzhuling. He was not stupid, how could he not know the pros and cons of this matter? Bao is young and knows his way around. What if he accidentally lets the cat out of the bag when he finds out the truth? Seeing Li Xian's hesitation, Li Guo ignored Yang Fan's puzzled gaze and the surprised gazes of all the inner guards and cavalrymen. She tugged at Li Xian's sleeve and said coquettishly, Aya, Father, I am your daughter. What is it that father has to hide from me? When Li Guo started acting like a spoiled child, Li Xian was at his wit's end. He could only say, fine, fine, fine. Father will tell you. Here's the thing. Li Xian explained the sequence of events to her before he asked concernedly, Guo, why are you here? Where are your mother, brothers, and sisters? Are they well? Li Guo's beautiful big eyes were misty. They quickly condensed into a pool of tears. She suddenly threw herself forward and hugged Li Xian as she cried loudly. Li Xian was anxious. After being trapped in the deep mountains for 16 years, he had nothing left except for his wife and children. In his heart, his family was already more important than anything else in this world. When he saw Li Guo crying, he thought that the news had been leaked and his family had been murdered. His heart couldn't help but sink. He urgently asked, Guo, quickly tell me, what happened to your family? Li Guo choked with sobs, Father, don't worry. Nothing happened at home. Li Xian was relieved. When he saw his daughter crying like a pear blossom in the rain, his heart ached. He hastily lifted his sleeve and gently wiped away his daughter's tears. He asked, "Then why are you crying?" Li Guo'er answered while sobbing. Guo'er went to the bamboo forest to pick mushrooms and coincidentally met this warrior. Li Guo'er glanced at young Fan and said to Li Xian, "Your daughter was accidentally bitten by a poisonous snake. It was this warrior who saved your daughter's life." When Li Xian heard that his most precious seventh daughter had been saved by young Fan, he felt indescribably grateful. Although the decision to pardon him and return to the capital was made by his imperial mother, the person responsible for this matter was, after all, young Fan. When a person is in danger, he is most grateful to those who lend him a helping hand. Now that he heard that young Fan was not only the great benefactor who saved his entire family, but also the benefactor who saved his daughter, Li Xian hastily straightened his clothes and solemnly bowed to young Fan. He gratefully said, "Commandant Yang's kindness to my Li Xian's family is greater than the heavens. Such righteousness, Li Xian, will engrave it in my heart." Young Fan quickly returned the courtesy and said, "Your Highness is too serious. This is this subject's duty." At this point, young Fan quickly glanced at Li Guo'er. When their eyes met, Li Guo'er coincidentally withdrew her gaze and lifted her sleeve to wipe away her tears. Li Xian then turned his head to look at Li Guo'er and asked in confusion, "What happened afterwards? Why did you appear here?" Li Guo'er said, "Your daughter did not know that Benefactor Yang had the heavy responsibility of saving my father. I asked Benefactor for my name and origin. Benefactor did not know my identity and naturally would not tell me the truth. He only knew that he came from the capital and came to this mountain to pick medicinal herbs. When your daughter heard this, I was immediately moved." Li Guo'er said, "Father and mother were trapped deep in the mountains, suffering from bullying and intimidation. Their lives were unspeakably bitter. Your daughter thought that in the past, father made a grave mistake and was punished by grandmother. Letting father cultivate and reflect on his mistakes in the yellow bamboo ridge was grandmother's original intention. Father is grandmother's biological son. Grandmother would definitely not harm father, nor would she treat father so harshly. It must have been those officials who falsely spread the emperor's will, like a fox borrowing the tiger's might. Your daughter thought that if I can let Benefactor Yang take me away, I can go to the capital to see grandmother in the future and report everything that happened here to her. These evil slaves who bullied their master will definitely be punished according to the law. Father and mother's days will definitely be better. Your daughter will also tell grandmother that father has already repented these past few years and misses mother very much. Grandmother is soft-hearted and may even let father return to the capital to serve her, to fulfill the filial duty of a son. Daughter, father did not dote on you for nothing. You are really father's good daughter." Li Xian heard this and tears flowed down his old face. He hugged his daughter, his old chest comforted. Young Fan looked at Li Guo'er's expression of true feelings, and a chill suddenly rose from his heart. From the top of his head to the bottom of his heart, there was a feeling of coldness all over his body, as if he had entered an icehouse. Li Xian patted his daughter's back with relief and said to young Fan, "Young Xiaolian is careful and prudent. Although it is for my safety, there is really no need to hide the news that my daughter came with me." Li Guo'er hastily said, "Father, you have misunderstood Benefactor Yang. At that time, I did not know Benefactor Yang's original intention of coming up the mountain, so how could I tell the truth to Benefactor Yang? Actually, I made up a set of lies." Li Guo'er repeated what she had told young Fan to Li Xian. She blushed and stuck out her tongue. She lowered her head shyly and said, "At that time, I had no choice. I did not know that he came to save father. I was afraid that if I told him the truth, he would be afraid and not dare to help me. So, I wanted to trick him to take me away and leave Huang Zhuling first." At this point, Li Guo'er leisurely walked towards young Fan and curtsied in a charming manner. She said shyly and timidly, "Young Xiaolian, great benefactor, Guo'er did not know your background. I really did not dare to tell you my real identity, so I used you. I hope benefactor will not take offense." "Ah, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter." Young Fan returned the bow. He was confused again. Could it be that what she said was true? If that's the case, it makes sense. But, why would she dedicate herself to me? That's not right. Young Fan's mind suddenly cleared up. That's not right. I said that I am from Chang'an. Even if I were to take her away, it would be to Chang'an. She is a weak girl and she is so beautiful. Without my help, how could she go to Luoyang? Young Fan thought again. Perhaps, as she said, she is taking things one step at a time. She wants to leave Huangzhou Ling first and find a way to go to Luoyang after arriving in Chang'an. This thought only turned around in Young Fan's mind. In the end, he did not dare to confirm it. He now looked at Li Guo as if she was floating in the clouds. He really could not figure out her intentions. He had never seen a girl like this before. Princess Taiping, who had a broad vision, Shangguan Wn who was familiar with the political situation, Dugu Ningku who was a female zhuge. They were all exceptionally intelligent girls. However, those girls displayed their wisdom in the field they were good at. This little girl before him was completely different from those girls. Young Fan did not know if she had that kind of great wisdom. What she was displaying now was the ability to adapt to the situation and counter every move as it came. Young Fan was best at this kind of ability. He had used this ability to stir up internal strife in the Tufan Empire. He had also used this method to make the Tuju retreat and send troops for him. He had even helped him avert danger once. However, the girl before him was only a 16-year-old girl. I see. Li Xian listened and nodded apologetically towards Young Fan. Suddenly, he remembered something. His expression changed and he cried out involuntarily, Aya, Guo, if you leave like this, your mother will not know where you are going. Won't the family be in a mess? Li Guo turned around and held his arm. She said proudly in a sweet and innocent manner, I am not that stupid. Of course I left a message at home. I carved it on the wall in front of the bed. However, I did not say that I was going to the capital to look for my grandmother. At that time, I did not know that father was going to be rescued. With father's courage, if I told you the truth, wouldn't you be scared to death? Li Guo giggled. She looked as if she could not restrain her laughter from her own prank. She said mischievously, so I left a message saying that I know an otherworldly master who cultivates immortality. I want to follow him to become a monk and cultivate immortality. I will never return to Yellow Bamboo Ridge again. Li Xian poked the tip of her nose reproachfully and said, You little girl, you have been mischievous since you were young. You have always been full of ideas. Look at how unbearable you make father out to be. Is father really that timid? Li Guo giggled. She twisted her delicate body and did not say anything. It looked like she was tacitly agreeing with his words. Young Fan did not allow this happy scene to continue. His expression slowly changed and became very solemn. Little Junju. When Li Guo was born, her father was kicked off the throne. To be more precise, Li Xian was now the Prince of Luling and she was the Junju. However, she had lived on the mountain for 16 years. Ever since she was born, no one had ever called her Junju. Therefore, when she heard Young Fan calling her that, she did not immediately react. Young Fan continued, since little Junju often walks around the stronghold, then, if little Junju suddenly does not appear, will it arouse the suspicions of the people in the stronghold? This time, Li Guo finally understood that he was talking to her. She and Li Xian looked at each other, the smiles on their faces gradually freezing and their expressions becoming serious. Young Fan immediately knew that the situation was not good. He immediately said in a deep voice, Once the news is leaked, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for us to return to the capital safely. The glint of blades and shadow of swords on the road will be unavoidable. Your Highness, please change your appearance immediately. We need to leave as soon as possible. Hearing this, Li Xian could not be bothered to speak with his daughter anymore. He quickly went into the forest to relieve himself and then hurried back to have Jiyu Zhuting help him disguise his appearance. The others hurriedly mounted their horses and packed their luggage, preparing to leave. Everyone was busy, so Young Fan and Li Guo were left out in the cold. The two of them glanced at each other and their eyes widened at the same time. You're lying. The two of them froze and then said in unison, You're lying to me. Chapter 792. Young Fan sneered, That's right. I lied to you. I lied to you about my purpose and identity. You know the reason. But why did you lie to me? Li Guo's beautiful face was also covered in a layer of frost. She sneered, that's right. I did lie to you. I lied to you so much that I gave my body to you. You, Senior Colonel Yang, suffered a great loss, didn't you? Yang Fan looked around nervously and whispered, lower your voice. Do you want everyone to hear you? Li Guo raised her sharp chin and said, what's wrong? Are you afraid? I'm a woman and I'm not afraid of losing face. You're a man and you're afraid. Yang Fan furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice, don't try to change the topic by being unreasonable. Li Guo glared at him with her beautiful big eyes and said, then tell me, what did I lie to you about? Yang Fan said, identity. Li Guo interrupted, I've already told you the reason. Do you want me to repeat it? Yang Fan's thoughts were a little messy. He thought for a moment and decided to go through the whole thing from the beginning. He was really confused by this Misty girl and couldn't figure out the situation. On the mountain, you were poisoned by a snake and I saved your life. Why did you bite the hand that fed you and wanted to kill me? It's true that you saved me, but when I woke up, where were your hands? How would I know if you were searching for something or taking advantage of me? You humiliated me, so I shouldn't kill you. Oh, right. You said it was for the reward because you cultivators don't want people to get into the habit of reaping without sowing. Now that I know your identity, it must be a lie, right? Tell me, were you really taking advantage of me at that time? Li Guo suddenly found something suspicious. She was immensely pleased and pressed forward. Yang Fan awkwardly took 2 steps back. He was most afraid of this kind of thing because there would always be a time when things could be cleared up. Even if it couldn't be cleared up, there would always be family and friends who would believe in you and stand on your side. But when it came to women, especially beautiful women, it was hard to explain. The more he tried to explain, the worse the ending would be. Fortunately, Li Guo didn't want to make it public. Yang Fan took 2 steps back and composed himself before saying, that's right. That reason was obviously a lie, but I didn't want to take advantage of you. Why did I touch your waist? It's very simple. It was a secret that I went up the mountain. If someone from the stronghold saved you, would they leave you there and leave? If the news spread, wouldn't they know that someone from the stronghold did it? If you want me to watch you die, I can't do it. But if I save you, I can't expose myself. That's why I thought of stealing some of your things. That way, if I slip away again, you can suspect that it was done by the people in the stockade when you wake up. I'll take away your belongings, so naturally, I can't keep you as my benefactor. Li Guo squinted her bright eyes and made a very cute sneer. Her voice was still a little cute. That's right, that's right. So you stole my body. If my father finds out, Senior Colonel Yang, you're dead meat. By the way, you haven't even told me your name. Brother Marchiao, you big bastard. Yang Fan was a little exasperated by her unreasonableness. Can't you be a little more reasonable? You seduced me on purpose. Li Guo stuck out her chest. So you want it? Yang Fan wanted to cry but had no tears. Oh God. Li Guo curled her lips. God. I'm still the earth. Let me ask you, if we both have our own stories, who will believe us? Yang Fan was tongue-tied. He was completely stunned. When it came to this kind of thing, no matter how innocent or strong a man was, he was still the weak one. Li Guo raised her slender eyebrows. She looked at him with a playful and seductive gaze. What? Nothing to say. Yang Fan's voice suddenly turned cold. Were you really a virgin before you met me? Li Guo took a step back. Her eyes were filled with tears of grievance. You still don't believe me. Yang Fan began to fight back aggressively. He said coldly, it's not that I don't believe you. It's just that you're suspicious. It's not the first time I've been in contact with a woman. Your reaction and the fact that you didn't bleed are all suspicious. Li Guo took another step back. The tears in her eyes became thicker. They were about to form a spring. I don't know why. I really don't know. Otherwise, what do you think I would do? I'm a princess. Why would I give myself to someone so easily? Yang Fan's words were sharp. I'm sorry, Your Highness. You gave yourself to me so easily. Li Guo said angrily. That's because I'm cheap. Li Guo raised her voice. Although the people who were busy in the distance could not hear what they were talking about, some of them still turned around to look. Yang Fan hurriedly said, "Can you lower your voice?" Li Guo lowered her voice and said miserably, "Because I like you." "Is that okay? What do you think I'm doing on the mountain? I'm a prisoner. I don't want to say this. I want to go out. You're my only hope. Coincidentally, you don't look too annoying. I gave myself to you. I just hope that you can fulfill your promise to take me away. Did I hurt you? How did I do anything wrong? What do you want from me?" Li Guo's words became sharper. She fought back step by step. She finally couldn't control her tears. They flowed down her delicate and beautiful cheeks. Yang Fan shook his head gently. Some people say that men like beautiful faces. Women like sweet words. So, women put on makeup and men lie. I don't know why you're lying as a beautiful woman. Li Guo was so angry that her body started to tremble. She looked at him with a pained expression. She said in despair, "No matter what I say, you don't believe me, right?" Yang Fan said, "Maybe I often lie to people. But I don't want to lie to you now. I'll tell you the truth. I only half believe what you said." Li Guo said angrily, "I live on that mountain, and all I see is the same sky and the same group of people. My status is higher than theirs, but also lower than theirs. So, I might not understand other things, but I can understand the people there. I understand their hearts. I know that in their eyes, our family is worse than theirs. Life is short. I don't want to leave any regrets in these few decades. I laugh when I want to. I cry when I want to. I love when I want to. I don't want to be cautious in front of them. I have to worry about everything and live a life more pitiful than a rat in a hole. You said that I lied to you. Yes. Why did I lie to you? It's because of this reason. I used my body to exchange for your help. How did you lose? I'm just a weak girl who can't even truss a chicken. Should I tie you up or kill you? You can choose not to, but you've taken me, haven't you? Then what right do you have to despise me? Why? Yang Fan's face was blank. Li Guo cried, "You despise me? What a joke. I'm not pestering you. Just treat this as a deal. In fact, I've lost in this deal, because I didn't know that you went up the mountain to save my father. Otherwise, I would have waited on the mountain. I could have left in no time. Your help to me is meaningless." Yang Fan's voice was very cold. He said coldly, "You're right. If this is a deal, then I really don't need to question you. You don't need to prove anything to me. A deal is very good. Princess, please wipe your tears. I don't want anyone to see it and ruin your reputation." Yang Fan turned around and walked to the side of the war horse. He adjusted the saddle, pulled the saddle with both hands and jumped on the war horse. "Stop!" Li Guo shouted in a low voice. Yang Fan didn't say anything. He just turned the horse's head and stared at her coldly. Li Guo gritted her teeth and said, "You still haven't told me your name. You bastard who took advantage of me and still pretended to be obedient." With a straight face, Yang Fan spat out two words like a jumping bean, "Yang Fan." With both legs in the stirrups, Yang Fan straightened his back and walked forward under Li Guo's gaze. Li Guo slowly turned her head, a cunning and complacent smile suddenly flitting across her lips. This scene happened to be seen by Jiyu Zhuting, who had finished dressing the Prince of Luling and came to urge the princess to change her clothes. Jiyu Zhuting frowned slightly. She then regained her composure and said lightly, "Princess, please change your appearance." "Nay, nay, nay." The hooves of the horse were brisk. A fat and shiny red horse, surrounded by several guards, returned to the yellow bamboo ridge. Sitting on the horse was a burly man dressed in a yellow robe, with a folded scarf on his head. He had thick eyebrows and a wide mouth. He was tall and sturdy, with a longbow slung over his shoulder. There were a few arrows in his quiver, swaying as the horse moved up and down. On the fat butt of the horse were several beautiful pheasants with long feathers, as well as a few hares and bamboo rats. As the horse ran, these blood-stained prey jumped lightly on the butt of the horse as if they were alive. "The brigade marshal is back. Uncle Jio is back. The people in the stockade all greeted the big man in the yellow robe. The soldiers in the army naturally called him the brigade commander. The military families had lived here for more than 10 years. This military camp had long become a semi-militarized civilian stockade. The women and children greeted him as if he was a villager. Jiaoxing rode on the horse. With a big beard, he proudly nodded to the people he saw along the way. The Brigade Marshal Jiao was very proud of his bountiful hunt today. In the past, he was also a brave general in the army. If not, he would not have been given the heavy responsibility of guarding the Prince of Luling. However, he had lived like a prince for so many years and was gradually getting older. He could not be compared to the past. The muscles on his thighs used to be as hard as a rock, but now they were gradually loosening. His originally flat and firm lower abdomen was now flabby. However, compared to most of his peers, Brigade Marshal Jiao was still an extremely strong man. He also looked quite martial. Call the Liu family's wife over. In our village, the game cooked by that woman is the most delicious. Jiaoxing pulled on the horse's reins and slowed down. He stroked his big beard as he instructed his personal guard, "Get Captain Xia and the rest to accompany me for a drink. Also, this kind of wild game, without that little girl's wonderful singing and dance, beautiful women to accompany the wine, it would be very boring." "What do you mean?" Yes, a feast for the eyes, ha 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 ha. Chapter 793. A few teams were laughing and joking as they walked towards Brigade Commander Jiao's house. These few team leaders were good brothers who had bathed in blood on the battlefield with Jiaoxing back then and had a deep friendship with each other. For over 10 years, they had been living together day and night, and their relationship had deepened day by day. Now, they were like blood brothers. They guarded this yellow bamboo ridge, and because they didn't have any achievements, their official ranks didn't increase or decrease. Therefore, they didn't get promoted, but every time the Wu clan sent someone over, they would be rewarded. Right now, the few of them had purchased land and property in Zhuxia County. They were living well and were all content. These few people originally thought that Jiaoxing was already waiting for them at the residence, but when they arrived at Jiaoxing's door, they saw Jiaoxing sprinting over from the fork road. His large feet were stomping on the ground, and the few of them couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Brigade Commander, are you afraid that we will eat that wild game first?" "Ha ha, old Jiao. Look at how your butt is on fire. Could it be that there is a beautiful bride waiting for you at home?" Before the few of them stopped talking, Jiaoxing had already rushed in front of them. He couldn't be bothered to talk to these few old brothers and smashed open the door to his house. He rushed in like a mad bull and sprinted all the way, causing the chickens to fly and the dogs to cry out. The few team leaders looked at each other in dismay. When they saw Jiaoxing in such a panic, they knew that something must have happened and quickly chased after him. Jiaoxing ran into his house and went around the front building to the rear residence. There was a rather large birdcage hanging under the eaves of the rear residence, and there were a few pigeons inside. Jiaoxing ran upstairs and quickly rushed into the room. When the few team leaders caught up to him, he had already rushed out of the room while holding a few bamboo tubes that were the size of a knuckle in his hand. Jiaoxing still didn't pay attention to them. He opened the birdcage and caught the pigeons one by one. He hurriedly tied the bamboo tubes on the pigeons' legs and released them. There were a total of 5 pigeons in the birdcage, and Jiaoxing didn't keep any of them. He caught all 5 pigeons, tied the bamboo tubes, and released them one by one. Everyone in the stronghold knew that Brigade Commander Jiao liked to rear pigeons, but only these few team leaders knew the true use of the pigeons. In fact, the pigeons that Brigade Commander Jiao raised had to be replaced every month. This was to prevent the pigeons from recognizing this place as their home after being raised for a long time. The pigeons that Jiaoxing brought all came from the same place. That place was a relay station that was connected to the capital. Every month, a pigeon would be released from there, regardless of whether there were any accidents. However, it was unprecedented for 5 pigeons to be released at once. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the squad leaders changed drastically, and they hurriedly asked, "Brigade Commander, what happened?" Jiaoxing answered with difficulty, "King of Luling has escaped." He sent someone to find Li Guiyue, but who knew that his personal guard would return not long after, saying that the Prince of Luling was seriously ill and that Li Guo wanted to be filial by his bedside. Jiao Xing was very displeased to hear this. It was true that the Prince of Luling was a prince, but he had always been a prisoner in his hands. For more than 10 years, when had the Prince of Luling's family ever dared to say half a word of disobedience to him? The Prince of Luling is sick, and Guo has to be filial by his bedside. Filial piety, my ass. The Prince of Luling has 4 sons and 7 daughters. Even if he eats, drinks, and defecates all on the bed, does he need so many people to serve him? That little wench has grown bolder, she actually dares to disobey my summons. Isn't it because she thinks that the bead I reward is too small? Bah. So what if I don't reward you? You still have to obediently fawn over me, just like a courtesan raised by me. Jiao Xing angrily rushed to the Prince of Luling's residence, but was repeatedly obstructed by the children of the Lu family. Jiao Xing couldn't help but become suspicious. As a result, he led his personal guard and broke into the Prince of Luling's residence. After a thorough search, he immediately felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Li Guo had disappeared, and even worse, the Prince of Luling had also disappeared. At that time, Jiao Xing went mad with anxiety. He pulled out his saber and threatened to kill himself. Only then did he force out the truth that the Prince of Luling had escaped. Jiao Xing was instantly scared out of his wits. He immediately rushed back to his own home and released the carrier pigeons. Looking at the 5 white pigeons flapping their wings and flying high, Jiao Xing knew that he was finished this time. If he could capture the Prince of Luling, his future would be ruined. If he could not capture the Prince of Luling, even his head would be left behind. Jiao Xing let out a long sigh and fell powerlessly to the ground. The several squads were looking at each other in shock, their faces as pale as paper. Captain Xia panicked and went forward to pull Jiao Xing up, roaring, "Is this the time to be a damned woman? Chase after him. No matter what, we have to catch up and capture the Prince of Luling." The light carriage sped along, leaving a trail of dust in its wake. From time to time, a pretty face would flash out from within the carriage, curiously sizing up the scenery along the road. It was too difficult to turn a peerless beauty like Li Guo from a young girl into a young man. Jiyu Zhuting didn't have enough materials in her backpack, nor did she have the time. Suddenly, Jiyu Zhuting had an idea and simply let her disguise herself as a woman. In any case, the Prince of Luling was disguised as a wealthy gentleman, so it was normal for him to have a maid serving him. What Jiyu Zhuting wanted to do was to make Li Guo a little uglier so that she wouldn't be stunning at first sight. It wasn't easy to make someone beautiful, but it was very easy to make someone ugly. It was just that being too ugly would also attract attention, and it wouldn't suit the identity of a gentleman's maid. Thus, Jiyu Zhuting only made Li Guo's dazzling appearance a little dimmer. The carriage was escorted by dozens of steeds in front and behind the carriage. It galloped forward like a gust of wind, leaving the passers-by in awe and discussion, wondering who the noble was to have such an extravagance. Jiyu Zhuting spurred her horse to ride beside Yang Fan, her gaze lingering on Yang Fan from time to time. Her brows were slightly furrowed, seeming to be preoccupied with something. However, she was dressed as a man at the moment. Because she was spurring on a horse, there was no need to pay attention to her mannerisms. Thus, this slight frown resembled that of a woman, unavoidably causing people's hair to stand on end. Ah Lang. Seeing that they were about to reach Jiyu City, Jiyu Zhuting couldn't help but finally call out to him. Yang Fan glanced at her with a smile and said, "What's wrong? You looked like you wanted to say something along the way, but then hesitated. What do you want to say?" Jiyu Zhuting mustered her courage and said in a serious tone, "Ah Lang, I think, she can't be trusted." "Oh," Yang Fan said knowingly, but he still asked, "Who can't be trusted?" Jiyu Zhuting glared at him reproachfully and said, "You know very well." Yang Fan chuckled. He originally wanted to tease her, but he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth and corrected himself. "What's the reason?" Jiyu Zhuting angrily turned her head away and said, "There's no reason, it's my intuition." This action was very feminine, but she was now in a man's appearance. Seeing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. "Fine, even if she can't be trusted, but she is a princess. Very soon, the Prince of Luling will be appointed as the crown prince. At that time, she will be a princess. Do you think whether a princess can be trusted or not has anything to do with me? What loss can I suffer? This, Jiyu Zhuting suddenly realized that her worries were completely unreasonable. She was a princess, and an outrageously beautiful one at that. Whether she could be trusted or not, what could she do to young Fan? Jiyu Zhuting thought for a long time, but she really couldn't think of a reason that should worry young Fan. She couldn't help but hatefully say, "How would I know? In any case, I've already warned you. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not." Jiyu Zhuting whipped the horse and charged forward. Young Fan didn't expect this Miss Jiyu to also have a childish side. Her willful look was actually very cute, and he couldn't help but chuckle. When the carriage arrived at Jiyu City, the group checked into an inn. Li Guo'er found an opportunity to approach young Fan and sweetly said, "Benefactor Yang." Young Fan interrupted, "Your Highness, there's no need to keep calling me benefactor all the time." Li Guo'er readily said, "Commandant Yang." Young Fan sternly said, "Your Highness, we must be extra careful on this trip. If someone hears you calling me that, it will raise the alarm." "Brother Yang, hey, now you have nothing to say, right?" "Your Highness, Brother Yang, we must be extra careful on this trip. If someone hears you calling me that, it will raise the alarm." "Then my name is Guo'er." Young Fan immediately said mockingly, "You're not called Ju Cai?" Li Guo'er raised her eyebrows and smiled. She was in high spirits. An unconcealable charm suddenly swept over her eyebrows. Her deliberately mediocre appearance could not hide this charm at all. She gently said, "If you like, you can call me Ju Cai. Only you are allowed to call me that, and only you can hear it." Young Fan suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. All natural beauties were demons. It was not until today that he finally understood what a real demon was. Young Fan shut his mouth and decided to respond with silence. Li Guo'er did not care and was still in high spirits. "Brother Yang, what do the cavalry and the internal guards do?" Young Fan said in a low voice, "You'd better talk about the topic that can reveal our identity." Li Guo'er said, "This is the horse gallery. There are only you and me. Who can hear it?" Young Fan just quarreled with her, only to find that they had led the horses through the side corridor to the horse gallery at the back of the inn. Young Fan had no choice but to answer, "The cavalry and the internal guards are both armies. Let's put it this way. Among the armies in the world, the border military army is not as good as the imperial army, because the imperial army is the direct line of the imperial court. Among the imperial army, the South Palace Imperial Army is not as good as the North Palace Imperial Army, because the North Palace Imperial Army is the most direct line of the Imperial Army. And among the North Palace Imperial Army, the cavalry and the internal guards are the most trusted by the Emperor." "I see." Li Guo'er's eyes sparkled. "That is to say, the cavalry and the internal guards are the most direct line of the Imperial Army, right?" "Yes. You can say that." Li Guo'er asked excitedly, "Grandmother asked you to bring father back, and also asked you to command the cavalry and the palace guards. Then you are the most trusted of my grandmother's most trusted, right?" Li Guo'er chattered like a naive girl who was ignorant of the world. Young Fan took a deep look at her and thought, "Is this girl extroverted and lively or scheming? Is she pure and innocent or as cunning as a fox?" Li Guo'er gently lowered her head and said faintly, "Brother Yang, you saved my life and took my father back to the capital. My father is very grateful to you. You and I are." Her cheeks were slightly red, and she shyly rolled up her belt and said, "So no matter what, our family in Luling regards you as the closest person to us. Grandmother has forgiven my father. When he returns to the capital this time, my father will be appointed as the crown prince, but there are many bad people in the capital who want to harm my father." Li Guo'er slowly raised her head and stared at young Fan affectionately, saying, "Brother Yang, you are so capable and so trusted by my grandmother. You must be able to provide a lot of help to my father, right? If my father can successfully ascend the throne, then Brother Yang will be the great benefactor of my family. Maybe you can even be the son-in-law." Speaking of this, her voice was as thin as a gossamer. Not only did her face turn red, but even her white ears turned red, like a peach blossom that was shyly bowing its head. Chapter 794. In the time that young Fan had left the capital for Fangzhou, many things had happened in the capital. With Wang Xiajie's death, the 4 garrisons of Anxi no longer had a great general standing guard, and Wu Zetian placed great importance on the greatest military achievement of the Wuzhou dynasty. Helpless, Wu Zetian could only appoint the Western Turkic Khagan Huzero as the Grand Supervisor of the Western Pacifying Army to guard Sueye. Ever since Huzero had settled in Luoyang, his greatest hobbies had become fine wine and beautiful women. He had recently obtained a Japanese beauty called Ah-chan, a girl whose smile was as dazzling as the sun. Unlike the beauties of the Central Plains and the Western regions, her candid personality and bright and beautiful face had quickly made her Huzero's new favorite. But just as he was enjoying his time with this beauty, he suddenly received an imperial decree ordering him to take up his post in Sueye. Huzero had spent many years in the capital, causing his prestige among his tribesmen to drop by the day. He had not been able to contend against Wuzhile in the past, and it was even more impossible now. But he could not defy an imperial decree, so he could only brace himself and take up his post. He was well aware that he would be ostracized by Wuzhile. Fortunately, he was going to Sueye on the imperial decree as the Grand Supervisor of the Western Pacifying Army. Wuzhile would never dare to kill him, so he did not have to worry about his life. But it wouldn't be long before Wuzhile would push him out of the post. Therefore, he didn't even bring his favorite Japanese girl, Ah-chan. Anyway, it wouldn't be long before he had to pack up and come back, so he went alone. Now that he had become a beauty collector, he didn't know if he would bring back another Slavic beauty or another beauty from another ethnic group. Meanwhile, the surrendered Khitan generals, Li Kaigu and Luo Wuzhen, deeply trusted by the imperial court and moved to tears of gratitude, had transformed from the vanguard of the rebellion into powerful figures in suppressing the rebellion. The Khitans were now divided into 3 groups. One had defected to the Turks, one had surrendered to the imperial court, and one had remained neutral. In addition, there were also a few people who had participated in the rebellion who had become bandits. Li Kaigu and Luo Wuzhen were currently in charge of mopping up these bandits. They were familiar with the Khitans and the terrain of the north, so they won repeatedly. Wu Zetian received the news and praised Di Renjie and Yang Fan for their foresight. These 2 scourges in the past had indeed become pillars of the imperial court. However, Di Renjie, who had protected these 2 surrendered generals for the imperial court, was not doing well now. He was sick. Di Renjie's body had always been strong and healthy, and he rarely suffered from headaches or fever. However, once someone like him who didn't get sick often got sick, it wasn't easy for him to recover. Di Renjie had been bedridden for many days, and Wu Zetian was very worried. She specially sent an imperial physician to treat him, but Di Renjie was already very old and couldn't be cured by medicine. During this period, Wu Zetian also changed the Crane administration to Fengchen residence, with Zhong Yizhi as the Fengchen magistrate and Zhong Changzong as the Fengchen supervisor. After the name change, the Zhong brothers began to search for a large number of handsome youths in the capital to fill the residence. The second Zhong brothers took this opportunity to bring many elegant youths who were on good terms with them into the palace. They became Wu Zetian's concubines and obtained various official positions for them, further expanding their own power. At the same time, in terms of internal affairs, the ban on slaughter that the court had implemented for 7 years was also stopped. In the past 7 years, those with power and influence always had fish and meat. The truly unlucky ones were those fishermen who lived in peace and kept to themselves. Most of these pitiful people were concentrated in the Jiangnan water villages. When the edict to lift the ban arrived, they had long been exhausted. Another thing was related to Yang Fan. After the magistrate of Fangling reported to the capital that the footprints of God had been found in the prison, for some reason, Wu Zetian actually attached great importance to this auspicious sign. Perhaps it was because no one had reported auspicious signs in the past 2 years. After sending people to investigate and confirming that the footprints of giant foot had been found, and after questioning the 2 prisoners, Wu Zetian was overjoyed. She announced that the next year would be the first year of Dazu and the year would be changed. However, at this time, Yang Fan still did not know that in Fangling, he came up with an idea in order to get out of trouble, which actually prompted the country to change the year name. In terms of personnel, a Another thing happened in the court. Ji Shu, who had just been promoted, was demoted to be the county lieutenant of Angu. The reason was that he quarreled with Wu Yizong, who had just returned from Hebei, in the court over a matter. Wu Zetian did not say anything in the court, but she was very unhappy. She was considering making her son the crown prince, and Ji Shu also supported the idea of making the Li family the crown prince. No matter how bad Wu Yizong's performance was in Hebei, he was still a member of the Wu family. Now Ji Shu dared to confront Wu Yizong in the court. After she became famous, how would Ji Shu treat the members of the Wu family with his contributions to the Li family? Thinking of this, the next day Wu Zetian found an excuse to demote Ji Shu to the county lieutenant and kick him out of the capital. After this incident, the pig-riding general Wu Yizong, relying on his aunt's trust and the power to station troops in Jingdo, became even more unscrupulous and arrogant. On the sickbed, Wu Chengxi's cheeks were sunken and his eyes were lifeless. He looked very haggard. He covered his hand with a handkerchief and coughed hoarsely for a while. Panting, he said to Zhong Jiafu, "Yizong is now the commander-in-chief of the troops stationed in Jingdo and can be of great use. We have to recruit him. It is his birthday in 3 days. I have already prepared a generous gift. At that time, my son will go with you to celebrate Wu Yizong's birthday. My son is slow-witted and can't be of great use. I still need you to mediate and explain my intention to recruit him." Zhong Jiafu said worriedly, "I will naturally serve your highness. However, I think that the most important thing now is to cure your highness's illness. Your highness's health has been getting worse recently." Wu Chengxi waved his hand and said disapprovingly, "It's nothing. It's an old illness. When I was exiled, it was too hard and left behind. Now that I'm getting older, the illness has come back. I won't die." The door was knocked a few times. Without waiting for a reply, the door was opened. The head steward hurriedly walked in and handed Wu Chengxi a bamboo tube about the length of a finger. Although Zhong Jiafu didn't know what had happened, for the steward of the manor to dare to barge in without permission, it was clear that he had long received Wu Chengxi's orders, telling him what kind of situation he could immediately report without permission. This meant that something big had happened. Zhong Jiafu couldn't help but become nervous. Wu Chengxi saw that it was a bamboo tube. At first, he was at a loss, as if something had happened too long ago and he had forgotten about it. Then, his expression tightened as if he had suddenly remembered something. He snatched the bamboo tube and hurriedly opened it. There was a line of small words written on it: "The bird in the cage has stolen away. Its whereabouts are unknown." Wu Chengxi paled in shock and tightened his grip on the slip of paper. How can it be? How can it be? It's been more than a decade and he's always been well behaved. Why would he run away for no reason? Something's wrong. In the palace, something must have happened in the palace. Cough, cough, cough. Zhong Jiafu hurriedly asked, "Your Highness, what happened?" With a gloomy face, Wu Chengxi said, "The Prince of Luling has escaped from Yellow Bamboo Ridge." Zhong Jiafu was shocked and blurted out, "How can that be? Where could he have escaped to? How could he have escaped? Who helped him escape? Unless it's..." Wu Chengxi resisted the urge to cough, his face flushing red. "That's right. There's only one possibility. This is this prince's aunt's doing." Zhong Jiafu panicked. "Your Highness, what should we do?" Wu Chengxi sneered. "What should we do? Of course we have to kill him. Once he's dead, nothing will happen." Wu Chengxi turned to the chief steward and said, "Immediately send out 5 groups of people, no, 10 groups of people, send all of our people out. Regardless of whether it's by land or by water, investigate all the roads leading from Fangzhou to the capital. Find them and kill them." The chief steward was clearly one of Wu Chengxi's trusted aides and knew a lot of inside information. He wasn't surprised by these words and calmly nodded before quietly withdrawing. Wu Chengxi thought for a moment, then threw off his blanket. Zhong Jiafu hurried over to support him and asked, "Your Highness, what are you planning to do?" Wu Chengxi said, "I am going to see Wu Sansi immediately. I still have to call for a clan meeting. This matter doesn't just concern me. We need to mobilize the strength of the entire Wu clan to prevent him from returning to the capital." Wu Sansi's face was flushed. He let out a burp, and the smell of alcohol assailed his nostrils. Wu Chengxi frowned and coughed uncontrollably again. Wu Sanxi said in a strange tone, "Did the sun rise from the west? I heard that His Highness King Liang has caught a cold and isn't feeling well. What are you doing here instead of recuperating at home?" Wu Chengxi looked at the singers who had just retreated to the side with disgust and said fiercely, "Dismiss them." Wu Sanxi waved his hand in an unconcerned manner, and the singers and musicians immediately retreated like a receding tide, leaving the hall empty. Wu Sanxi said lazily, "All right, speak. What's the matter?" Wu Chengxi covered his mouth and coughed a few times. With a hoarse voice, he said, "Li Xian escaped from Fengzhou's Yellow Bamboo Ridge." Wu Sanxi stared blankly. "What?" Wu Chengxi was infuriated. He slammed the table and roared, "Are you deaf? Li Xian escaped. The Prince of Luling, Li Xian, cough, 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 escaped. Tell me, how could he dare to escape? How could he, cough, cough, escape?" This was clearly Aunt's idea. Aunt has changed her mind, changed her mind. Wu Sanxi seemed to be petrified. He sat there with his eyes wide open, not saying anything. Wu Chengxi said, "This matter doesn't just concern me, it also concerns you and our entire Wu clan. Cough. I came here personally just to tell you this. Do you understand?" Wu Sanxi nodded blankly. Wu Chengxi said, "What to do? Do as you see fit." With that, Wu Chengxi stood up and left. When he reached the door, he stopped and said without turning his head, "I am going to call for a clan meeting. I hope that this time, you will not obstruct your people from participating, and that you can come as well." After saying this, Wu Chengxi left while coughing. Wu Sanxi stared at his back, still not saying anything. A figure quietly flashed out from behind the screen. Gazing at the door where Wu Chengxi had disappeared, he smiled and said, "That tuberculosis ghost, he really is something to worry about." The person who spoke was shockingly the General Wu Yizong, who had stirred up trouble in Hebei, forcing the state of Xi to defect to the Turks, establishing a country of its own, and forcing half of the Khitans to surrender to the Turks. After returning to the capital, he had been appointed as the commander-in-chief of the capital's troop. Chapter 795. Wu Sanxi heartily laughed, no longer arrogant. Standing up, he said, "It must have been hard on him. Even with such a sickly body, he still had to rush over to report to me." Wu Yizong replied, "This is only because he wants you to help, not because he has any good intentions." Wu Sanxi smiled. "I naturally understand this. How laughable. He doesn't know that not only did I already know of this matter, I also know the whereabouts of those people like the back of my hand." His belated speech was not timely. At this point, Wu Sanxi's expression became stern and he hatefully said, "Young Fan, this king treated him with sincerity in vain, yet he dared to do such a thing. If he can return alive, I will definitely find a reason to take his life." Wu Yizong lazily replied, "What's so difficult about that? Doesn't he want to return to the army? If he can kill his way out of the encirclement and return to the capital, you can transfer him to my camp. In less than 3 days, I will definitely find a reason to chop off his head. Isn't he Taiping's lover? Taiping specializes in cursing husbands." Ha 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 ha. The two wildly laughed for a while before Wu Sanxi stopped laughing and sternly said, "Yizong, has everything been taken care of? Li Xian can't be allowed to return to the capital alive. Once he returns and publicly reveals himself to all levels of society, it will be very difficult to kill him." Wu Yizong proudly replied, "Relax. I've already set up ambushes on all sides, and with your spies serving as eyes and ears, he won't be able to escape." "Good." Wu Sanxi forcefully patted his shoulder and sighed. "As long as the Prince of Luling is killed, and the Prince of Xiong and my Wu clan are like fire and water, Aunt will have no choice but to let my Wu clan be the crown prince. I don't think that sickly Wu Chengxi will be able to last much longer. When the time comes, the crown prince will definitely be mine. I will not forget your great service. Once I ascend to the throne, you will be the Grand Marshal, commanding the entire army in my place." Wu Yizong happily cupped his fists. This subject thanks the sage. The two looked at each other and roared with laughter. Amidst their carefree laughter, the two brothers each had their own thoughts. Wu Yizong thought, with aunt still alive, I don't dare to act rashly. If aunt dies, with military power in my hands, will I still support you as emperor? Dream on. Wu Sanxi thought, in front of the throne, even his own son may not be able to be relied on. How can I hand over the world's troops and horses to you? Then I must be tired of living. After this is done, I will send you to Jingju to raise pigs and become a real pig-riding general. The two brothers were proud of their own plans, and their laughter became even more cheerful. Yang Fan and his entourage traveled for half a day. The riders did not feel very tired, but Li Xian, who was sitting in the carriage, could not bear it anymore. As the carriage sped along, Li Guo, who was also sitting in the carriage, opened the curtains and shouted, Brother Yang, please stop. My father is not feeling well. Everyone hurriedly reined in their horses. Huang Shuchang and Shu Liang, who had been guarding the car like a shadow, hurried forward and asked, Mr. Lu, what's wrong? Yang Fan circled the horse and came back from the front. He saw Li Guo helping Li Xian out of the carriage. Li Xian's face was pale and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He said with difficulty, my stomach is not feeling well. Before he finished speaking, he threw himself to the side of the carriage. Holding the shaft, he began to vomit. Li Guo pinched her nose and pouted coquettishly at Yang Fan. This carriage is shaking like it's riding on clouds and fog. Even I feel dizzy. How can my father stand it? Brother Yang, please think of a way. Yang Fan looked at the 4 layers of bedding in the carriage. It was even thicker than a woman's bedding. He frowned and said, the earlier we leave, the safer we will be. The road is difficult, and there is no other way. I wonder if Mr. Lu can ride a horse. Li Xian vomited for half a day. Shu Liang had just handed him a water bag to wash his mouth. Hearing this, he panted and smiled bitterly. Of course I can ride a horse. It's just that these past few years, my body has been deteriorating. Even riding a carriage is difficult, let alone riding a horse. Yang Fan lifted the reins and looked left and right. Pointing forward, he said, there is a village over there. Let's go and rest for a while. It would be best if there is a doctor here. He can prescribe a medicine for Mr. Lu to regulate his stomach and stop dizziness. Li Xian said, all right, I need to rest. If this goes on, I won't be able to stand it. Guo, help me down the carriage. I want to walk there. I can't ride anymore. How could Guo support him? He tried twice but he couldn't get up at all. Huang Shuchang and Shu Liang hastily stepped forward to help him down the carriage. Yang Fan and the rest had no choice but to dismount and follow Li Xian slowly into the village. At the entrance of the village, there were locust trees, elms, and willows. The locust trees and willows formed a shade. Under the shade of the trees, Yang Fan and the rest rested. Li Xian lay back down on the carriage. He lifted all the curtains to let in the cool breeze. There really was a doctor in the village who could prescribe medicine that was suitable for the illness. This doctor's name was Luo Ju. He was also a veterinarian. When Jiyu Zhuting came to the village to look for him, he was helping a donkey deliver a baby. Jiyu Zhuting had just fished out a gold coin when veterinarian Luo abandoned the half-born donkey and eagerly went to prescribe medicine for Sir Lu. He left his 2 little apprentices squatting behind the donkey's buttocks. They were so busy that they were drenched in sweat. After Li Xian drank the medicine, his complexion looked much better. However, it seemed that he wouldn't be able to leave anytime soon. He could only rest under a tree. The rest could also eat something and rest. There was a patch of wild grassland next to the village entrance. A few naked children were playing a war game there. The arrival of the group of strangers at the village entrance did not affect them. The naked children were still very focused on playing the role of their great generals. They were all generals, there were no soldiers. Every great general was riding on a pig. The great generals were shouting and shouting on the pig's back while the fat pig was snorting under their buttocks. Guo watched with great interest. She sat on a rock under the forest. Her skirt was pressed tightly to her body. Her long and elegant neck, straight and smooth back, waist that could not be grasped, and round and charming buttocks outlined a smooth curve. It was captivating. Giggle. This was the umpteenth time she had laughed. Very few girls would be interested in those fat pigs that were covered in mud and had a foul smell. They would also not like those little children riding on the backs of the pigs. Only Guo was watching with great interest. Young Fan had just picked up his water bag and drank some water. He swallowed the last piece of jerky in his mouth. When he heard the laughter, he could not help but turn his head and glance at her. Li Guo supported her chin with both of her hands. It was like two pieces of white jade leaves were supporting a white jade flower. Her eyes did not turn towards Young Fan, but she seemed to have noticed Young Fan's gaze. Hence, she looked at the children who were fighting on the pigs with great interest. She spoke as if she was talking to herself. I had also ridden a pig when I was young. I had even won a fight. That was my happiest memory. Unfortunately, it was only once, just once. Her expression darkened. Her voice was faint. Those children's parents told them not to play with me. We grew up together, but they treated me as a jinx. Everyone avoided me and pointed at me behind my back. I knew they were talking bad about me. Li Bao's eyes slowly turned misty, and a vengeful sneer slowly appeared on her pretty face. There was a family who had a cat, and it was so cute. I couldn't help it, so I just touched it. Just a touch, and that child hit me with a tree branch. He hit me so hard that my hand was swollen for a very, very long time. Li Guo gently stroked the back of her hand. The back of her hand was as clear as jade. The scars from her childhood had already healed without a trace. There were no longer any scars on her body. Later on, I caught a wild cat. I wanted to keep it for myself. Wild cats are hard to tame. If I'm not careful, they'll run away, so I locked it up for a long time and fed it every day. I couldn't bear to eat the food that Dad and Mom saved for me. I saved them for it. I want to raise my own cat, the most beautiful one. Young Fan gazed at her. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. He could see the sadness of the girl in front of him. He could feel the hurt she had suffered since she was young. Putting aside the complicated relationship between the two of them, he sympathized with this girl. He knew how painful it was for him to go from a happy family. From a child who was cherished like a pearl in the palm of her family to a beggar on the streets. Li Guo was a proud daughter of heaven. She was the descendant of the emperor. It was obvious that her feelings were deeper than his. What happened after that? Young Fan could not help but ask. Li Guo held her chin in her hands. She foolishly looked at the children who were playing. However, her blurred eyes showed that her thoughts had clearly drifted to a faraway place. After that, the stray cat was trained. I was so happy that I jumped and screamed. I didn't waste my time. I washed its fur until it was shiny and shiny. I even tied a red hair rope that I didn't want to use around its neck and took it out to play. At this point, Li Guo's voice suddenly turned cold. She retracted her beautiful hands that were propping up her chin and clenched them into fists. Her nails pierced deep into her palms. But that ungrateful wild cat actually bit me. It actually bit me. I was so good to it, but it actually bit me. Li Guo could not control herself. Her delicate body began to tremble. Young Fan frowned and said, even a natural house cat will go wild sometimes. Moreover, it is a wild cat. Why are you arguing with an insensible animal? Li Guo suddenly turned her head and glared at him. There was a hint of fierceness and hostility in her eyes. This kind of gaze appeared on the face of a young girl. Moreover, it was such a pure and flawless face. It was as if the body of an angel had suddenly been possessed by a demon. Even Young Fan felt a chill in his heart. Li Guo glared at Young Fan. She enunciated each word clearly. I treated the children in the stronghold very well. How did they treat me? I couldn't do anything to them. I endured it. That cat, I treated it even better than I treated my parents. How did it treat me? I still have to endure it. In this world, do I deserve to be wronged forever? When Young Fan saw her sad and helpless look, a feeling of pity rose in his heart. However, he instinctively felt repulsed by her current expression and attitude. That's just an animal. Can it be reasoned with? Li Guo said, if it can't be reasoned with, then there's no need to be reasoned with. It just needs to know regret and fear. Young Fan frowned and said, How are you going to make it regret and fear? Li Guo looked at him. The corners of her mouth slowly curled into a strange smile. It was very beautiful. However, it was not playful, charming, joyful, or cynical. The feeling was indescribably strange. It was like a cat playing with a mouse under its paws for a long time. It finally swallowed it and burped contentedly. Chapter 796. Laohiku was a small town between Dengju and Jiyu City. About 10 miles west of the town, there was a wooden bridge that spanned across the river. It was about 30 feet long. When the water was low, the river was mainly concentrated in the center of the river, about 30 feet wide. During the flood season, the river would fill the entire riverbed. Because there was a lot of sediment, the river was muddy. Although the shallow water near the banks was not deep, the muddy water could not see the bottom of the river. Looking at the mighty current, it was quite like a big river. In fact, the big river that flowed through this place had long changed its course. On both sides of the wooden bridge, there were often people from the town who came here to do business. They sold water, fruits, and earned a little money from the passing customers to supplement their families. Zhong Chao and Rong Shu were people from the town. They often came to the bridge to do some small business during the slack season. Zhong Chao often carried 2 large baskets and sold dates, walnuts, and other dried fruits. Rong Shu, on the other hand, sold water. The boiled well water was soaked with herbs that could quench thirst and cool the body. Occasionally, he would also sell the milk produced by his own ewes. After a day, it was a considerable income for a family like theirs. One day, when the sun was high up in the sky, Zhong Chao and Rong Shu were chatting and laughing as they arrived at the bridgehead. Suddenly, they discovered that there were already a lot of people doing business there. The two couldn't help but be startled. Aside from them, there weren't many people doing business there, not to mention that they didn't recognize any of these people. The two were surprised. Laohiku was the only town nearby. It was impossible for outsiders to travel dozens or even hundreds of miles to do small business here. In addition, the number of passers-by was limited. Usually, there were only 2 or 3 people doing business at the bridge. What were these people doing out of nowhere? Seeing that the people doing business were all very strong men, the two couldn't help but feel a little scared. They hesitated and didn't dare to go forward. At this time, a woman in her 30s walked over with a basket in one hand and a little girl in the other. She looked back and cursed as she walked. The village woman was not particular about cursing people. She could say all kinds of ugly and vicious words. She didn't care that her daughter heard it. As soon as Zhong Chao and Rong Shu saw her, they recognized her as Mrs. Liu, who often sold eggs at the mouth of the bridge. They quickly went up to her. Rong Shu called out, "Mrs. Liu, what's going on with the people at the mouth of the bridge?" Zhong Chao, who was a bit older, said, "Yes, Liu family, why did you close your stall so early?" When Madame Liu saw that they were acquaintances from town, she hurriedly came forward to complain, "Uncle Zhong, brother Rong Shu, you're here. I don't know where these people at the bridgehead came from, but they suddenly swarmed over here to do business, and even chased us away, not allowing us to set up our stalls there. Don't you think it's strange?" When Zhong Chao heard this, he said angrily, "You dare to rebel against them? Where did these people come from? How dare they be so arrogant in front of our Laohiku people?" Liu Da Suro said, "Heaven knows. Judging from their accents, they are all foreigners. The things they sell are also strange. There are needles, insoles, fruits, vegetables, and even live chickens. Who would do such a business in a place like this?" When Rong Shu heard that it was a foreigner, he became even more courageous and angrily said, "Go. Let's go back and call for help from the town. Mother **K, foreigners dare to bully us locals. Don't mind me, brother Rong Shu." Liu Da Suro grabbed him and whispered mysteriously, "I reckon that something big is about to happen." Zhong Chao and Rong Shu were startled and hurriedly asked, "What do you mean?" Liu Da Suro said, "I accidentally saw that they were carrying weapons. They have sabers. It doesn't look like a good thing. But when they chased me away, they said that they would only be occupying this bridgehead for one day and would leave tomorrow. In my opinion, we should just close our stall today and talk about it tomorrow." When Rong Shu heard that these businessmen were carrying weapons, he couldn't help but jump in fright. Zhong Chao was older and more experienced, so he immediately sensed that something was amiss. He hurriedly said, "Liu family's words make sense. I don't think these people are doing business, so something must have happened. Let's leave quickly and don't invite trouble upon ourselves." As the three businessmen spoke, they quickened their pace and hurried back to the town. 20-some guards escorted the Prince of Luling's carriage to the bridgehead. Ever since the Prince of Luling vomited in the carriage and was forced to stop and rest for half a day, Yang Fan had no choice but to slow down. Fortunately, he had yet to see any pursuers, so Yang Fan could only console himself that the guards on Yellow Bamboo Ridge had yet to discover the Prince of Luling's disappearance. The ornaments being sold at the bridgehead are so beautiful. Li Guo, who had been trapped in the mountains since she was a child, poked her head out of the window and looked back at the bridgehead with some reluctance. Although she was a daughter of the imperial family, she had never seen any decent ornaments before. In her opinion, she liked those crudely made ornaments of various colors. Ornaments! When Yang Fan, who was riding his horse, heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He had only been thinking of crossing the bridge as quickly as possible when he had urged his horse forward, so he really hadn't paid attention to those peddlers at the bridgehead. Now that he heard that they were selling ornaments, Yang Fan immediately went on high alert. Along the way, the nearest village was several dozen li away. In this era, many people would spend their entire lives within a radius of 10 li from their village. There were very few people who traveled far away from home, and even fewer women. Selling ornaments at the bridgehead? What kind of business was this? Yang Fan immediately pulled on the reins and sternly shouted, "Halt!" At Yang Fan's shout, the horses charging at the front immediately pulled on the reins and looked back. Yang Fan shouted, "Something's wrong, quickly retreat." The others still didn't know what was going on, but upon hearing Yang Fan's cautious words, they quickly turned their horses back. It was just that the Prince of Luling was riding in a carriage, so it wasn't that easy to turn back. Almost at the same time, when the businessmen at the bridgehead saw that they had stopped and retreated, they knew that they had been exposed. They immediately pulled out their weapons from under the baskets and stalls and launched an attack on the cavalrymen nearby. At this moment, Jiyu Zhuting was at the very back of the procession, together with Jiao Ying and Lan Yiqing. The three of them had just stepped onto the bridgehead when they happened to be enveloped by the assassins' weapons. Jiyu Zhuting and the other two reacted quickly and immediately drew their swords. Like three tigresses, they began to fight with the assassins. The assassins had set up a trap at the center of the bridge, hiding two people under the bridge. Once the procession was halfway across, they would destroy the bridge, split them in two, and then ambush them. Unexpectedly, the Prince of Luling suddenly stopped and retreated, rendering the two people hiding under the bridge useless. They could only climb up from under the bridge with sabers in their mouths and fiercely hack at the horses' legs. On the other side of the bridge, other than the few people guarding the bridgehead, there was also a group of archers lying in ambush behind the thicket. They had originally planned to wait for the Prince of Luling's group to cross the bridge before suddenly launching an attack, but at this moment, the Prince of Luling's group had directly made their move on this side of the bridgehead. With both sides engaged in a chaotic battle, the archers couldn't use their crossbows, so they could only draw their weapons and charge over. Fortunately, they had originally intended to let half of the people cross first, so the bridge wasn't completely destroyed. If they wanted to completely destroy it, they would still need someone to tamper with it, so those people could still cross. However, when they charged over from the other side, Yang Fan's group had already protected the Prince of Luling's carriage and retreated to the bridgehead. As soon as they exchanged blows, Yang Fan discovered that these businessmen were using military weapons, and the movements and footwork they used in close combat were also military techniques. Such techniques could only be used to their greatest effect in a large-scale battle, but on this bridgehead, they were far inferior to the martial arts of the people of Jianghu. And it just so happened that the 100 cavalry and the internal guards were proficient in the martial arts of the people of Changjiang. Not only were they skilled in teamwork, they were even more skilled in individual combat. By the time the group of people at the other end of the bridgehead had caught up, the two assassins who had climbed up from under the bridge had already been killed, and nearly half of the assassins on this side of the bridgehead had also been killed. Although the assassins at the bridgehead were still attacking without fear of death, their offensive had already suffered a severe setback. Their main purpose was to intercept and annihilate the targets left on this side of the bridge, while their true main force lay in ambush on the other side. Their numbers were small, and their skills were a level inferior. As a result, nearly half of them had been killed or injured in the first clash, and the remaining people were only doing their utmost to stall for time until reinforcements arrived. Dismounting from his horse, Yang Fan gripped his steel saber and stood on the bridge, seething with killing intent. With a voice like spring thunder, he shouted, "Protect Mr. Lu and retreat. Leave this to me." Upon hearing this, Jiyu Zhuting gave a tender roar and shook off her opponent. Leaping out of the crowd, she leaped toward the bridgehead like a large bird. If Yang Fan didn't leave, she naturally couldn't leave either. Others viewed protecting the Prince of Luling as their number one priority, but in her heart, the Prince of Luling could die, but not Yang Fan. Huang Xuchang and Xu Liang protected the Prince of Luling's carriage as they fought and retreated until they reached the bridgehead. Only then did they successfully turn the corner. Immediately, Huang Xuchang, Xu Liang, Jiao Ying, Lan Yiqing, and 100 other cavalrymen, along with the valiant generals of the inner guard, madly rushed forward to protect the Prince of Luling's carriage. Yang Fan, Zhong Shitong, Tian Yang, Yu Ziqing, and several other imperial bodyguards who were originally charging at the very front stood at the bridgehead with sabers drawn. Li Guo'er's nervous little face was pale, but there was a strange excitement in her eyes. The moment the carriage turned, she stole a glance toward the bridgehead and happened to see the saber in Yang Fan's hand transform into a dazzling wheel of light, whistling toward the enemy in front of him. As soon as they met, severed limbs flew and blood spurted. Li Guo'er's eyes became even more excited. Li Xian shrank into a corner, his face pale and his soul out of his body. He only muttered to himself, "They're here. They're finally here." As the carriage turned and jolted, his head would occasionally bump against the wall of the tent, but he was completely unaware of it. Because the assassins were going to assassinate the Prince of Luling at the bridgehead, they were not equipped with horses. After Huang Xuchang and the others escorted the Prince of Luling out of the encirclement, they very smoothly got rid of them. Only then did everyone's taut heartstrings relax. In a single breath, everyone rushed for more than 10 li before stopping on a hillside. Li Guo'er grabbed the edge of the carriage window and poked her head out to ask Huang Xuchang in a loud voice, "Commander Huang, can Big Brother Yang and the others kill their way out?" Huang Xuchang laughed brightly and said, "Little princess, don't worry. Among us, only Lieutenant Yang is capable. Those cats and dogs won't be able to stop him. How is His Highness?" They were on a high slope and there was no one around, so there was no need for them to conceal their words. Li Guo'er glanced back. Li Xian pretended to be calm as he poked his head out and squeezed out a smile. He said to the crowd, "This prince is fine. I'll have to trouble you all." Although everyone had successfully escaped the encirclement, since they were ambushed today, it meant that there would be a series of battles ahead. Therefore, everyone's expression was very solemn and they did not feel happy or relaxed just because they had escaped danger. Xu Liang rushed to the side of the carriage and dismounted. With a solemn expression, he said to the Prince of Luling, "When Lieutenant Yang returns, we'll have to have a good discussion. Since His Highness's whereabouts have been exposed, every step forward will be filled with trepidation. The road ahead will not be easy." Chapter 797. In terms of distance, there were two types of assassination, long-range and close-range. Long-range assassins could use crossbows or, like how Zhong Liang had assassinated Emperor Qin at the Bolang Sands, a large iron mallet to play with. Alternatively, they could also throw stones down from cliffs. The other types of weapons were close-range. In terms of methods, they could be divided into wits and brute force. Brute force was to use spears and daggers, relying on the assassin's skills to force his way through the encirclement and take the enemy's life. Wits could be poison, lassos, and all kinds of disguises to approach the target and strike when they least expect it. One could even tamper with the road, the environment, and the target's means of transportation. After Yang Fan returned from the bridge, he immediately changed his route and led the Prince of Luling down a different path. But no matter which path he took, his target could only be Luoyang. As a result, along the way, there were endless assassinations, all kinds of assassinations, and even a group of people that didn't look like an assassination but more like a confrontation between two armies. Yang Fan's party did not have many people and they were protecting an important figure like the Prince of Luling, so they did not dare to take a risk and were forced into a passive position. Once, under the pursuit of a powerful enemy, they were forced to retreat into a county town. After revealing their identity as 100 cavalrymen to the Yamen, they temporarily rested and reorganized. Unexpectedly, they also encountered danger. First, someone disguised themselves as a courier and poisoned their food. After the matter was exposed, several so-called couriers actually flashed their daggers and charged at the Prince of Luling. Fortunately, after the danger at the bridge, Yang Fan knew that the Prince of Luling's escape had already been discovered and increased his vigilance, preventing the assassins from succeeding. After an investigation, it was discovered that these assassins had kidnapped the couriers and replaced them. However, the county magistrate, who had hurriedly rushed over, was terrified, begging for forgiveness, and pretending not to know who Mr. Lu was. Taking advantage of the absence of the county magistrate and the official registrar, he secretly revealed a piece of information to Yang Fan. The county magistrate was a member of the Wu clan. From then on, Yang Fan and his party increased their vigilance. If there was an internal infiltration, it would be even more difficult to guard against than an external enemy. They were unwilling to ask for help from the authorities anymore. Now, the news that the Prince of Luling was on his way back to the capital had probably been heard by all levels of officials through their own channels. No local official was a monolithic block. If one did not know which official had the backing of the Wu clan, it was better to completely cut off all connections until the Prince of Luling was safely sent to the capital. Thus, this group of people became an isolated army, of running for their lives against the endless enemies of both in the open and in the shadows. Over the past few days, they had been circling east and west, rushing forward and retreating. They had already lost 4 of their 100 horsemen, and 2 of their inner guards had been injured. In the countryside, insects chirped and the moon was as pale as frost. Others might not be able to see his expression, but Jiyu Zhuting, who was staying half a foot away from him, seemed to have sensed his thoughts. She suddenly said softly, "Our Lang doesn't seem to agree." Jiyu Zhuting used to be a female assassin, so she was even more alert than Yang Fan in her sleep. Li Xian's strange cry could wake Yang Fan up, so naturally, it could also wake her up. Yang Fan nodded his head silently. Noticing that she couldn't see his action, he grunted softly and said, "The crown prince of the country, Sai." Jiyu Zhuting smiled softly and comforted him softly. Other than the founding emperor, most of the other emperors grew up in the palace. How strong could they be? You are the one who thinks that because he is the emperor, you instinctively feel that he should be wiser than everyone else, that his will should be stronger than that of a soldier who has been through hundreds of battles. How is that possible? Yang Fan grunted in a low voice and said, "Yes, the crown prince can only be from the Wu family or the Li family. After weighing the two, it is better to choose the lesser of the two. An emperor, even if he is mediocre, it is still better than a tyrant." Jiyu Zhuting turned over and lay down, looking at the stars in the sky. The stars were shining brightly, and thousands of stars gathered together, forming a magnificent celestial phenomenon like a nebula. Jiyu Zhuting looked at the stars in the sky and said slowly, "I am from the Kui family of Qinghe." When the young master was young, a group of companions of the same age acted as his protectors. Young Master Kui has been intelligent since he was young. When he grew up, he was very dignified in taking care of family affairs, managing external affairs, welcoming guests, and presiding over sacrificial ceremonies. Ever since he was young, the young master had always been the one who received the most praise among his peers. However, such a person had a very ridiculous problem. He couldn't bear the slightest bit of grievance. Even if it was a small matter that misunderstood or wronged him, he would lose control and be so angry that he wanted to cry. Even if the matter was clarified and people apologized to him, he would still hide in the study and cry silently. He would only calm down after crying for a long time. However, when he came out of the study, he would be the open-minded, cheerful, and generous eldest son of the Kui family. He would never admit that he cried because of a ridiculous little thing. Yes. Yang Fan smiled and suddenly thought of Lu Binmi. Famous people and great people all had shortcomings. Sometimes, it really wasn't that the shortcomings of others couldn't be tolerated, but because their status was too high. Therefore, those who couldn't reach their status would wishfully think that they were perfect, and that they had to be perfect. Young Fan couldn't help but ask, since you were young, you have been practicing martial arts. Then, to protect the head of the family, the important people of the family, or to do something under their orders? Jiyu Zhuting faintly said, yes. My family has been a servant of the Kui family since more than 100 years ago. There were some in the family who were born with weak physiques and couldn't practice martial arts, so they raised horses, drove carriages, planted orchards, or were servants who answered the door. Although practicing martial arts was hard and often didn't have a good ending, after all, when they were alive, their lives would be better, and their status in the family would be higher. People want to go to higher places. Who would be willing to be a lowly slave from birth? That night, Jiyu Zhuting said a lot. Young Fan had never thought that a bodyguard beside him, a person who was usually ignored by others, would have so many life stories and such deep emotions. Until Young Fan was sleepy, Jiyu Zhuting, who rarely spoke her heart, was still in high spirits. Young Fan didn't want to disturb her mood, so he had to suppress his sleepiness and didn't even dare to yawn. In truth, with Young Fan's intelligence, he had already sensed Jiyu Zhuting's closeness to him, but Jiyu Zhuting hadn't said anything, so he didn't want to take it a step further. He had Xiaoman and a Nu at home, and when he married Wn in the future, it was enough to have 3 lovely wives to accompany him. It was impossible for Taiping to become his wife, even if Li Tang regained his power. He was well aware of this. At most, the two of them could maintain this kind of relationship. If it wasn't for Li Guo's initiative on the mountain, if it wasn't for her beauty that made it hard for any normal man to resist, if it wasn't for the fact that he thought Li Guo was just an ordinary mountain girl, if it wasn't for the fact that he felt that it would be better for him to keep his identity a secret by making this girl his woman, he wouldn't have broken his heart's defenses. In truth, he was very satisfied with the current situation. He had never been eclectic and had never had the ambition to take in all the beauties in the world like Husei Luo. As a result, this paper window had always been stuck there, preventing the two hearts from getting any closer. The Prince of Luling was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow, and he had 2 more palpitations during the night. As a result, no one slept well. At daybreak, everyone packed up, ate a simple meal, and continued on their journey. At this time, they had already arrived at the Crouching Bull mountain range. After crossing this mountain range, they would enter Duji province, but they did not take the Luyang Pass. It could be expected that there would be ambushes on the main road. After discussing with the 3 leaders, Yang Fan, Xu Liang, Huang Xuchang, and Jiao Ying, they decided to take a detour around the mountain road. Although it would be more difficult to travel this way, there were many small roads on the Crouching Bull Mountain. It was impossible for the enemy to send so many people to block every road. After the plan was decided, they set off. After a day and a half, they arrived at the foot of the Crouching Bull Mountain. There was a small town at the foot of the mountain called Gushui Town. Yang Fan wanted to rest in the town for a night and prepare enough food so that he could go straight through the Crouching Bull Mountain in one go. Gushui Town was not big, and it was very poor. It was close to the mountain range and was not on the main road. It was difficult for a place like this to develop even after hundreds or thousands of years. The sudden arrival of such a large group of outsiders was a rare thing for the people in the village. Hence, many people came out to see what was going on. Li Zheng had seen much of the world. He had been to the county and even met the county magistrate. When he heard that outsiders had come, Li Zheng puffed out his chest and came out to greet them. He impatiently scolded, "Go, go, go, go. What are you all doing? Isn't it just a few outsiders? What's there to see? Don't let others laugh at you." Li Zheng had a lot of authority in the village. Basically, his prestige was similar to that of the emperor in Luoyang city. It was just that the respect of the villagers was not as complicated as the courtiers. When Li Zheng shouted, the men, women, adults, and children immediately moved to the left and right. Li Zheng walked to the front of Yang Fan and the rest. He looked at the tall horses, the long-distance carriages, and the extraordinary bearing of the people leading the horses. Although he still had an arrogant look on his face, His tone became polite. I am the local Li Zheng. May I know where the guests are coming from, and where are you heading to? Yang Fan led the horse forward and said with a smile, My master is a famous scholar from Qianzhong. He is traveling to the capital. From Qianzhong province? Li Zheng looked at him from head to toe and asked, Why didn't you go through Luyang Pass to Duji province? Why did you come here? Yang Fan said calmly, My master wants to travel to the mountains and rivers. Naturally, he has to choose the difficult and dangerous path. Otherwise, how could he witness the magnificence of the mountains and rivers with his own eyes? Therefore, he deliberately chose this path. We want to stay here for the night. I wonder if there is an inn in the village. I hope Li Zheng can give us some pointers. Li Zheng snorted, To open an inn in such a place, won't you be so poor that you'll go crazy? Yang Fan said, If that's the case, is there any house that is spacious enough for us to stay in? I hope Li Zheng can give us some pointers. Hihi, no matter which house we stay in, we will not be short of the host's benefits. Chapter 798. Yang Fan knew that the mayor of a village or town in this kind of place was usually the one with the most power and the wealthiest family in the area. Therefore, he had already guessed that this Li Zheng's house must be the largest. Therefore, his eyes only stared at him. Unexpectedly, Liang Lizheng looked at them and said, Do you want to stay in this village? There are so many of you. If you want to stay in this village, only Master Liang's house can afford such a big place. Yang Fan asked curiously, Why isn't Liang Lizheng's house the largest in this village? Liang Lizheng said, 80% of the people in this village have the surname Liang. If you want to talk about the biggest family, it has to be Master Liang's house. Master Liang is an official in the capital, and he is the head of the Ministry of Justice. Because this is the ancestral home of Master Liang's family, they built a big house here. But no one usually lives here, so they let a few old people take care of it. Yang Fan thought for a while and vaguely remembered that there was a head of the Ministry of Justice with the surname Liang. When he was in the Ministry of Justice, he used to send gifts to his house during the New Year. Unexpectedly, he came to his hometown today. Yang Fan said, If that's the case, can I trouble Liang Lizheng to mediate and let us stay here? With that, Yang Fan took a step forward and stuffed a pile of copper coins into Liang Lizheng's hand. Liang Lizheng took the money and a smile immediately appeared on his face. He replied straightforwardly, All right, come with me. Liang Lizheng turned around and led the way. He scolded the children who followed to watch the fun. The old house of the head of the Ministry of Justice was near the hillside at the end of the village. The manor covered a large part of the hillside. There were fruit trees on the hillside, and there was a house at the foot of the hill. There were white walls, green tiles, and pavilions. Compared with most of the simple houses in this small mountain village, it had a dignified air of a big family. Such a large courtyard was only renovated because it was an ancestral residence. The Liang family didn't stay here, so there was always a type of desolate feeling. One could see weeds growing on the walls, swaying in the wind. There were no other residences around the Liang family's house. The other residences were at least a few feet away from the Liang family's high wall. The floor was tidy, and there was a screen wall and a hitching post in front of the main entrance of the house. Green bricks covered the ground, but there were large patches of moss on the green brick floor, the bottom of the screen wall, and the hitching post. The 2 strings of red lanterns hanging under the lintel of the door had lost half of their color and were somewhat white. If they came here at night, they would feel like they had entered a haunted house. Yang Fan was very satisfied with this place. It was good to have a secluded place. Dong dong dong, 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 dong. Liang Lizheng grabbed the door knocker and knocked hard. The knocker was already rusty. It was probably because there was no door in the front yard. Liang Lizheng knocked hard for a long time before the person inside heard an old voice shouting, Stop knocking, I heard you. After a while, with a creak, the corner door on the main door opened. An old face peeked out from inside. The face was gloomy, looking outside coldly. Liang Lizheng did not dare to put on airs in front of this family, even if it was just an old steward of the Liang family. Liang Lizheng nodded and bowed. Steward Qiao, how are you? What's the matter? The wrinkles on Steward Qiao's face seemed to be carved by a knife. It did not change even a little because of Liang Lijing's politeness. His voice was also very hoarse, revealing a sense of impatience. It's like this. Liang Lijing told him the purpose of Yang Fan's visit. He smiled and said, "Old steward, what do you think?" Yang Fan took a step forward at the right time and cupped his hands. "Greetings, old steward. We are going to pass by the capital through Crouching Bull Mountain. It's getting late, so we would like to stay in your residence for the night. I hope old steward can accommodate us." Liang Lijing immediately whispered, "They are willing to pay. I thought that the house in this residence would be empty anyway, so I brought it here. Old steward, what do you think?" The old steward's pair of muddy old eyes looked at Yang Fan from head to toe, then looked at the group of people behind. Li Gui'er had already jumped off the carriage. She was wearing a maidservant's outfit. She tilted her neck and looked curiously at the black plaque on the lintel. The old steward seemed to have seen that there were women accompanying them. He let out a soft hmph and said, "Wait here." The old steward slammed the corner door. After a while, the main door opened. It was probably because the main door had not been opened for a long time. When it opened, there was a creaking sound of friction. The old steward stood at the threshold with a sullen face. He shook his head and said, "Come in." Then he put his hands behind his back and walked forward with his back bent. As Yang Fan led the horse through the door, the old steward said coldly, "There are not many people in the house. Including the old man, there are only 5 of us. We didn't prepare so much food. There is a stove, so you can cook the food yourself." Li Gui'er had just followed them in, but when she heard this, she said angrily, "Why is this person?" Yang Fan grabbed her and shook his head gently. Then he said to the old man with a smile, "Yes, I am already very grateful to be able to stay in your residence for the night. I will give you my thanks once I have settled down." The Liang residence really had a lot of houses. It was unknown if Steward Liang had the mentality of returning home in glory, or if his relatives and friends would come every year when he returned home to worship his ancestors. So the main house had built many houses. Not to mention that there were only about 20 people in Yang Fan's group. Even if there were 2 or 3 times more people, it would still be more than enough. Steward Liang arranged for them to stay in the east courtyard. He instructed them not to wander around the Liang residence before he left with a sullen face. Not long after, the Liang residence's manservant brought bedding for Yang Fan and the others. Although the bedding was not new, it was often hung out in the sun, so it did not feel moist. Dinner naturally had to be prepared by themselves. Fortunately, nearly half of the group were women. Although they were all heroines who wielded knives and spears, at least 8 out of 10 of them knew how to do needlework and cook. This was because they were going to get married sooner or later, and these were the basic skills of being a wife. Even if they were the young madams of wealthy families, if they didn't know how to cook, they would still be criticized by their in-laws. The group was tired from the long journey, and the lights in the Liang residence were not very bright. After eating dinner, many of them chose to sleep early. The Prince of Luling, Li Xian, had not slept well on the journey. Usually, he would either sleep in the carriage or in the suburbs. Today, he finally had a good night's sleep and had fallen asleep early. As the person in charge of the group, Yang Fan was in charge of everything, such as leading the way and arranging the troops. He had to spend more energy than the others, and his body was not made of iron, so how could he not feel tired? However, even though this was a remote mountain village and it should be extremely safe, he still arranged the defense first. The Prince of Luling was the only focus of their protection. Usually, Yang Fan was responsible for the entire group, while Huang Xuchang and Xu Liang were responsible for the Prince of Luling's personal safety. They had never left his side, and it was the same now. The Prince of Luling and Li Gui'er lived in the bedroom on the left and right respectively. The 2 of them slept in the central room in the middle and were on duty for half the night. Yang Fan did not dare to go too far. His and Jiao Ying's residences were in the front and back of the Prince of Luling's residence. Once everyone was asleep, there would be guards watching from the roof. After arranging everything, Yang Fan dragged his exhausted body back to his own bedroom. Without even lighting the lamp, he tossed his saber on the bedside and then himself onto the bed. Yang Fan let out a long breath and lightly stretched his body, only to feel a slight ache in his bones. Closing his eyes, he lazily reached to his waist and fumbled for his belt. Just as he was about to take off his outer clothes, his lazy movements suddenly became as fast as a ghost's. With a single stretch, he grabbed the saber by his pillow and shot toward the window like an arrow. It was close to the beginning of summer and the weather was not cold. Since young Fan wanted to monitor the situation in the Prince of Lulink's residence, he had left the window open. At this moment, a person was quietly climbing in through the window. When young Fan looked over, the sharp look in his eyes instantly disappeared and his grip on the scabbard loosened. A person was climbing in through the window. This person had a graceful figure and a slender waist. Even in the darkness of the night, one could see the soft and beautiful figure characteristic of a woman. Other than Li Guiwa, who else could it be? Like a cat that had stolen a fish, Li Guiwa quietly climbed in and closed the window. Turning around, young Fan got down from the bed and lit the lantern. As soon as the lantern was lit, it quickly illuminated the small room. Li Guiwa's legs were slightly tilted to the side as she sat on the couch in a delicate posture, smiling at him. Under the light, her jade-like skin faintly glowed red, like a blooming peach blossom. The dimples on her jade-like face were so pretty that they were almost transparent. People often said that a beauty under the light of a lantern would add some color to it. Looking at such a jade-like girl right now, she was truly radiating light, her complexion illuminating. She had just taken a bath, so her lustrous black hair was tied into a loose knot. She wore a soft and close-fitting jade-green dress, and her waist was rather slender. All sorts of emotions and allure were hidden deep in her bones. Young Fan couldn't help but inwardly sigh in admiration. This so-called natural beauty was truly different from the masses. Otherwise, how could a girl of such a young age have such a romantic charm when walking, sitting, or lying down? Young Fan's face darkened as he asked, "What are you doing here?" Li Guiwa untied her hair, allowing it to cascade down like a waterfall. Her beautiful hair draped over her shoulders, and her complexion seemed to be illuminated by the light, instantly revealing a graceful charm that would brighten anyone's eyes. Only then did Li Guiwa give him an enchanting smile and pout coquettishly, "You're so fierce. What's wrong? You're going to deny it after eating me clean?" With a straight face, young Fan said, "The one I ate was a village girl, not a princess of the court. Making the same mistake once is enough. I won't make it a second time." Li Guiwa's thin eyebrows gently raised, and she said seductively, "Brother Fan, once is enough to kill you." Young Fan smiled, "Is that so? Then, princess. Oh, if we can safely return to the capital, we'll soon have to call you princess. I don't know if your highness, an unmarried girl, dares to publicize this matter." Li Guiwa suddenly choked. Even if her father became the crown prince, as long as Wu Zetian didn't die, their family would still have to tuck their tails between their legs. Who would dare to be insolent? Even if Wu Zetian died and her father successfully ascended the throne as the emperor, would the daughter of the emperor dare to publicize such a scandal to the public? Did she not want the dignity of the royal family? With this question, young Fan had grasped her Achilles' heel. Li Guiwa puffed up her cheeks in anger, and her seductive and enchanting expression was immediately replaced by a kind of cute childishness. Outside the courtyard, Jiyu Zhuting tightly held onto her sword as she hurried from the direction of the kitchen to young Fan's residence. Chapter 799. "I don't want to talk to you anymore, it's so boring." Li Guiwa was speechless. She angrily turned her back to him. Her clothes were soft and her sitting posture was charming. Her buttocks were slightly rounder than a peach. Because of the astonishingly thin waist, Xiao Dao also appeared to be more plump, highlighting the great impact. Young Fan inadvertently frowned and said, "We've been rushing here and there, we're all tired." "Aren't you tired? Why aren't you going back to your room to rest? Why are you sitting here?" Li Guiwa looked back in shock and said, "You really want to chase me away?" Young Fan was displeased and said, "Are you planning to do something so close to your father's bed and under heavy security?" Li Guiwa seemed to be a little confused. Her big eyes blinked and she suddenly burst out laughing. She blushed and bit her lower lip. She glared at young Fan and said shyly, "Hey, you're thinking so dirty. I've only been traveling with you, but it's rare for me to talk to you. I miss you." What are you thinking about? She gently lowered her head and twirled a lock of soft black hair around her slender white fingers. She then gently untied it and twirled it again. She faintly said, "No matter what you think, I've given my body to you. Maybe I wanted to have someone to rely on for the rest of my life, but it's still because I like you. I don't care if you're a princess or a princess. Anyway, you're my man now. No one can change that." Young Fan listened to her and felt a headache coming on. He could only half-heartedly say, "We don't even know if we can return to the capital city safely. It's too far to talk about this. Princess, please go back to your room and rest. We'll be entering Crouching Bull Mountain tomorrow morning. The journey will be even more difficult." "I'm not afraid." Li Guiyu pursed her lips and smiled gently. "Commander Huang said that you're the most capable person. I've seen it with my own eyes along the way. I know you'll protect me, right? As long as you're willing to protect me, no one in the world can hurt me." Young Fan replied impatiently, "You flatter me, Your Highness. There is a limit to one's strength. I'm just doing my best and leaving the rest to fate." Li Guiyu rolled her eyes and said sweetly, "Are you talking about Tianming? I think it's destiny, to make you my man, to let me rely on you, to let you protect me. This is our destiny, don't you think so?" Bang, bang, bang. Hurried knocks came from the outer hall, followed by Jiyu Zhuting's voice, "Ah Lang, Ah Lang." Young Fan was startled and asked in a loud voice, "What is it?" Jiyu Zhuting said, "I've found something strange and would like to report it to Ah Lang. Please wait a moment." Young Fan gave Li Guiyu a look and said in a low voice, "Still not leaving?" Li Guiyu stuck out her tongue and said in a sweet and innocent voice, "I know." She crawled to the back window, bent one leg, and turned to Young Fan and whispered, "Look. I've never made things difficult for you. I've been so good to you, so you must be good to me." Her smile was as sweet as honey, but Young Fan couldn't help thinking of the cat she used to raise. Young Fan watched her climb out of the window, made a face at him, and walked away giggling. Only then did he lower his head to look at his attire. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, he walked to the outer hall and unlatched the door. As soon as the door opened, Jiyu Zhuting flashed in. She turned her head to look outside, and then quickly closed the door. She was still dressed in men's clothes, with two small mustaches above her lips. In the eyes of Young Fan, who was familiar with her real face, the two small mustaches and her beautiful eyes looked extremely ridiculous. But Jiyu Zhuting looked solemn and nervous. "Ah Lang, we found something strange when we were cleaning the kitchen just now." Young Fan's heart tightened and he said cautiously, "Let's go to the room and talk." Young Fan led Jiyu Zhuting into the room and sat down. He moved the lamp in front of them and asked, "What did you find strange?" Jiyu Zhuting said, "We've prepared some food, so we ate in the kitchen and boiled some hot water. We want to take a bath." Women loved cleanliness. They hadn't had a good rest during the journey, let alone a bath. Now that they had such a rare opportunity, they naturally wanted to boil some water and take a bath. Young Fan nodded to show his understanding. Jiyu Zhuting said, "The bathroom is in the firewood room next to the kitchen. The girls take turns to take a bath while I light the fire in the kitchen." By the time everyone finished their dinner and returned their plates, half of them still hadn't taken a bath. "I think the owner of this place doesn't welcome us. Since we have nothing to do, we might as well wash the dishes so that we don't attract any attention." Jiyu Zhuting's words had always been concise and clear. He didn't expect that after having a heart-to-heart talk with him that night, she would gradually develop into a chatterbox. Young Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. But he also knew that Jiyu Zhuting just wanted to explain the cause and effect of the matter. Since she still had the time to talk about the cause and effect, it was not urgent no matter how important the matter was. Fortunately, Jiyu Zhuting only said a few words before she got to the point. "When I wanted to clean up the dishes, I was surprised to find that there were a few large buckets under the kitchen that were filled with unwashed dishes. Some were filled with vegetable juice, some with leftover rice, and they were all very fresh. Judging from the number of dishes, it was at least enough to feed twice the number of people we have." Young Fan was startled and immediately remembered the words of the old steward of the Liang residence. There were a total of 5 people in the residence, including him. Yang Fan's face immediately darkened. Jiyu Zhuting said, I just noticed the bucket of swill. There was more than half a bucket of swill inside. This family raised pigs. If it wasn't for the fact that there was too much swill in one go and the pigs couldn't eat it, there wouldn't be so much left in the bucket. Jiyu Zhuting concluded word by word, that old steward was lying. There are more than 5 people in this family. It is possible that there are 50 people in this family. Yang Fan slowly paced a few steps in the room and slowly stood up. His eyes flickered as he said, perhaps, that old steward wasn't lying but wanted to tell us something. That's why, he wanted us to cook for ourselves. Jiyu Zhuting understood immediately. Her eyes shrunk as she said in a low voice, Our Lang is saying that someone entered the residence one step ahead of us and took control of the people in this residence. Yang Fan said, judging from the villagers' strange expressions when they saw us, these people didn't come to the village openly. It is very possible that they took advantage of the night to sneak into the Liang residence from the other side of the hill and took control of the people in the residence. Jiyu Zhuting said, There is only an empty residence here and they can't move away. Why would bandits and robbers have designs on this place? Even if they had designs on this place, they should have left after stealing the things. Why would they still stay in the residence? Yang Fan nodded slowly and forcefully. He said in a low voice, That's right. They are coming for us. Yang Fan suddenly turned around and said to Jiyu Zhuting, At least half of us are still awake. They won't make any moves. Go back immediately and tell those ladies who are waiting to bathe that everything is normal. Don't alert them. Tell those ladies who are returning after bathing to be more vigilant. I will inform the others. Jiyu Zhuting nodded and immediately left in a flash. Outside the room, she subconsciously sniffed, her expression somewhat gloomy. Just now, she had faintly smelled a faint fragrance in the room. That was definitely not the fragrance of flowers, but the faint fragrance of a woman. There was no mistaking it. Jiyu Zhuting unexpectedly thought of that cunning little demoness who made her involuntarily wary. I've been loitering around in front of you all day, but you don't even look me in the eye. You just have to be infatuated with that demoness. That's a princess of the current dynasty. Don't you even want your head anymore? You really are a scoundrel, Ari. Yang Fan sat quietly under the lantern for a long time, his expression changing unpredictably. Looking at his distant eyes, he was clearly not thinking about the crisis at hand. What was he thinking? After thinking hard for a long time, Yang Fan finally stood up. Grabbing his saber and stabbing it into the sheath at his waist, he quickly walked out. Huang Xuchang and Xu Liang, the 2 marshals of the 100 Cavalry Brigade, were currently half lying on the bedding and chatting. They were sleeping in the central room outside the Prince of Luling's bedroom. There was no bed here, but there was a Luohan bed behind the screen. Usually, family members would sit cross-legged and chat or close friends would sleep here. The 2 of them had taken out the Luohan bed and used it as a bed, but with 2 people squeezing on it, it was somewhat difficult to turn around. When it was time to rest, only one of them could rest while the other had to lead the night shift. Because there were still many people who had not slept yet, they temporarily did not need to go out on patrol, so they lay down to rest. The one who had to lead the night shift tonight was Huang Xuchang. When they were in the palace, they often did night shifts, so even though they were somewhat tired, they were still much more energetic than the average person. The door opened and Yang Fan quickly walked in, his hand on his saber and his expression cold. Huang Xuchang and Xu Liang couldn't help but sit up in surprise and say, Captain. Yang Fan waved his hand, not letting the 2 of them speak. He quickly walked up to their bed and reported Jiyu Zhuting's discovery in a low voice. The 2 of them immediately tensed up. Yang Fan sneered, I'm afraid we won't be able to sleep well tonight, but since we've already discovered something wrong, they'll be the unlucky ones. You too. Yang Fan lowered his voice and whispered to them, to which the 2 of them repeatedly nodded. Huang Xuchang said, I'll go inform everyone right away. Wait. Yang Fan flipped his palm and placed it on his shoulder. After a moment of thought, he said, There's no rush. It's fine as long as you know what's going on. As for the specific arrangements, once everyone has returned, you can use the patrol to inform them one by one. At the same time, tell them to keep to their posts and not to move around without permission. Xu Liang was curious. Why didn't we make the arrangements earlier? Yang Fan's gaze flickered and he slowly said, since the first time we were ambushed at Laohiku, every time we safely passed through an important road, we would definitely be ambushed at the next one. Don't you find it strange? Huang Xuchang and Xu Liang looked at each other, their expressions suddenly changing. Yang Fan continued, this mountain village is extremely remote, but they actually set up an ambush here in advance. If they made the same arrangements at every possible road we might pass through, think about it, how many people would they need? If they only made the arrangements at this place, then, how did they know we were going to pass through here? Huang Xuchang's eyes widened, his beard and hair like halberds. He gritted his teeth and said, there's a traitor. Chapter 800. Xu Liang was shocked. Who could the traitor be? It must be someone from the inner guard. Women are the most unreliable. Huang Xuchang was a member of 100 Cavalry, so he had an instinctive trust and protection for them. He hurriedly said, that's right, it must be someone from the inner guard. We 100 Cavalry are all brothers who have gone through life and death together. If the traitor causes the death of the Prince of Luling, then all of us brothers will die. No one would harm their own brothers like this. Yang Fan slowly said, I still don't know who the traitor is. Before we can confirm who the traitor is, everyone is suspicious. You and I must not let our first impressions be the strongest, or it will only blind our eyes. Huang Xuchang and Xu Liang slowly woke up from their excitement and agreed. Yang Fan solemnly said, we'll deal with tonight's matter first. The most important thing we have to do next is to ferret out the traitor. Otherwise, we won't be able to return to the capital alive. The further north we go, the more dangerous it will become. So from now on, I'll only tell the most trustworthy people about our actions. Xu Liang curiously asked, since you've already sensed the traitor, how can you be so sure that the two of us are trustworthy? Yang Fan replied, it's very simple. Because the two of you have been closely guarding the Prince of Luling along the way, including when I left you to intercept the pursuers. If one of you harbored malicious intent towards the Prince of Luling, you would have long since made your move. Yang Fan bent his fingers and calculated. I can trust Jiao Ying and Lan Yiqing. They were the ones who helped the Prince of Luling down the mountain. If they wanted to harm the Prince of Luling, they would have long since made their move. After tonight, give me a list of the 100 Cavalry and inner guards who protected them down the mountain. These people can also be trusted. Otherwise, as long as they purposely make some noise and alarm the guards on the mountain, it will be difficult for us to escape. Furthermore, Miss Gu can be trusted. Otherwise, there is no need for her to tell me her findings. If we are completely unguarded, even if we set up sentries at night, it will be difficult for us to defend against the assassins. Yang Fan had obviously calculated it carefully. He spoke in an orderly manner. Huang Xuchang and Xu Liang nodded frequently. After counting, Yang Fan said, you can tell these people that there are spies among them in advance, so that they can be more vigilant of others. If there is someone guarding Prince of Luling and young commandery princess who is not one of these people, find a way to transfer him away and replace him with the most reliable one. The two of them nodded in acknowledgement. Yang Fan continued, I'll tell you what I'm about to say next. After that, I'll go find Miss Jiao Ying and tell her the same thing. You know your subordinates the best. When monitoring and guarding against others, the most important thing to pay attention to is. Yang Fan glanced at the two of them and said word by word, it's those with ordinary family backgrounds and a small population. They can easily disappear without a trace. Although Huang Xuchang and Xu Liang were martial artists and had a rough temperament, they had been officials for a long time. They were definitely not fools who only knew martial arts but not the slightest bit of scheming. They immediately understood what Yang Fan meant. The situation the Prince of Luling faced upon his return to the capital was unprecedentedly complicated because the power of the Wu and Zhou dynasties was simply too chaotic and had too many factions. Wu Zetian was also well aware of this, but she could not reorganize the Wu clan, nor did she have the energy to do so. In order to ensure her son's safe return to the capital, she could only make the decision that if the Prince of Luling returned alive, all his guards would be rewarded. If the Prince of Luling returned dead, all his guards would be executed to ensure that the imperial decree was carried out. In this case, it was unlikely that the 100 cavalrymen and internal guards, who had large families and could not easily disappear into the commoners, would be bribed. On the contrary, those guards with small family backgrounds could easily escape the capital after receiving a large sum of money and sending the Prince of Luling's life. They could change their names and live in leisure in other places. Therefore, if there was a traitor, people with such family backgrounds would be the most suspicious. Huang Xuchang and Xu Liang nodded in agreement. Yang Fan gave them a few more instructions before getting up and leaving to find Gao Ying. In the room to the right, Li Guiyue stood barefooted at the door, her ear pressed against the door. After Yang Fan left, she gently straightened her back and, after some serious thought, quietly climbed onto the bed. After a while, she came down again and rummaged through her outer clothes. She took out the sheathed dagger that Gao Ying had given her for self-defense and returned to the bed. Hugging the dagger to her chest, she finally fell asleep. Yang Fan's footsteps were heavy as he walked. The matter of the assassin had already caused him to carry a heavy psychological burden, and the appearance of a traitor made him even more worried. A traitor was hard to dig out, but he had to. If this traitor was not found, he would be in even more danger once he crossed the Crouching Bull Mountains and entered Duji province. This was because the Wu clan attached great importance to the development of their power in the capital regions, and the Wu clan's main forces were concentrated in this area. Bringing a traitor back to the capital was tantamount to entering a dragon's pool and tiger's den. But how could it be easy to find this traitor hidden in the cavalry or the inner guards? If they beat the grass and startled the snake, it would be very difficult to dig out this traitor. Furthermore, if too many people knew that there was a traitor among them, everyone would be paranoid and unable to sleep at night. It wouldn't be long before the enemy didn't even need to make a move, and the entire team would collapse. Late at night, in the backyard of the Liang residence, a group of night walkers gathered together sneakily. The lights in the house were lit, and blankets were hung on the windows to prevent the light from shining out. The white-haired old steward of the Liang residence with a wrinkled face sat in the corner and looked at them with a hateful gaze. But he couldn't do anything. He was an old man and couldn't do anything to this group of strong people. His family stayed behind to guard this residence, and now his wife, son, daughter-in-law, and little granddaughter were all in the hands of this group of people. He couldn't resist. The group of people that came in the afternoon fit the description of these people, but he didn't know who they were and why they wanted to deal with the famous scholar from Qianzhong. Old Steward Liang purposely acted as if he didn't want to be reasonable and let the group of people cook for themselves, hoping that they would notice something was wrong from the dishes in the kitchen that hadn't been washed in time. Old Steward Liang thought about it and sighed inwardly, "I hope they will be more vigilant and escape from this disaster. This old man has been a vegetarian my entire life, and if they die here, this old man will have committed a great sin. Prepare to move." Li Feng, Liu Ruoyu, Sima Shao, Wen Lin, the four people whose names were called took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "Your subordinates are here." The leader said, "The four of you are in charge of eliminating their patrols on the roof. Make sure to deal a fatal blow." Yes. Old Steward Liang was someone who had seen the world, and when he saw the behavior of this group of people, he couldn't help but be suspicious. Could they be from the military? Look at their speech and actions. They are very much like soldiers. The leader then turned to the others and said, "Chen Guang, Stan, Fang Ziyu, Xing Su." Another four people came forward and said, "Present." The leader said, "The four of you, lead your men and get ready. Once they succeed, you will immediately rush out and entangle the guards who are patrolling around that person's house." These four people didn't look like soldiers. Stan's appearance was clearly that of a Kunlun slave, while Xing Su was wearing a daoist robe and had her hair tied up in a daoist bun. Old Steward Liang was confused again. Could it be that my judgment was wrong? In fact, Old Steward Liang wasn't wrong. The four people from before were indeed soldiers, and they were most proficient in archery. Each of them had the ability to shoot a target from 100 steps away. However, the four people from the second group were the family warriors of Wu Sansi and Wu Yizhong's residences. They were people from the pugilistic world, and they were experts in individual combat. The leader wasn't tall, but he was extremely sturdy. He had broad shoulders and a strong back, and he was as majestic as a mountain. The most eye-catching thing about him was his beard. It was as thick as ink, and each of his beard was like a halberd, giving him an extremely mighty appearance. The weapon that this person used was also extremely rare. In his hands was a pair of giant wheel-shaped axes. The back of the axes was heavy, and the edge of the axes shone with a cold light. This person's surname was Hua, and his full name was Hua Chelin. He was the #1 warrior in Wu Sance's residence. He was also proficient in sumo wrestling and wrestling. In the past, he was very famous in the army, and he once competed with the #1 sumo wrestler, Chu Kuanga. He lost in one move, and was later chosen by Wu Sance. Hua Chelin then said to the remaining people, "After you enter the East Stride courtyard, immediately kill your way to the houses. While they're unprepared, kill those guards. The more chaos you create, the better. I will bring 5 people to that person's residence and take his head. Once we succeed, you and I will enjoy endless glory and wealth. Even becoming a high-ranking general will be as easy as flipping our hand." Hua Chelin had arranged for a clever subordinate to dress up as a servant of the Liang residence. Taking the opportunity to deliver bedding to Yang Fan and the others, he had already carefully arranged the living quarters of the people in the East Striding courtyard. At this moment, everything was arranged in an orderly manner. Although old steward Liang was old, he wasn't muddle-headed. When he heard this, his heart turned cold. He knew that he was in trouble. Although he didn't know where these people came from, he knew that once they succeeded, they would enjoy endless glory and wealth. They could even become officials. He knew that these people wouldn't allow his family to live. Old steward Liang was secretly alarmed. He immediately took advantage of everyone's discussion to sneak towards the door. When old steward Liang reached the door, he suddenly turned around and ran out. He didn't expect Hua Chelin to have already seen his actions. When old steward Liang turned around, Hua Chelin suddenly raised his hand. The wheel axe in his hand really turned into a shining wheel of light and flew out of his hand. Old steward Liang ran out the door, but before he could open his mouth to call for help, the axe had already swept past his neck. In the rain of blood, the axe continued to fly forward. With a "doo" sound, it cut into the trunk of a large tree in the courtyard. Old steward Liang's head was separated from his body. With a plop sound, he fell into a pool of blood. Hua Chelin sneered and coldly ordered one of his subordinates, "This family is no longer useful. Kill them all." That person fiercely nodded and rushed towards the back of the residence with his blade. Hua Chelin forcefully waved his hand and said, "Move out." At this time, someone had already run to pull out the axe and brought it back to him. Hua Chelin lifted the bloody axe and with a sinister smile, he strode out. Chapter 801. Tonight, the thin clouds in the sky obscured the moonlight, casting the mountain village in darkness. Amidst the unusual silence, the occasional barking of a dog could be heard far away. Li Feng, Liu Ruoyu, Sai Marshao, and Wen Lin led several crossbowmen they had transferred from the army and stealthily made their way to the east straddling courtyard. There was a person standing on the roofs of several houses in the east straddling courtyard. Although it was hard to see them clearly in the darkness, they could still tell whether they were standing or walking on the roofs. Li Feng and the others made a light gesture and quietly spread out to search for their targets. "Move." In the darkness, Sai Marshao decisively gave the order. The crossbowmen who were lying on the walls took aim at their targets and pulled the triggers. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the arrows breaking through the air was different from that of the arrows. The sharp arrows fell like rain and pounced toward their targets. Some of the targets were sitting on the roofs, some were standing there, and only one was walking on the roofs. Because the roofs were slippery, he couldn't move fast and couldn't avoid these master archers. The moment the arrows arrived, these people were hit and rolled down the roofs with miserable screams. Almost at the same time, Chen Guang, Stan, Fang Ziyu, Xing Su, and the other martial artists led their subordinates into the courtyard. Their clothes fluttered in the wind as they rushed toward the Prince of Lulink's room. Moving like tigers, just as they approached the Prince of Lulink's residence, several figures rushed out of the shadows like hungry wolves and clashed with each other. Kill. The assassins responsible for disturbing the enemy, creating chaos, and cutting off the sleeping guards gripped their shining steel blades and broke through the doors and windows to slash at the sleeping figures on the beds. Fart. As soon as the steel knives fell, the subordinates felt that something was wrong. Before the assassins who broke through the door could react, the hundreds of bodyguards and internal guards who followed closely behind the screens, the beams, the doors, and the windows like shadows chopped at the assassins' necks. Holding 2 giant axes in his hands, Huichelin led a few of his trusted subordinates. Taking advantage of the fact that the guards outside the Prince of Luling's door were locked in battle with the Prince of Liang's residence, they proudly passed by them and charged straight for the door of the Prince of Luling's room. Along the way, when they encountered the Prince of Luling's guards who were fighting, they did not lend a hand to help their own people break out of the encirclement. As for the Prince of Luling's guards who were charging at them, they did not linger to fight. The door was kicked open by him. Huichelin was startled when he saw that the central room was brightly lit. There were many lamps already lit up. The floor of the central room was paved with green bricks and there was a picture of a crane and a pine on the wall. There were 2 vertical scrolls and a person was standing in the middle of the central room with a blade hidden behind his elbow. Huichelin's eyes narrowed. Yang Fan didn't recognize him, but he recognized Yang Fan. Back when Yang Fan wrestled in the palace, he had been King Liang's personal guard and had been among the spectators. He recognized the power of Yang Fan's wrestling technique and knew that this person's movements were light and nimble. This kind of small and nimble martial arts was his bane, especially in a place like the room, which would hinder his ability to display his skills. But the Prince of Luling was in the room, so he had to get past this hurdle. Huichelin waved the giant axes in his hands and suddenly let out a sinister laugh as he strode through the door. Don't be fooled by his sturdy stature and heavy weapon. This leap was as swift as a ghost, his body moved like a floating cotton. Before he even landed on the ground, the wind and thunder were already raging. Pai pai pa la sounds were incessantly heard. The tables and chairs used to entertain guests, the decorative flower racks, and the antique shelves were all smashed under his pair of giant axes. It seemed like Huichelin wanted to sweep away all the obstacles in his way so that he could display his tyrannical martial arts. Yang Fan's blade was hidden behind his elbow the entire time, a faint smile on his face. He was like a withered leaf in the autumn wind, fluttering under his giant axes. Kill your way into the room. Huichelin kept Yang Fan busy while shouting orders to his subordinates. Just as the subordinates were about to charge into the room, the doors to the rooms to the left and right suddenly opened. The curtains were also silently raised, but they couldn't see anyone standing there. The assassins who were about to barge in were startled. Kill your way in. Huichelin brandished his giant axes, causing a storm in the central room, the sound of his giant axes tearing through the air. When the subordinates heard his words, their courage was boosted. They roared and charged into the rooms to the left and right. When they entered the room, they saw that the room was also brightly lit. A lady was standing in front of the bed, holding a 3-foot-long sword in her hand. She was looking at them with a faint smile. Other than her, there was no one else in the room. Sai Ma Shao abandoned his crossbow and pulled out his blade to join the battle. The enemy he was facing was Huang Xuchang. Huang Xuchang wielded a thick machete with a ring hilt. It was heavy and powerful, and when he swung it, it was like lightning. Sai Ma Shao was a fierce general in the army, he could fight on the battlefield, but with this level of martial arts, he was no match for Huang Xuchang. After a short while, a palm-sized piece of flesh on his arm was sliced off by Huang Xuchang's blade. He cried out in pain and took a few steps back. Luckily, Liu Ruoyu and Wen Lin raised their blades and saved him. Sai Ma Shao took a few steps back and suddenly tripped. Luckily, that thing was soft and did not trip him. Sai Ma Shao turned his head and saw that it was a corpse. There were 3 arrows stuck in the chest of the corpse, all the way to the end of the arrows. This corpse was probably the result of their shooting from the roof, but this corpse did not have a face. It was a scarecrow. The arrows were real, the screams were also real, but the corpse was actually a scarecrow. Sai Ma Shao shouted, "We've been tricked. There's an ambush. We've been tricked, there's." His shout had cost Liu Ruoyu her life. Liu Ruoyu subconsciously turned her head to look. Her hand only paused for a moment before Huang Shuchang's machete sliced open Wen Lin's chest. With a splash of warm blood, Huang Shuchang chopped towards Wen Lin's head. Sai Marshao's shout had only created more chaos for his own people, but it did not have any positive effect. In the central room, Hu Chilin's pair of axes were swinging like wheels. Although this type of heavy weapon could save a lot of energy when swinging it, it was still a heavy weapon. The thunderous roar that filled the hall had disappeared. Although in the eyes of others, Hu Chilin was still swinging his axes like a windmill, in reality, his speed had greatly decreased. Yang Fan had been following Hu Chilin's axes, advancing and retreating. He did not move away from Hu Chilin, nor did he move half a step closer. The knife was hidden behind his elbow, and his pair of bright eyes stared coldly at Hu Chilin's shoulders, forcing him to not dare to rest. Seeing that Hu Chilin's energy was gradually depleted, Yang Fan suddenly took 3 steps back, escaping from Hu Chilin's attack range. However, this retreat only lasted for a moment, and in the blink of an eye, he pounced forward again. In the eyes of others, it seemed as if Yang Fan had not retreated at all. He had only made a feint of retreating, and then his whole body bounced back. His knife came out from behind his elbow, and swept upwards from Hu Chilin's lower body. The cold light from the knife was like a raging wave that rolled upwards. At this moment, the axes in Hu Chilin's hands had just crossed, and with a split to the left and right, an opening appeared in the middle. This opening and closing only took a moment, but Yang Fan's knife was precisely in this moment, and like a bolt of lightning, it flashed through the gap. Almost at the same time that the axes in Hu Chilin's hands split to the left and right, Yang Fan's knife had already struck out. It looked as if Hu Chilin's arms had stretched out, and he had taken the initiative to use his body to receive Yang Fan's knife. This knife went from his left hip to the right side of his chest, and there was a long, diagonal wound. Blood quickly dyed his robes red, and Hu Chilin staggered a few steps back. His heel knocked against the door sill, and his whole body fell backwards. Bang! Hu Chilin landed heavily on the ground, but he did not let go of the pair of axes in his hands. The backs of the axes smashed against the green bricks, and there was a splash of brick dust. Yang Fan slashed out with his knife, and without looking at him again, he rushed towards the room that Lan Yiqing was in. He was very confident in Jiao Ying's martial arts, and Lan Yiqing was, after all, a little younger. Although there were no mediocre inner guards, he was afraid that something would happen to this girl. He rushed into the room, and Lan Yiqing happened to come out from the door, and the two of them almost bumped into each other. Lan Yiqing's eyebrows raised, and he said proudly, "It's done. It seems that I was just a little faster than Sister Jiao Ying." Jiao Ying came out from the opposite room with a long sword that was dripping with blood. She snorted coldly, "Keep bragging, hurry up and finish off those people outside." Lan Yiqing stuck out his tongue, rushed out side by side with Jiao Ying, and Yang Fan also followed closely behind. A knife and 2 swords suddenly separated and combined, turning into a group of fierce and frightening sword light, unstoppably killing the enemies in front of them. The shouting and killing in the Liang mansion was unusually obvious in the quiet night. First, the dogs barked from far and near, and then the villagers woke up one after another. But listening to the shouting and killing, these people who had lived in this small mountain village all their lives did not dare to find out what was going on. It was not until the sky was bright, until the sun was high in the sky, until it was noon, the Liang mansion had been quiet for a long time. Liang Lijing really could not hide anymore, so he gathered all the strong men in the village, holding a manure fork, an axe, a kitchen knife, and a spear, and entered the Liang mansion, trembling with fear. Very soon, they discovered that there was no one left alive in the mansion. The pitiful old steward Liang had been decapitated and died tragically in the backyard. Soon after, his wife, son, daughter-in-law, and a little granddaughter were found dead in the cellar, all killed with a single stab. In this small mountain village, stealing and fighting with neighbors was already the biggest incident of the year. When had such a murder ever happened? But this was not the most horrifying thing. The most horrifying thing was that the Liang family's West Stride courtyard had already become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. There were dripping blood everywhere, cold corpses were everywhere, and broken limbs could be seen everywhere inside and outside the courtyard. Liang Lijing did not have the courage to carefully investigate, nor did he count how many people had died. He immediately went home to lead the donkey, and called 2 strong men to be more courageous. A group of 3 hurried to the county government office to report to the county magistrate. Young Fan and the others did not go far. At this moment, they were only 2 mountains away from the Liang family's courtyard. There were a few new graves on the hillsides, which were the burial places of the 100 cavalry and inner guards who had died in battle. Xu Liang walked to Young Fan's side, smiled bitterly, and said in a low voice, "There are 2 less suspicious targets, because they have died in battle." Young Fan patted him on the shoulder with a heavy expression, and said to Huang Xuchang, who had just paid his respects to the dead brothers, who had rushed back to his side, "We can't go on like this. If we continue like this, even if we can return to the capital, only a few people will survive." Huang Xuchang said with red eyes, "What can we do? We eat military rations and take military pay, isn't this the business we do?" Young Fan said slowly, "We have to think of a way. There must be a way." He turned his eyes and suddenly saw Li Guiyue sitting quietly next to Prince of Luling. His eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought of a feasible way, so he walked toward her. Chapter 802. Last night's battle had been too desperate and dangerous. Li Guiyue, who had never left Yellow Bamboo Ridge, had never seen such a scene and was clearly frightened. Although she was usually mischievous and was particularly excited when she first saw Young Fan brandishing his knife at the bridgehead, she was still far away at that time, and she was sitting in the car, so she didn't feel the tension of life and death. Last night, when they broke out of the encirclement, blood had splashed on her face and the sword had struck her side. Only now did she know how terrifying death was. Thus, at this moment, she had a rare moment of peace and snuggled up to her father. Li Xian, on the other hand, was much calmer. He was probably afraid of the process of waiting for the danger to arrive. When the danger finally arrived in front of him, he was actually not so afraid. He just sat there in a daze, somewhat absent-minded. Young Fan walked in front of the father and daughter and bowed slightly. "Your Highness, Princess, this subject's arrangements were not thorough and caused your Highness and Princess to fall into danger. This is truly a sin." "Oh, Officer Yang." Li Xian was like a clay figurine that had just come back to life. He slowly squeezed out a smile. "Don't say that. This journey has already been difficult for you. Everything you've done for this prince will remember in his heart. If we can return to Luoyang alive, Officer Yang's kindness, this Li Xian will definitely repay it one day." Young Fan bowed. "This is what this subject should do. Your Highness, there is no need to be so polite." After saying this, Young Fan looked at Li Guiyue and smiled. "Princess must have been frightened. The scenery here is not bad. If the princess gets up and walks around, her mood will be better." Li Guiyue looked at him with some surprise and slowly stood up. Young Fan cupped his hands toward Li Xian. "Your Highness, please rest first. This subject will go and make arrangements for the rest of the journey." Good, good, good." Li Xian nodded repeatedly. In his heart, Young Fan was his only hope. Young Fan turned to leave. Li Guiyue tacitly followed behind him. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, quickly left the crowd and arrived behind a clump of vegetation. This side was a hillside. The slope was relatively steep, and the hillside was covered with all kinds of flowers and plants. Purple and yellow wildflowers swayed gently in the wind. Young Fan walked to the front of the slope and stood still with his hands behind his back, looking at the mountains and rivers in the distance. The wind caressed his body and his clothes fluttered. Li Guiyue slowly walked to his side and looked at him strangely. "Why are you willing to take the initiative to talk to me?" Young Fan said, "There's a traitor among us." Li Guiyue was silent for a moment and said, "I know. Last night, when you were talking with Brigade Commander Huang and Brigade Commander Xu, I heard it." Young Fan was not surprised in the slightest. He just made a light sound and said, "It's very difficult for us to uncover this traitor. Maybe by the time we find out who he is, we'll all be dead." Li Guiyue's eyes were filled with fear as she asked, "What should we do now?" She tried to maintain her composure for a long time, but Young Fan's words caused her to reveal a look of panic. Her cleverness was completely useless in this kind of situation. Her psychological quality was actually far from Yang Fan's, who had experienced many big scenes. Yang Fan slowly turned his face to look at her, a strange expression on his face. Being stared at by him, Li Gui'er subconsciously reached out to touch her face. She asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Yang Fan said word by word, "I want to trouble Princess to put on a show with me. What do you think?" The dead had already been buried in the earth, but the living had to continue walking on the ground. Next to a few new graves, Yang Fan gathered everyone to discuss their next move. Li Xian naturally sat at the head of the table, and Li Gui'er leaned on his knees. Everyone was sitting in the lush wild grass. The grass was dense and green, and unknown wildflowers were blooming beside them. If it weren't for everyone's solemn expressions and the blood that was still slowly seeping out of some people's bandaged wounds, this would undoubtedly be a romantic scene of an outing. With a heavy expression, Yang Fan said, "Along the way, we've been frequently ambushed, and assassinated. Even hiding in the Yamen is not safe. Now that we're about to enter Duji province, it's easy to imagine how much danger we'll encounter once we reach their territory. No matter what, we have to protect the Prince of Luling's safe return to Luoyang." Li Xian glanced at him gratefully. Yang Fan said, "But, if we continue like this, I'm afraid that even if we all die, we won't be able to guarantee His Highness's safe return to the capital. So, I've decided to take a risk." Everyone stared at him with wide eyes, not understanding what he meant by taking a risk. Yang Fan said, "The reason why we're obstructed everywhere and constantly ambushed is because we're too big of a target. For a group like ours, consisting entirely of young and strong men, riding fine horses and carrying weapons, and not soldiers, almost everyone who sees us will have a deep impression of us. Our enemies can inquire about us at any time and determine where we're going, so it's difficult for us to move even an inch." Shu Liang interrupted, "Lieutenant, but there are so many of us. There's no way we can hide in this aspect. It's impossible for us not to ride horses, not to carry weapons, and not to—" Before he could finish, Yang Fan interrupted him, saying, "So, I've decided to take a risk." Everyone looked at each other in dismay, and then began to discuss in soft voices. Huang Shuchang grew impatient and said in a rough voice, "Lieutenant Yang, if you have any ideas, just say them. Among us, you're the most scheming one. What do you think we should do?" Yang Fan said solemnly, "I plan to leave only 2 people behind to escort your highness back to Luoyang." When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Huang Shuchang was startled and cried out, "What? If only 2 people are left to protect your highness, then, where will the rest of us go?" Yang Fan said, "What I mean is, since we're too big of a target, we might as well be the target to attract the enemy's attention. Meanwhile, your highness can disguise himself and quietly return north with 2 people accompanying you. This way, your highness's group will fade into the crowd. Even if you walk in front of an assassin, they might not necessarily recognize you." After everyone discussed, Shu Liang said, "I think this plan is feasible. At first glance, it seems much more dangerous to let your highness leave our protection, but in reality, it will be very difficult for them to recognize your highness among the tens of thousands of commoners. Your highness will actually be safer. What does your highness think?" Li Xian hesitated for a moment, glancing at his daughter. Li Guo's hand, which was resting on his knee, exerted a little more force and pressed down slightly. Li Xian slowly nodded and said, "Yes, this prince feels. Commandant Yang's words are very reasonable." Yang Fan said, "This Yang has already discussed this matter with your highness in private and obtained your highness's approval. However, the success or failure of escorting your highness back to the capital concerns the life and death of each and every one of us. Thus, this Yang is not willing to act arbitrarily and needs everyone's approval. When there was an order from above, as long as you carried it out, no one cared whether you agreed or not." Yang Fan's actions moved the hearts of the 100 cavalry and the imperial bodyguards of the Plum Blossom Guard. Everyone whispered among themselves and expressed their agreement one after another. At this time, Li Guo raised an objection. "Commandant Yang, it is impossible to guard against assassins and they use all sorts of identities. Sometimes, they are right next to us. If they don't make a move, we won't be able to confirm that they are enemies. If an assassin approaches us after father leaves, Then won't they know it's a trap when they see that there isn't a single person in our group that matches father's age and appearance? Young Fan smiled slightly and said, I have already considered this point. Miss Gu is proficient in the art of disguise and knows how to use mouth tricks. I plan to have Miss Gu pretend to be your highness. Of course, it won't be easy to have a complete resemblance. However, your highness has made some changes to his appearance along the way. As long as Miss Gu's appearance is 60 to 70% similar, it will be enough to make the enemy believe that the person we are trying to protect is your highness. That is why I said that we shouldn't think that we are safe just because your highness is not by our side. On the contrary, your highness is being secretly escorted back to Luoyang. Our mission is to do our best to attract the enemy's attention and make them think that your highness is still under our protection. They will blindly chase after us. At this point, Yang Fan solemnly looked at everyone and said in a low voice, since everyone has agreed, then Miss Gu, please immediately disguise yourself according to your highness appearance. Afterwards, we will split into 2 groups. One group will protect the real your highness and disguise himself as a traveling merchant, a daoist, or a commoner. You can disguise yourself as anything as long as you can successfully reach the capital. Meanwhile, the other group will protect the fake your highness and do our best to let the enemy find our tracks and attract their attention. Jiyu Zhuting immediately stood up. When she had broken out of the Liang residence, she hadn't forgotten to bring her bag that resembled 100 treasures pouch. Li Guo'er helped Li Xian up and the 3 of them parted the flowers and shrubs, ducking behind a clump of trees. Huang Xuchang said, Commandant Yang, who do you plan to send to protect your highness when he leaves? Yang Fan calmly replied, naturally, I will personally escort him. As for the other person, I'll have to choose one of you. Huang Xuchang said, if that's the case, I'll go. Gao Ying said, rather than you, why don't I go? With a woman accompanying him, it'll be easier to bluff our way through. Huang Xuchang said, nonsense. Those people have already figured out our background and know that there are both men and women in our group. Even if we have a woman by your highness' side, it won't necessarily dispel their suspicions. Gao Ying said, that's still less noticeable than having 2 strong men accompanying your highness. Huang Xuchang said, hey, you also know that men are a bit stronger. The people escorting your highness naturally have to be stronger to ensure his safety. Once they succeeded in escorting your highness, it would be the same as protecting the future Son of Heaven. Once the Son of Heaven ascended to the throne, how could they not benefit from it? Everyone was risking their lives. Just what was their goal? No one was willing to fight for this job. Moreover, their lives and deaths were tied together with the Prince of Luling. Only by personally guarding the Prince of Luling would they feel more at ease. Everyone had the same thought, so they all volunteered themselves. Xu Liang, Wei Yong, Zhong Shitong, Lan Yiqing, and the others were unwilling to fall behind, so they all volunteered themselves to Yang Fan. Naturally, the real traitor was also eager to follow the real Prince of Luling. Chapter 803. Seeing this, Yang Fan said, since we've decided to take the risk, then the fewer people escorting His Highness, the better. If there are only 2 people, once their identities are exposed, no matter how strong they are or how skilled they are in martial arts, it will be very difficult for them to protect His Highness from the heavy encirclement. Therefore, the level of this person's martial arts isn't important. What's important is that this person needs to be bold and careful, able to adapt to changing circumstances and be able to deal with all kinds of situations. From this angle, I feel that Miss Gao Ying is more suitable. Yang Fan was the leader of this group. Since he said this, everyone naturally had no more objections. Xu Liang said, Lieutenant's words are reasonable. This Xu also feels that Miss Gao is a suitable candidate. However, this Xu feels that Lieutenant is not a suitable candidate to escort His Highness. Yang Fan was slightly surprised and said, what do you mean? Xu Liang said, even if they don't know who we are or what our identities are at the beginning, they should know about these things after we were attacked at the inn in the county that day. Since they know that Lieutenant is the leader of our group, if they don't find you beside the fake His Highness on the road ahead, wouldn't it be very easy to arouse their suspicions? Yang Fan blushed and said, that's right. Then, his gaze swept across, and Zhong Shitong, Wei Yong, and the others immediately puffed out their chests. Especially Wei Yong, who had once been on the same field as Yang Fan and had an old friendship. He thought that Yang Fan might give him this mission because of this friendship, so his expression was especially fervent. Yang Fan lowered his eyes and thought quietly for a moment. He suddenly raised his eyes and looked at Shu Liang with a slight smile. He said, "Travel Marshal Shu, to be able to think of this, it shows that you have a meticulous mind. I think this candidate is none other than you." Shu Liang said cheerfully, "Even if this Shu's bones are crushed, I will protect His Highness." Yang Fan slapped his knee and said, "Good. Then it's settled. I'll leave His Highness' safety to you and Miss Gao Ying. Everyone else must remember, even if His Highness is not by our side, our mission is to make the assassins think that His Highness is with us, so the danger we face is even greater. Everyone must be on high alert at all times. Towards the prince that Miss Gu is pretending to be, we must always treat him with the same respect as a real prince. We must not reveal any flaws." Everyone agreed loudly. After more than 2 hours, the bushes parted. Li Guo pushed the bushes aside like she was brushing away the willows. She walked out from the narrow path in the middle, her slender waist curling up. It was very attractive. Those who were discussing the details immediately stopped talking and looked in her direction. However, no one was looking at her, who was displaying her youthful charm. Instead, they were looking behind her. Li Xian, the Prince of Luling, was walking behind her. He was wearing an ordinary robe with a round neck and a hat of horsetail feathers on his head. Miss Gu had deliberately altered the Prince of Luling's appearance. At this moment, the Prince of Luling's appearance was somewhat different from his true appearance, but everyone present was familiar with him and they were certain that this person was him. Therefore, at a glance, they could still quickly recognize him. He was the Prince of Luling. However, if he was the Prince of Luling, then who was the person walking behind him? That person was also wearing the same robe with the same round neck, the same hat of horsetail feathers on his head, the same beard on his chin, the same wrinkles on his face, the same bloated figure, and even the way he walked was exactly the same. His expression and gaze were also exactly the same. If there was a difference, it would be that this Prince of Luling's appearance was slightly different from the Prince of Luling walking in front of him. However, the Prince of Luling walking in front of him was also not the Prince of Luling's original appearance. These two people's appearances were 60 to 70% similar to the Prince of Luling's original appearance, yet they were not completely the same. Li Guo walked out of the bushes like a flower brushing away a willow, stood to the side, and looked at everyone with a smile. Everyone looked at the two princes of Luling standing side by side as if they were looking at an illusion. With their sharp eyes, they carefully examined them and discovered that both of their necks were the same color, and their jaws were similarly loose and wrinkled. It was not easy to tell which one was real and which was fake. Yang Fan stood up and said with a smile, "Hey, Miss Gu's skill is truly marvelous. This time, even I can't recognize you. Your Highness." The two princes of Luling looked at Yang Fan at the same time and called out, "Yang Xiaowei." Yang Fan had never seen Jiyu Zhuting's vocal skills, but he had seen her disciple Tin Ano's. At this moment, when Jiyu Zhuting opened her mouth, her voice and intonation were exactly the same as the real Prince of Luling, so Yang Fan still couldn't tell the difference. Li Guo giggled and tugged on the sleeve of the person standing next to her, saying, "Miss Gu, don't joke around with everyone. Proper business is more important." That Prince of Luling laughed, still imitating the Prince of Luling's voice. However, he didn't manage to hold it back, so his laughter was slightly thin and carried a hint of femininity. Yang Fan asked curiously, "Princess can recognize him?" "Ah, that's right. Princess is naturally very familiar with your esteemed father's appearance. Others might not be able to recognize him, but how could Princess not?" Li Guo shook her head. "That's not true. It's also extremely difficult for me to recognize him. It's just that." Li Guo pointed at the feet of this fake Prince of Luling. Everyone followed her gesture and looked over, then compared it with the feet of the other Prince of Luling. Only then did they realize that the two Prince of Luling were identical in every other aspect, except for the boots. The fake Prince of Luling's boots were brand new, while the real Prince of Luling's boots were old. There were even some faint blackened bloodstains on the upper of the boots. Presumably, Li Guo'er had used this to distinguish the real from the fake. Yang Fan gladly said, "There's no problem with this. In that case, Miss Gu can definitely pass off the fake as the real one." Yang Fan pointed at the distant mountain range and said to everyone, "We can't take the road ahead." Since they could set up an ambush in Gushui town, they must have guessed that we would choose to enter the mountain from here. Let's go west and circle back to Luyang Pass, then enter Duji province from there. The sun was setting in the west, casting a vast expanse of land. The setting sun was like blood on the horizon, and the distant mountain seemed to be covered in a layer of red. It stood there in solitude. Who knew how many people were lying in ambush, sharpening their blades, waiting for them to walk in? Thinking of this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Yang Fan said, "Commander Shu and Commandant Gao, escort His Highness down the mountain first. After descending the mountain, all of you can rest nearby. After that, you can completely rely on yourselves. You can adapt to the situation and change your identity at any time. In short, ensuring His Highness's safe return to the capital is the most important task." Shu Liang and Gao Ying respectfully nodded. Standing between them, the Prince of Luling took a step forward and grasped Yang Fan's hand. He sincerely said, "Commandant Yang, if we can escape this time, the life and future of my Lixian's family will all be thanks to Commandant." He took another step back and cupped his hands to all the cavalrymen and inner guards. "It is all thanks to everyone. I, Lixian, solemnly swear to the yellow sky and thick earth that the kindness of all warriors this time is as high as the heavens and as deep as the earth. I, Lixian, will never forget this." Everyone hurriedly returned his salute. Lixian then turned to Li Guo'er and gently stroked her head. He softly said, "Guo'er, being born a daughter of the Li family has truly been hard on you." Li Guo'er's eyes were sparkling as she said in a low voice, "Daddy, there's no need to feel guilty. If Daddy feels that you've let your daughter down, then live well. Only when Daddy reaches the capital safely can our family have hope." Lixian nodded forcefully and said to Shu Liang and Gao Ying, "Let's go." The three of them walked down the mountain under the setting sun. They needed to conceal their identities and couldn't even ride horses. In just a short while, the three figures disappeared into the lush forest. Yang Fan looked at their receding figures and gently exhaled. He then turned to the others and said, "We should also go down the mountain. His Highness's health is not good and his movements will be slow if he can't ride a horse. We can't walk too fast either. We have to help His Highness attract the attention of the assassins. After we go down the mountain, we have to find a donkey or a carriage for Miss Gu to sit on. Our disguise as His Highness must be flawless." After saying this, Yang Fan turned to the fake Prince of Luling who was standing next to Li Guo'er and said, "Miss Gu, if we encounter an enemy, you must not make a move at any time and under any circumstances unless we have the confidence to completely annihilate The fake Prince of Luling nodded solemnly. The speed at which Yang Fan and the others descended the mountain was not fast. After all, there were still a few injured Imperial guards among them. They only arrived at the foot of the mountain when the sky turned dark. The scouts in front had sent back news that there was a small village not far away. In order to avoid causing panic among the villagers by entering the village at night, the group decided to rest for the night on the outskirts. At dawn the next day, they would send someone to the village to get some food and some transportation. They rested in a poplar forest and gathered the remaining dry rations they were carrying and brought back some water from the river. This was a depression and the surrounding forest was so deep and dense that they were not afraid of being seen by others when they started a fire. Even so, they still dug a deep pit to prevent the flames from rising too high. The dry rations and dried meat were put together into a pot of porridge, which the exhausted group ate with relish. After quickly filling their stomachs, they found a place to rest for the night in the forest. Yang Fan arranged for 4 Imperial guards to stand guard at the 4 corners of the forest and personally patrolled the area before returning to the forest. A few thick pieces of wood were placed on top of the fire, causing the pit to emit a dark red glow. Although the fire did not seem to be very strong, it was still very hot, so hot that even the nearby ground was heated up. Little Princess Li Guo'er was currently the most respected person in the group. She slept right next to the pit, and around it were the fake Prince of Luling, misty, and a few injured Imperial guards. Everyone was scared out of their wits last night and had rushed up and down the mountain in a hurry. They were all exhausted and slept soundly as soon as they lay down. Yang Fan lightened his footsteps and did not disturb them. He circled around them twice before stopping beside Huang Xuchang. Huang Xuchang had cut some branches and placed them on the ground, then covered them with a thick layer of weeds, making this bed both soft and bouncy. He had even moved a smooth piece of dead wood to use as a pillow, showing that he knew how to make full use of the surrounding conditions to create the most comfortable environment for himself. Seeing that the bed was very wide and the pillow was also very long, Yang Fan did not hesitate to lie down and rest next to Huang Xuchang. Huang Xuchang did not sleep. The moment Yang Fan lay down and the bed sank, Huang Xuchang opened his eyes, which flashed with a shrewdness that did not match his rough appearance. He lowered his voice and whispered, "Now that I think about it, there are still 6 people who are the most suspicious." Yang Fan frowned and whispered, "There are still so many. Who are they?" Chapter 804. Huang Xuchang said in a low voice, "Wei Yong, Zhong Shitong, Chen Kun, Yi Zhengqiu, Xie Jihan, Yu Qinghe, 4 cavalrymen and 2 inner guards." Yang Fan said, "What's the reason?" Huang Xuchang said, "They weren't on the yellow bamboo ridge that day. All 6 of them come from poor families. Some only have parents or 1 or 2 siblings, and some are even orphans. After the deed is done, it will be easy for them to hide their identities and escape. In addition, none of them have been injured." Yang Fan said, "The inner guards can be excluded. When we left the capital, they were all very clear about our mission. If they wanted to leak the secret, they would have already reported it to the Wu clan. If that was the case, I'm afraid we would only see a dead body on the yellow bamboo ridge and not a lively Prince of Luling." With Yang Fan's words, the range of suspects narrowed down even further. They could only confirm that it was within the scope of the 100 Cavalry. As the commander of the 100 Cavalry Brigade, Huang Xuchang felt humiliated. He said resentfully, "Damn it, so this traitor must be one of my men." Yang Fan smiled and comforted him, "Money moves people's hearts. As long as the benefits are great enough, it's not strange for someone to be bribed. There's no need to mind it." After a pause, Yang Fan continued, "Being injured is not a reason to be suspicious, because this Wu clan spy in the inner guard should be a spy the Wu clan bribed in the palace in order to expand their influence. This person can't be related to the garrison that guarded the yellow bamboo ridge for 16 years, nor can he be in contact with the Wu clan's other spies and influences. In other words, when they bribed this person, the Wu clan couldn't be sure what use he would have, or when he would have an effect. He could only be a one-way contact with someone in the Wu clan, and the Wu clan couldn't possibly reveal the identity of this spy to the assassins they sent. So, even if he was a spy, there was still a chance that he would be injured." Huang Xuchang hesitated for a moment and said, "If that's the case, we have to add 1 more person. Originally, there should be 3, but 2 of them are from the inner guards. Since the commandant said that it's impossible for him to be from the inner guards, then there's only 1. His name is Fang Huixian, and he also meets the above conditions, but he has lost an arm." Yang Fan said solemnly, "Yes. Then increase the surveillance on these 5 people. As long as he is a traitor, he will definitely give himself away. Wait until I find him." Yang Fan's voice grew colder, but he didn't say what he wanted. Huang Xuchang grumbled, "The captain has allowed Wang Ye to travel in secret. It looks risky, but it is actually a very feasible method. However, you shouldn't have announced it to everyone. How could the traitor not leak the news?" Yang Fan gently smiled and said, "If we don't do this, how are we going to lure the snake into its hole?" Huang Xuchang was surprised. "Lieutenant, are you saying this is also a plan?" Yang Fan said, "I had no choice but to beat them at their own game. Think about it, those who are unknown and incompetent can never be sent to escort Wang Ye. However, those who can be trusted and are capable are all important figures in the team. If a few important figures are suddenly missing, anyone with a bit of brain will become suspicious. Besides, at that time I wasn't sure how much resemblance Miss Gu's Prince of Luling resembled him and whether she could deceive our own people. If the traitor saw through the clues and he knew nothing about it beforehand, he would inevitably become vigilant and realize that I no longer trusted our own people. In that case, the news will still leak out, and he will be even more careful in his actions. How can we find him then? Therefore, this risk isn't just a risk for the Prince of Luling, it's also a risk for us. I want everyone to know our plan and let the traitor think that I haven't suspected one of my own. Only then will he give himself away, Huang Xuchang said. But, if he leaks the news before we catch him, Yang Fan said, there are too many villages, so it's impossible for them to leave any spies. Only after entering the big city of Dafu will it be possible. At that time, we will have to use reliable people to keep an eye on every suspicious person. As long as they give themselves away, we will immediately kill them. In that case, will we still have to worry about the news leaking out? Besides, even if the news is leaked, we don't know where His Highness is at that time. It's just 3 people, and this kind of team is too common. If they want to find His Highness, it will be no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. No matter what, it will be safer than following us. Huang Xuchang nodded and sighed softly. I really don't want a traitor to appear among our brothers. Yang Fan also couldn't help but sigh deeply and faintly said, am I not? He didn't want anyone to be a traitor. Even if it was a comrade who hadn't fled to the western regions with him, they had gone through life and death together. Especially Wei Yong, who was a friend of Chu Kuanga. If he was a traitor, Big Brother Chu would also be sad. But all the signs pointed to the fact that there was a traitor among them, and there was no doubt about it. Not too far away, Miss Ji Yu, who was disguised as the Prince of Luling, suddenly let out an "ah." Huang Xuchang and Yang Fan turned their heads and saw Li Guo'er was trying to wake her up, whispering something to her in a low voice. Then Miss Ji Yu got up and quietly accompanied her into the forest. It seemed that Li Guo'er wanted to get up at night. In this darkness, she naturally needed someone to accompany her. When the 2 of them were far away, Huang Xuchang softly said, you don't say. Miss Gu's disguise as the Prince of Luling was really perfect. Even I couldn't see any flaws. The extraordinary people of this world really can't be underestimated. Yang Fan smiled and propped his arms up as a pillow. Gazing at the dark night sky, he unhurriedly said, yes, I was originally worried. Since Miss Ji Yu has such ability, our plan should be able to be carried out relatively smoothly. I hope that His Highness can smoothly return to the capital and that we can all return safely. Dawn came, and the birds that had been scared away at night returned to their nests. They found that the humans were still in their territory, so they could only fly far away. Only the birds that had chicks waiting to be fed in their nests were reluctant to leave. They just stopped on a branch not far away, chirping non-stop. The morning mist rose in spirals, making the forest look like a fairyland. Several female guards mixed the leftover rations and dried meat with yesterday's leftover porridge and cooked a pot of hot porridge. After everyone had eaten their fill, they went to the stream to wash up. Because Jiyu Zhuting was disguised as the Prince of Luling, she couldn't wash her face and had to spend another 2 to 4 hours to disguise herself again. As a result, she could only use a willow branch to brush her teeth and do the most basic cleaning. When the sun was high up in the sky, Yang Fan had an internal guard, who had reverted to his female clothes, and an imperial guard, disguised as a young couple, go to the village. When they came back, the 2 of them drove a carriage pulled by a mule. Inside the carriage was a pile of steamed bread, steamed buns, that they bought from various households. The carriage did not have a shed. The villagers usually used it to haul crops and goods. Occasionally, when they went out, the women would need to ride the carriage. Unlike the rich families, they were not particular about it and even had to cover their heads. Therefore, it was a large open carriage. They spent a lot of money to buy it from the villagers. Immediately, Li Guo'er accompanied Jiyu Zhuting, who was disguised as the Prince of Luling, onto the carriage. Lan Yiqing immediately volunteered to be the cart driver. This morning, when she was washing her feet in the stream, she was constantly distressed that her pair of beautiful feet had blisters. Yang Fan knew what she was thinking about, but he only smiled and did not expose her. He let her excitedly pick up the whip and the group of people escorted the large carriage along Crouching Bull Mountain to the west. That night, they stayed in a small town. This place was very close to Luyang Pass, so there was an inn set up in the town. Although the inn was relatively small, it was still enough for a few people to squeeze into a room. Because it was a few people staying in a room, at least one person in each room knew that there was a spy among them. Tonight, they specially arranged for the internal guards to stand guard outside, so young Fan was not worried that the news would leak out. They set off early the next morning because they wanted to pass through Luyang Pass on the same day. At noon on the same day, they arrived at the largest city in front of Luyang Pass, Xiong City. There, they bought enough mounts. If there were not enough horses, they used mules to make up the numbers. Finally, everyone had mounts. Their speed instantly increased. At the same time, the carriage was also changed to a covered carriage. Last night, everyone stayed in the inn and had a good sleep. That was why after such a long journey today, they were still full of energy. However, it was unknown whether it was because Li Guo'er had never practiced martial arts and her body was weak or because of some other reason, she was tired and listless throughout the journey. After changing to a covered carriage, she carried 2 blankets and spread them on the bed. Then, she fell into a deep sleep. Wei Yong looked at her and felt that something was strange. He curiously asked Yang Fan. Yang Fan only smiled enigmatically and answered casually, "It's a woman's illness. It's not a big deal. She'll be full of energy after a few days." Wei Yong was suddenly enlightened and did not ask any more. However, there was a strange feeling in his heart. Yang Xiaowei even knows about the little Juanju's menstruation. Is it Yang Xiaowei who has remarkable abilities, or is it the little Junju who has nothing to hide? Thinking of the romantic affair between Yang Fan and Princess Taiping that has been spread in the capital city until now, Wei Yong seemed to understand something. Princess Taiping, Junju Guo'er, they are biological aunt and niece. Wei Yong understood this point. When he looked at Yang Fan who was riding tall and straight on the horse, he was filled with deep veneration. A real man should be like this. It's just that, he might end up with the big head and the small head cut off together. Yang Xiaowei is really a model example of a romantic man who would rather die under a flower. Luyang Pass was located in the southwest of Lushan County. It was located at the crossroads between Luoyang and Nanyang. Since ancient times, it has been a battleground for military strategists. However, that was during the Warring States period or the era when the feudal vassals rose up together and civil strife occurred frequently. Now that the Central Plains had been unified, Luyang Pass had lost its military value. There were no troops stationed at the pass. Only the tax collectors were still guarding this position. By the time Yang Fan and his entourage arrived at Luyang Pass, it was almost dusk. From afar, they could see the ruins of the Great Wall of Chu bathing in the setting sun on the hilltop. Sometimes, it meandered along the continuous mountain range. The tax collector was about to close the door when he suddenly saw a group of people rushing over from afar. There were carriages and horses. He knew that it was another income. His spirit was lifted and he waited for them for a while longer. Chapter 805. Why did you guys only arrive at this hour? If you pass the checkpoint at this hour, you'll miss your lodging, the tax collector said lazily and collected the tax according to the number of people. Because Zhong Shitong had privately given him 2 copper coins, his attitude was much more polite. The tax collector had already checked their checkpoints. These people were not businessmen, so they rejoiced for nothing. They could only collect the tax according to the number of people. When Yang Fan and his group came out this time, they brought a few sets of blank pass stations, which could be filled in at any time with their starting point and destination. The guard seals on them were all real, so naturally there were no flaws. Therefore, the tax collectors and guards did not make things difficult for them, and smoothly let them pass through the checkpoint. Ascending Luyang Pass in the morning, the gorge road is steep and deep. The stream is more than 10,000 zhong, and the surrounding trees are thousands of fathoms. The roar of the tiger resounds in the poor mountain, and the cry of the cranes in the empty forest. Traveling in the gorge, they did not hear the roar of the tiger, but a few mournful cries of the apes. There were no cranes in the sky, but there were hundreds of crows flying in the sky. Although this pass was dangerous, the road in the gorge was extremely wide and flat. This was naturally formed and could be used by carriages and horses since ancient times. Although the mountain wall was steep and it was not easy to hide on it, Their carriages and horses still walked to the edge of the gorge. The concave part at the edge was nearly 2 feet wide. Even if someone threw a stone from above, they would not be able to hurt the people below. Because people often passed in the summer and snow, this was also a common road, so it was flat and not even a blade of grass grew. Huang Shuchang looked back and saw the door slowly closing, cutting off the last trace of sunset outside the gorge. He could not help but sigh leisurely. We've finally made it. But Yang Fan looked at the line of heaven and earth in front of him and said solemnly, we've finally entered Duji province. After passing Luyang Pass, there was a few miles of gorge in front of them before they could walk out. As they were moving forward, Yang Fan suddenly reined in his horse and listened attentively. Huang Shuchang saw his abnormality and quickly reined in his horse, asking, what's wrong? Yang Fan slightly frowned and said in a deep voice, there's the sound of horse hooves, behind. Just as he finished speaking, everyone heard the sound of horse hooves. The sound was like thunder, and it was not just one person. They were already the last batch of people to come out of the pass, so where did the sound of horse hooves come from? What would it mean if there were hooves behind us? Everyone immediately thought of those assassins that the Wu clan sent out. Only they would have the token that could command the pass to open up. Yang Fan made a prompt decision and shouted sternly, we can't stay here for long. Let's speed up and get out of the valley. Shen Hongyi was one of Wu Chengxi's men. When he was young, he was a wanderer in Chang'an. He practiced swordsmanship and had some literary talent. Later, he was recruited by Wu Chengxi and became a guest of the Prince of Wei's mansion. Shen Hongyi was inquiring about the whereabouts of Yang Fan's group in Fengshan town when Yang Fan's group suddenly appeared in Xiongcheng. Not only that, they didn't ask for the price, but they also quickly purchased a batch of mules and horses to head north. The news was quickly delivered to Shen Hongyi. Fengshan town was not far from Xiongcheng, so Shen Hongyi didn't have much time to think. He immediately led his men and chased after them. His scarlet cloak fluttered behind his shoulders like a cloud of fire as he moved slowly down the gorge. In fact, there was no need to wear a cloak in this season, and it was not comfortable to ride on a horse. But this was a habit he had developed when he was a young wanderer in Chang'an. When he used the token of the Prince of Wei's mansion to open the Luyang Pass, he had already asked about the people who had similar characteristics to Yang Fan's group. Not long after, Shen Hongyi urged his horse and whipped it like rain. As they were moving forward, they suddenly saw a man standing in front of them on horseback. The sun had set, and the valley was quiet. A man and a horse. The horse was bending its head to pick up a few straws left by others. The rider was sitting very loosely, his waist slightly bent. As the horse rose and fell slightly, the rider also rose and fell slightly. He was looking at the people who had suddenly caught up with him with a tranquil expression on his face. Shen Hongyi suddenly pulled the reins and forcibly reined in his horse when it was still 5 or 6 feet away from the rider. The dozens of fast horses behind him also stopped. The sound of hooves was still echoing in the valley, but they were already standing still as if they were made of iron. Yang Fan stroked the horse's maner and asked him in a clear voice, "Are you passing by?" Shen Hongyi's assistant, Li Daong, was startled. He shouted, "Is Li's yarn in your hands?" Yang Fan laughed and said, as expected, "You're here for the Prince of Luling." The sound of the scabbard rubbing against his body could be heard. Yang Fan had already slowly pulled out the saber in his hand. Li Daong impatiently waved his hand and shouted, "Everyone, let's go together and chop him up for me." "Wait." Shen Hongyi's eyes shone with a blazing light. Ever since he entered the Prince of Wei's mansion, he had not tasted the feeling of being a wanderer for a long time. Wanderer, riding fast and singing, drinking wine and beautiful women, drawing his sword in anger, splattering blood in 10-step. He was already middle-aged, and there were already faint strands of silver at his temples. Wanderers were already declining, and even places like Chang'an and Luoyang were mostly legends left behind by them. Shen Hongyi very much wanted to have a taste of his hot-blooded youth. Shen Hongyi tore off his cloak and gripped the long sword in his hand. His gaze tightly locked onto Yang Fan, a dangerous smile on his face as he said, "I'll deal with him." Li Daong rolled his eyes and muttered to himself, "Here we go again. It's not like two gangs of ruffians are fighting, so why are you trying to show off?" Shunhongi kicked the horse's abdomen and urged it forward alone. He shouted, "Tell me your name and fight me. Who sent you?" What a load of nonsense. When Yang Fan said this, the first half of the sentence was still spoken at a normal speed, and his body was still riding lazily on the horse. When he said the second half, his voice tightened and his body suddenly left the saddle. Man and blade became one, and like a roaring wind, he pounced towards Shunhongi, who was lightly galloping towards him. At the same time, there was a series of shouts in mid-air. The internal guards and hundreds of cavalrymen who were climbing the rock wall and hiding on the uneven rock wall flew down at the same time. In mid-air, they raised their swords and sabers and slashed at their respective opponents. Those who were good at using concealed weapons even had sharp blades in their mouths. In mid-air, they waved their hands and threw concealed weapons like darts, flying needles, and iron caltrops at them. Shunhongi suddenly saw Yang Fan abandoning his horse and pouncing towards him with an imposing manner. He was shocked at first, but then there were many screams behind him. It was his own men who had fallen into the ambush. He could not help but be shocked and angry. "You are not following the rules of Jianghu, Keng." Yang Fan's saber arrived. Shunhongi was riding on the horse, and his movements were not much more agile than Yang Fan's. However, Yang Fan's saber borrowed the weight of his entire body, and Shunhongi could not do it. The sword was light and agile, and should not collide head-on with the enemy. However, he did not choose to do so, so he could only abandon his horse. However, because of the screams coming from behind him, his movements were slowed. It was too late to abandon his horse now. Shunhongi gritted his teeth, and could only grit his teeth and wave the sword in his hand to meet Yang Fan's saber. Yang Fan used a horizontal saber, not his long and narrow sword, and incomparably sharp scabbard. He did not feel the pain of the damage caused by the collision. This saber's momentum was vigorous, like a strong wind. Shunhongi met it with his sword, and with a kung sound, half of the broken sword flew into the air. The saber's momentum did not slow down, and followed the momentum to cut down. With a flash of blood, Shunhongi's right arm was separated from his body like the broken sword. Bang! Falling down, Yang Fan elbowed him below the left rib, breaking 4 of his ribs and sending him flying. Yang Fan pressed one hand on the saddle, curled his body that was about to hit the ground, and nimbly leaped onto the horse's back. Only then did he neatly land on the ground and spit out 4 words, "What an idiot." The battle in the valley ended very quickly. In order to end the battle quickly, Yang Fan had no desire to continue fighting. Catching the enemy by surprise, he had instantly killed a quarter of the enemy's troops. Wu Chengxi's group was caught unprepared and simply could not form an effective counterattack. Seeing that the situation was not good, Li Daong hastily led the remaining troops to retreat in the direction of Luyang Pass. Yang Fan did not give chase, either. Retreating after a small harvest, he led his men to the back of a winding road in front of him, where they all mounted their mounts and chased after the inner guards who were escorting the Prince of Luling to the entrance of the valley. The next morning, a strange group arrived in Lushan County. Some of them were riding carriages, some were riding horses, and some were riding mules. The horses included handsome and strong army horses with a brand on their buttocks, and there were also ordinary horses used by farmers to pull carts. As for mules, they were rarely used as mounts. Their people were also very strange. There were men, women, and even people who were neither male nor female. Traveling in a hurry, they often rested at night. In addition, Jiyu Zhuting's pouch had already used up all the medicine used to disguise themselves, so she had no time to help the inner guard girls fix their appearances. As a result, everyone gradually revealed their true appearances. Fortunately, Yang Fan had the intention of using this group to attract the attention of the assassins, so he did not care much about them restoring their appearances. As soon as the ban was lifted, the girls who had just checked into the inn immediately washed off the ointment on their faces and restored their female appearances. The innkeeper was dumbfounded to see many men and mediocre-looking women suddenly turning into a young lady with bright eyes and white teeth. Immediately afterward, the class leader of Lushan County, Wen Tiantian, led a group of bailiffs and bailiffs to surround the inn. Such a strange group of people had come to Lushan County, and they even had army horses. Being responsible for the security of this area, how could Wen Tiantian dare to be careless? The innkeeper secretly complained, afraid that he would be implicated. Who would have thought that in less than the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, when Tian Tian would crawl out in terror and hurriedly withdraw the bailiffs and bailiffs who had surrounded the inn, leaving the common people watching in bewilderment. After Wei Yong scared when Tian Tian away, he had just put away the turtle talismans when he suddenly heard a cry of alarm coming from the room. It was Li Guo'er's voice. The hearts of the people standing in the corridor immediately tightened. If the young princess was in danger, although they did not deserve to die, the credit they had earned by risking their lives would inevitably be greatly reduced. Everyone hurriedly rushed into the room and saw Li Guo'er standing there, perfectly fine. She was only pointing at the face of the Prince of Luling and said in panic, oh no, Sister Ji. Ah no. Father's face is damaged. This time we can't hide it anymore. What should we do? Everyone looked over and saw the Prince of Luling standing there. The wrinkled old skin on his face had fallen off, revealing a patch of tender and fair skin. Anyone would find it hard to believe that this was a new skin on a man's face. It was clearly the smooth skin of a woman. Chapter 806. The Prince of Luling smiled and said, it's fine, but I need to buy some medicinal ingredients to make a new disguise. This Lushan County is too small, so I'm afraid I don't have all the medicinal ingredients I need. However, some things can be replaced with other things. Even though the effect will be a bit weaker, I can still pass off as the real thing. She lightly said, after all, it's impossible for an outsider to come to my side and take a good look at me. If an outsider really does come to my side, then whether I disguise myself or not would be of no use. Her voice was gentle and pleasing to the ear, definitely the voice of a woman. Those who had heard her voice knew that this was her, Jiyu Zhuting. In fact, even though Yang Fan had already announced that the prince was fake and that Miss Jiyu was in disguise, she had always used the Prince of Luling's voice and appearance regardless of who was in front of or behind them. Her mannerisms were also exactly the same as the Prince of Luling. She usually had a wooden appearance, and when she encountered an enemy, her panicked and slow reactions were also completely the same. In the beginning, everyone secretly praised Miss Jiyu for being able to pass off the fake as the real one, but gradually, many people began to have their suspicions. They thought that Yang Xiaowei was pretending to be the real Prince of Luling, and that this fake Prince of Luling was the real one. However, when the Prince of Luling opened his mouth and confirmed that it was indeed Jiyu Zhuting's voice, and there was even a patch of skin that definitely belonged to a woman on her face, everyone couldn't help but believe that Yang Xiaowei was really so bold as to only have Xu Liang and Jiao Ying escort the prince as they left. Yang Fan frowned and said, our plan to attract the assassins and pave the way for the prince has just begun. At this time, we absolutely cannot let the assassins see through us. I'll accompany you to find the medicinal ingredients you need. You must immediately disguise yourself again. The Prince of Luling nodded in agreement. Li Guo'er excitedly said, I'll go too. I've been holding myself back for so long. The young princess was currently the most distinguished person among them. Since she had made a request in front of everyone, Yang Fan couldn't very well refuse and could only agree. Lan Yiqing said, Xiaowei, the sisters also need to go out and buy some things. We've used up a lot of things along the way, so the sisters are in a sorry state. I'm afraid we'll have to face many dangers from now on, and our chances of entering the city will be greatly reduced. So, you see. When Lan Yiqing said this, many female guards quietly blushed. It was more troublesome for women to go out than men. Even when they were disguised as men, they were still women inside. The things they needed were not rouge, face powder, or eyebrow makeup, but some things that had to be prepared because of the different physiological characteristics of men and women. Although Lan Yiqing said it implicitly, it was inevitable that the female guards would feel a little embarrassed when he mentioned it in front of so many men. Yang Fan thought about it and said, all right. In any case, there's nothing to look after in the shop. Aside from the injured ones, everyone else can go out for a walk. But remember, each group must have at least 2 people, and one of them must be a woman. You fellows from the 100 Cavalry Division are brave and fierce, and love to cause trouble. I don't want another incident like Fang Ling to happen. Internal guards, keep an eye on them. Everyone agreed to go out in groups. Some even formed groups of several people. When the room was empty, leaving only Yang Fan, the Prince of Luling, Li Guo and Huang Shuchang, Yang Fan said to Huang Shuchang in a low voice, Lushan County is the first city we must pass on our way back north. They must have a contact here. If the traitor is going to make a move, it will be today. Huang Shuchang's eyes widened, revealing a trace of ferocious murderous intent. I understand. Wait for me to drag out this traitorous bastard. MPH. An official who was passing by recently checked into the inn in Lushan County. No one knew his specific identity, and no one knew where he was going. For a long time, the officials who passed by this place, unless they were not in a hurry on official business, wanted to see the scenery along the way, or wanted to visit local relatives and friends, otherwise, they would not stay in the inn for more than 2 days. Mount Lu was a small county with no unique scenery. That was why the people at the post house had never seen anyone stay in the post house for 8 or 9 days. This time, they had finally seen it. This official, surnamed Li Dingshan, stayed in the inn in Lushan County for 9 days and did not have any intention of leaving. However, he was personally escorted here by the county magistrate, so the people in the inn didn't dare to ask too many questions. They only cared about serving him 3 meals a day, cold drinks and hot soup, and didn't let this noble person find fault with them. In any case, whether it was living or eating, they did not need to spend money from their home. This noble named Li Dingshan traveled all over the world and stayed here for 9 days. Every day, there would be people coming to the inn to look for him. They acted mysteriously, and no one knew what they were up to. Thinking that it was better to avoid trouble, the inn's deputy pretended to be deaf and mute and did not ask any questions. In the afternoon, a man named Li Daong barged into the inn. He had a shoulder injury, and he looked like a fiend, like a fugitive. The deputy tried to stop him, but he was slapped in the face. The other party flashed the tortoise talisman, and only then did the deputy know that this damned vicious bandit was actually one of the family warriors of the Prince of Wei. The deputy did not dare to stop him, and let him barge in. Immediately, a wave of cursing came from inside Li Dingshan's official residence. Listening to the sound, it was Li Daong cursing at Li Dingshan, and then Li Dingshan cursed at Li Daong. The two of them were cursing to their heart's content, and the deputy heard them from afar, and could not help but feel pleased. However, hearing the two of them talk about the Prince of Liang and the Prince of Wei, the deputy was not stupid. He knew that the two of them had an extraordinary background, and their movements were so secretive. He was afraid that they might be involved in some shady business. Afraid that he would get into trouble, he did not dare to listen, and hurriedly ran away. Listening to the two of them smashing tables and throwing chairs at each other, he secretly laughed. At dusk, another person dressed like a peddler also came to the inn to look for someone. The deputy, who had been slapped in the morning, had learned his lesson. This time, he did not directly chase the person away. After asking about the person's origins, he found that the person was indeed looking for Li Dingshan. The deputy did not dare to delay, and hurriedly brought the person to see Li Dingshan, and then obediently left. What did you say? Hearing the peddler's report, Li Dingshan was shocked. He suddenly stood up from behind the table, and grabbed the peddler's collar. Staring at him, he asked, "Is this true?" The peddler forcefully nodded and said with certainty, "Absolutely true. This is the information this lowly one has received." After that Yang Fan was ambushed at Gushui town, he thought of this method. He took the risk of letting the Prince of Luling go north alone, and he made a fake Prince of Luling to attract our attention. Li Dingshan gritted his teeth and said, "That trashwood Chalene usually boasted so much, but didn't he still fail on the verge of success?" Humph. The peddler probed, "Today, I heard someone say that there are countless corpses on the Luyang Pass. Could it be that our people fought with them?" Li Dingshan said, "It's not our people, it's Prince of Wei's people. They're also a bunch of trash. That idiot Shen Hongyi is dead, and that bastard Li Daong still came." At this point, Li Dingshan suddenly stopped, and his expression changed. Not good. Before that servant Li Daong left, he said that he wanted to gather his troops. Even if he had to fight openly, he wanted to bury them here. If he gathered all the people scattered on the roads here, wouldn't that be falling right into Yang Fan's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain? No. I have to go find him. Li Dingxin hurriedly took 2 steps, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly called over a subordinate and carefully instructed him, "Go quickly, a man, a woman, and an old man in his 50s. Heh. This kind of target is really hard to find." After sending the subordinate away, Li Dingxin hurriedly left. By the time he arrived at the inn that Li Daong was staying at, Li Daong's group had already paid the bill and left, leaving only a few disabled people wailing in the inn. When he asked them about Li Daong's whereabouts, these people stared at each other, unable to say anything. Li Dingxin was so angry that he slammed the door and left. The people who went to the county to buy personal items returned to the inn one after another. Not long after the last person returned, Huang Xuchang hurried back. When he arrived at Yang Fan's room and saw that there was no one there, he went to the bedroom of Prince of Luling. Only then did he see Yang Fan sitting there. The inner room's curtains were drawn, and he could see Prince of Luling dressing up in front of a mirror. Although men also needed to comb their hair and tidy up their appearance in front of a mirror, if they were to dress up like a woman, elegance would inevitably turn into horror. Huang Xuchang only took a glance and shivered. This was clearly a man in his 50s with a plump body and a face full of wrinkles. His fingers were bent like an orchid, and his movements were as romantic as a woman's. How could Huang Xuchang dare to look at him again? The moment Yang Fan saw him, he hurriedly went up to greet him. Without waiting for him to speak, he cut him off. "Follow me, we'll talk in my residence." Yang Fan brought Huang Xuchang to his residence, and Huang Xuchang immediately knelt on one knee and cupped his fists in apology. Yang Fan asked in surprise, "Commander Huang, what are you doing?" Huang Xuchang said with shame and hatred, "This lowly officer has failed the commandant's trust." Yang Fan's expression sank. "What is it?" Huang Xuchang said, "The spy. I didn't find out." Yang Fan frowned. "Tell me the details." Huang Xuchang said, "After they left, we kept a close eye on them. The inner guards have received my instructions to keep a close eye on all the suspicious people. These people mostly go to wine and meat shops. They don't dare to buy wine, so most of them buy things like pig's head meat and pig's ears." Huang Xuchang said, "Other than that, they wandered around, and although they came into contact with the people in the marketplace, they didn't buy anything. I increased the surveillance on everyone they came into contact with and everyone they spoke to without being heard. In the end, there was nothing unusual. After they left, those people they came into contact with didn't leave in a hurry either." Yang Fan said quietly, "There must be a spy. The news must have been leaked. It's not that there are no suspicious people, it's just that we didn't discover it." Huang Xuchang nodded. "Yes. This Huang is slow-witted and ruined the commandant's plan. Commandant, please punish me." Yang Fan suddenly smiled. He quickly walked forward and held Huang Xuchang's arm to help him up. He said, "If it was leaked, then it was leaked. What's the big deal? Commander Huang, you don't need to blame yourself. This was a huge disaster," and he said it like it was nothing. Chapter 807. Early the next morning, Yang Fan and his party were ready to set off. The innkeeper, who did not know anything about them, leaned against the door frame and secretly rejoiced that these monsters who could scare the hell out of his squad leader had finally left. Yang Fan and his party left Lushan County under the enthusiastic gaze of the innkeeper. Yang Fan and his party had appeared in Lushan County in order to attract the attention of the assassins. Although the plan to lure the snake out of its hole had failed and the news had been leaked, the assassins might not be able to learn of the latest news in time. Moreover, the assassins were not from just one faction. The assassins from other factions would receive the news even later, so they would still be surrounded and intercepted. The goal of Yang Fan and his party was to attract the attention of the assassins and create the conditions for the Prince of Luling to return to the capital. Thus, as long as the truth had not been discovered by the assassins from all factions, they would still be valuable and would still become assassination targets. For this reason, Yang Fan had very cautiously dispatched sentries to advance. He wanted to attract the firepower, not to actually run into the encirclement and lose his life. Not far from the city, news came from the outpost that there were nearly 100 horsemen guarding the main road leading to Longshan County. With so many people wielding sharp blades and riding on horseback, it was impossible to hide. It seemed that someone had reached the end of their patience and directly changed from assassins to bandits, intending to openly make a move. Yang Fan and his party immediately turned east, leaving the main road and fleeing into the wilderness. It was Li Daong who had set up a battle formation on the main road. He had gathered Wu Chengxi's men together, intending to fight to the death with Yang Fan. Unexpectedly, Yang Fan and his party avoided the battle and fled into the wilderness. Upon hearing the news, Li Daong immediately led his army to attack. As the two sides chased after each other, they reached the foot of the plateau, where more assassins of unknown origin rushed over and joined the battle. Yang Fan fought as he retreated southward, all the way to Yi County, where he fled to a high mountain at dusk. Fortunately, Yang Fan was not in the mood to fight, and the Prince of Luling was a fake. At the critical moment, the fake Prince of Luling simply abandoned the carriage and mounted a fine horse, so he escaped very quickly and did not cause too many casualties to the guards. On the hill, Li Guiyu limped towards Yang Fan. She was not good at horsemanship, so Lan Yiqing and the other female guards took turns to carry her. Her thighs were swollen and it was difficult for her to walk, like a child learning how to walk. Li Guiyu looked worriedly at the pursuers at the foot of the mountain and said worriedly, "We are trapped here." Yang Fan smiled faintly and comforted him, "It's fine. Behind us is a continuous mountain range. As long as we hide inside, they won't be able to catch us even if they send an army of tens of thousands." Hearing this, Li Guiyu felt a little more at ease. Zhong Shitong looked down the hill and asked worriedly, "Will they attack the mountain?" Yang Fan said in a deep voice, "I hope they will attack the mountain. There are 100 people at the foot of the mountain. If we can attract their attention here, hee." Yang Fan had not yet announced that there was a spy among them and that the real whereabouts of the Prince of Luling had already been revealed to the assassins. Therefore, these cavalrymen and internal guards all thought that their mission was still to act as live targets to attract the assassins and thus deeply believed in Yang Fan's words. At the foot of the mountain, the two groups of assassins who had pursued the Prince of Luling all the way here gathered together and seemed to be reporting their identities to each other. After a brief pause, they cooperated and abandoned their horses, pressing up the mountain. The cavalrymen and internal guards who had escaped to the top of the mountain had just caught a breath. Seeing that the enemy was coming up the mountain, they had no choice but to brace themselves and prepare to defend. At this time, under the setting sun, several fast horses suddenly galloped over from afar and soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. After a while, the people watching the horses at the foot of the mountain suddenly shouted loudly, calling down the assassins who had just climbed halfway up the mountain. The cavalrymen and internal guards on the mountain looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what had happened. They saw the assassins descend the mountain, mount their horses, and gallop away in a cloud of dust. The cavalrymen and internal guards on the mountain couldn't help but be dumbfounded at this sight. Wei Yong scratched the back of his head and said in astonishment, "Strange, why are these assassins running away like their mother has died? Are they rushing back to attend the funeral?" Zhong Shitong suddenly came to his senses and cried out, "Not good. They must have found out the secret that the Prince of Luling is not here." Wei Yong glanced at him and said disdainfully, "What do you know? How could they possibly know?" Before he could finish, his expression changed. The two of them looked at each other and said in unison, "There's a spy." Yang Fan said calmly, "That's right. There's a spy among us." His gaze suddenly swept across the crowd and saw that everyone was shocked. Yu Ziqing angrily said, "There's a spy among us? Who's the spy?" Everyone looked around in confusion, all of them revealing vigilant expressions. Some people had already subconsciously pulled away from the people around them. Yang Fan coldly looked at them and faintly smiled, saying, "There's indeed a spy," but fortunately, his gaze quickly swept across the faces of the crowd before he continued, "Fortunately, the spy has already fallen into my trap." Everyone looked at him in astonishment. Huang Xuchang couldn't help but ask, "Fallen into a trap? What kind of trap?" Yang Fan looked at him with a smile and asked, "What?" Commander Huang finally couldn't stand it anymore. Huang Xuchang was first startled and then flew into a rage. "What are you saying? Are you saying that I'm a spy? I'm just asking the question that everyone wants to ask." Yang Fan gently applauded and said with a smile, "Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Commander Huang, it's really been hard on you. With your cultivation, I feel that you should be sent to the palace to be a performer. Perhaps you can even reach the position of high priest. Haha. What the hell are you talking about? Huang Xuchang was furious and wanted to charge at Yang Fan. Unexpectedly, the Prince of Luling standing next to Yang Fan suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. A cold light flashed in his palm and a sharp dagger was pressed tightly against his heart. Huang Xuchang immediately didn't dare to move. Huang Xuchang was so furious that his chest heaved up and down as he shouted, Yang Fan, today, you have to make things clear to me. Today, you have wrongly accused me, so this enmity between us is set in stone. If you don't give me an explanation, I won't let this matter rest. Yang Fan lightly said, explanation? Of course I have to give you an explanation. He looked at the hundreds of cavalrymen and inner guards who had gathered around him, and said, I believe that everyone must be curious as to how I discovered the spy and how I uncovered him, right? That's right. Zhong Shitong said excitedly, Lieutenant Yang, don't be mistaken. Commander Huang, he has been our brother for many years. How could he be a spy who betrayed everyone? Yang Fan said, I will give you a reason, but before I give it, let me first tell you how I discovered the spy and what I did afterwards. Yang Fan slowly walked a few steps on the hillside with his hands behind his back. The night breeze fluttered his clothes, making him look like a jade tree facing the wind. That day, we were ambushed at Gushui town. It was a very remote place, and logically speaking, even if the assassins had enough manpower to plant eyes and ears there, it was impossible for them to arrange so many assassins there, and it was even more impossible for them to make arrangements in advance. But they did it, so how do you explain this? From then on, I knew that there must be a spy among us. If we don't catch this spy, we will definitely be unable to move an inch. But to catch him is easier said than done, so I racked my brains and came up with a plan to lure out the spy. Yang Fan looked at everyone and said with a heavy tone, not only did I lure out the spy, I also wanted to use this spy. Lan Yiqing said in a loud voice, Lieutenant Yang, although I am one of the people who participated in this plan of yours, to be honest, I don't know much about your overall plan. You better explain it clearly. Yang Fan smiled and said, all right. The first thing I did was to make the arrangements on the mountain, to disguise as a fake Prince of Luling and thus cover for the real Prince of Luling. But, different from what you know, the one who has always been with us is not the fake Prince of Luling, but the real one. Everyone was at a loss when they heard this. Really? This person who is pointing a dagger at Commander Huang, he is the real Prince of Luling? When did the Prince of Luling become so skilled in martial arts? The skin on his face that was torn yesterday in the inn, and what's with his voice? Yang Fan said, it's like this. After I found out that there was a spy, I suspected everyone except the inner guards. The reason why I didn't suspect the inner guards was because they already knew what we were going to do before we left the capital. If the spy was among them, it would have been impossible for us to bring back a living Prince of Luling from Huangzhuling. Li Guo'er gazed at Yang Fan, who was speaking with confidence and composure. An indescribable expression appeared in her eyes. She was one of the people who participated in the overall plan, and in her eyes, the wisdom of this man before her was far beyond her reach. She felt an impulse to crawl at his feet when facing someone who was far stronger than her. Yang Fan said, so, I wanted to eliminate them one by one and find the spy. At that time, the one who was escorted by Miss Gao Ying and Commander Shu Liang down the mountain was actually not the Prince of Luling, but this Miss Gu. I had instructed Miss Gao Ying to do her best to create an opportunity for Shu Liang to be alone with Miss Gu, who was disguised as the Prince of Luling. If he was the spy, he would definitely make a move. In the end, Shu Liang didn't make a move, so of course he wasn't the spy. That night, we spent the night in the forest. Because His Highness has nightmares, Princess didn't dare to sleep and could only carefully guard His Highness. Whenever there are nightmares, there will always be a reaction. At that time, Princess would wake His Highness up to prevent the spy from confirming that this was the real His Highness. After all, the spy could also be one of us. Commander Shu, who had been tested, was led by Miss Gao and Miss Gu. They followed the secret marks that I left behind and caught up to us. Princess took advantage of the night to invite the prince to follow and protect him. The direction they went was the forest that I had arranged for the guards to guard. It was in that forest that the real and fake prints were switched.